and welcome to the video of our new series on TypeScript. Right, so in this particular series, we are going to cover the complete TypeScript from basic to advanced, everything. Right, and this is the first video where we are going to talk about that how to install TypeScript in a project. Right, okay. So we will cover the prerequisites, we will cover the local versus the global installation, and we will cover that why the local is recommended and how to verify the installation and the common installation error somewhere, right? This is the what we are going to cover in this particular video. Okay, fine. So starting from the prerequisite, make sure that your system have Node.js installed, right? Make sure that your system has Node.js installed. How to check that whether the Node.js is installed properly or not? Just go to the terminal, and here what you need to write is that node dash v. When you press enter, you will find that there is a version, right? And if you write here npm dash v, come on. Okay, so as you can see, you got a version here also. So if you are getting these two versions right here in the terminal, then that means that Node.js is successfully installed, right? And now the work is that we can move ahead. And if it is not showing you the correct response, or it is showing that Node.js is not installed, Node.js is not recognized, npm is not recognized, in that particular case just go to the official website of the Node.js and install it, right? Okay, now let's create a new project. How we can do that? Well, for doing that, simply just go either from here, or you can simply come to the terminal. In the terminal, you have to write mkdir. That means to make the directory. And let's name it my TypeScript dash project. Right? Press enter. So you can see that a folder is created, my TS project. Now here, what I'm going to do is that I'm simply going to take my terminal to this particular folder. For that purpose, just write cd and then the name of the folder, that is my TypeScript project, like this. So here you can see that from this to this, right? Let me take it above, from this to this. Now I am inside my folder. Now here what you need to write is that very important point, npm init dash y. When you do this, what it will do is that it will create a file named package.json. As you can see, inside this particular folder, a file named package.json is now created. When you go inside of it, you will find that this file is holding scripts and some information about this particular project, right? Like what is the name, what is the project. Nothing is mentioned because we have not installed anything, right? When you will install the dependencies, all the dependencies and dev dependencies, everything will be visible here. So we will look at it later, right? Okay, fine. So after doing this, now what we need to do is that to install TypeScript, right? To install TypeScript. So how we can do that? Well, for doing that, just simply come to your terminal, and here you need to write, see, there are two main ways. There are two main ways. One is to download locally, second is to download globally. What is locally? Basically, downloading TypeScript locally means inside your particular project. That's it, right? Inside your particular project. So how we can do that? Simply just write here npm install TypeScript, and after that, if you are downloading it or installing it locally, then you just need to write here dash dash save dash dev, right? So this is the, you can say, the query, right? To install, simply just press enter. So basically this dash dash save dev, now this do what, that it install it as a development dependency, and TypeScript is only needed during the development. So it will be stored inside your node modules. So if you simply just go here and check in the package.json, now you will find that this dev dependency is added, right? and here you can see the TypeScript. Got it? Fine. Now, what is this global installation now? In global installation, what we do is that we simply write here npm install -g. -g denotes the global, and then write TypeScript. Right? When you do this and press enter, it will install the TypeScript globally. Now, global installation can cause version mismatch between the projects, right? So the professional recommendation will be that always install TypeScript locally, right? So you need not to do this. I'll not prefer, but my work is to explain you everything. That's why I have told you that how we can install it globally also. Fine. Okay, great. Now moving ahead to verify the installation. How we can verify that whether my installation is successfully done or not. So for that purpose, you need to write here npx tsc-v. Press enter, and you can find the version here. If you are getting this result, that means my TypeScript is successfully installed, right? That's it. Now we can move forward. Now the next part is that after verifying installation, let's create the TypeScript configuration. So how we can do the configuration? Well, it is very simple. Again, you have to write a query, and what is that query? Simply write here npx tsc -init and press enter. So as you can see here, this tsconfig.json file is now created, right? So what this file do? Basically, this file tells the TypeScript that how to compile, which JavaScript version you need to target, whether strict mode is enabled or not, right? And where output file go. These all things this particular config file tells, right? So we will configure this properly in the next video, so don't worry that if you are not getting anything, we will cover it in a detail, right? Okay. Now here you can see that after doing all the installation part, you can find that your particular project folder is now having this structure: node module, package.json, package log.json, and tsconfig.json. These files. If the structure is like this, congratulations, you have done the installation part very correctly. So in this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to turn or how to compile the TypeScript to JavaScript, right? Okay, so let's start. So what does this compilation means? So basically, TypeScript cannot run directly in the browser or Node.js, right? Browser understand only JavaScript. Browser do not understand the TypeScript. It only understand JavaScript. So the TypeScript must be converted into JavaScript before running it to the browser or the Node.js. So this is called your compilation, right? Turning TypeScript into JavaScript is called compilation, and that we do with the help of TSC. We will understand this in the further part of the video, right? So let's create a file of TypeScript. So simply just go on the folder of my TS project and create a file, and the file name will be index.ts. .ts is used to create the TypeScript file, right? .ts. That's it. Press enter, and now we will write the code for the TypeScript. So what I'm going to do is using the syntax of TypeScript, but we will talk in the further part of the playlist that what is the syntax and how we do that. But in the TypeScript, let me just write the some code for it. So const message string equals to hello TypeScript, and then console.log message, right? Now you can see that this is not the syntax of JavaScript. In JavaScript, we do not define the data type, but in TypeScript, we define that. So now I want to convert this particular code into JavaScript. And how we can do that? Well, for doing that, simply just come to your terminal, and here you need to write npx tsc TypeScript compiler npx tsc and then index.ts. Press enter. Okay, let's wait. It is taking time, no problem. Fine, let me just do pause it. So yeah, it is done now, and here you can see that a new file is created with the same name index, but now the file type is .js. This file is automatically created once this compilation is done. And inside this particular file, what is the code? Well, the code is simply in the syntax of JavaScript. As you can see here, in TypeScript, we do not define the data type, and you can see the same logic, same code is written in the index.js also, but here the syntax is as of JavaScript. Here the type is not present, right? Now, if I try to run it, you can simply run it from here. That is node index dot. We will run the JavaScript file. Make sure, not TypeScript. First, we will create the code in the format of TypeScript. Then we compile it. After compiling, it will create the file of JavaScript, and then we run that particular JavaScript file. So node index.js. Press enter, and you can see hello TypeScript, right? The output of this particular code. Got it? And if you want to compile the entire project, let's say we are having instead of like one file, we are having lots of file. So we can do what? We can simply just write here npx and tsc. That's it, inside the project. As you can see here in the above, I have written npx tsc, and then I have mentioned the name of the file index.ts. But if you just write npx tsc, it will compile all the TypeScript file just in one go, right? Great. So after doing this, now what it comes that instead of compiling manually every file, right? Manually every file, what you can do is that simply you can write, this is very important. This is very important. npx tsc and then dash dash watch. This watch, right? So till now what was happening that, let's say that if I just remove this particular line, so what I have done, I have simply made a change in the TypeScript file, right? And if I just save it, does the change occurred in the JavaScript file? No, nothing happened. So when you do it in this way, that npx tsc dash dash watch and press enter, so it is saying that starting compilation in watch mode, right? So now here you will find that if now again, let's say here is the code, and if I just remove this part, right, and save it, so here you will find the same thing is removed from here also. You can see const message equals to hello TypeScript, but console.log message is now removed from here. Why? Because the file got compiled in the real time. By just saving means now whenever you change the TypeScript file, TypeScript automatically recompiles, right? So this is very essential during the development. Got it? So make sure that you know about this particular terminal query, that is npx tsc dash dash watch, right? So yeah, this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about that how to set up tsconfig.json file in TypeScript, right? Okay, so in the previous video, we learned that how to compile TypeScript into JavaScript, but how does your TypeScript know that which particular file needs to be compiled? When we have lots of file, which particular file needs to compile? And which JavaScript version to be generated? And where these output files need to be put down? Well, that's where this tsconfig.json comes in, right? So let's start. So first of all, what is tsconfig.json? try to understand what I am telling you. So tsconfig.json is a configuration file for the TypeScript compiler. Configuration file for the TypeScript compiler, which tells the TypeScript that how to compile, which files to include, where to output the compiled files, and what rules need to be enforced, right? So if you go to your terminal and simply just write here, uh, if you simply write here npx tsc means TypeScript compiler, and then dash dash init and press enter, then you will find that a new tsconfig.json file is created here, right? Yes. So if you simply go on it, you will find this part. Just a sec. Okay. You will find this particular file, right? So you will see many commented options. Well, we will simplify it, don't worry. So basic recommendation is that you need to understand just few things that which are written here, not everything, right? So let's start with this target. So what is this target? Well, this target tells the TypeScript that which particular JavaScript version is to generate. You know that when you compile, your TypeScript converts into JavaScript. Your TypeScript code convert into JavaScript code, right? So which JavaScript version? Well, JavaScript has many versions, right? You have heard about the ES5, ES6. So which particular version? So here it is written ES next. ES next means the latest one, right? You can also change it to ES5, ES6 also. It's all on you. But ES next maintains the latest feature, right? Yeah. Now it comes to the next part, that is module. Yeah. So you can see from here, this module do what? That it tells the TypeScript that where your TypeScript files are located. Oh, I'm so sorry. We are talking about the module, right? So module basically defines the module system, right? So the common values are like common JS, Node next, ES next, ES6, these things, right? So module system, which module system are you using? Then it comes to the file layout. You can check from here. These two things are currently commented. Why commented? Because we have not created any root and output directory till now, right? So basically this root directory tells what? This root directory tells the TypeScript that where your TypeScript files are located. So when you are working on a large project, at that time what we do is that all the TypeScript file, we put it inside a particular folder, right? And then we pass, like we give that particular address of the folder in the root directory right here. So when we give that, so TypeScript easily understand that which particular folder it needs to check, and from where it will take out all the TypeScript files. And in after that there's an output directory. This output directory do what? That after compiling all the TypeScript file, it will put the output file into this particular folder, the folder which is mentioned, right? Let's say it is dist, the name of the folder is dist. Then what will happen? That your particular compiled file will get into this particular folder, right? Yeah. Then it comes to the next part, that is strict. So we keep the strict as true. Basically it enables the strict type checking, right? We will cover it in the further video, don't worry, we will talk in detail about the strict, right? And then it comes to the ES module intro. There must be, so you can check from here stricter type checking options, right? No unchecked, indexed, access, exact, optional property types, these all are true, right? So basically these are the important things which you need to understand, and rest we will keep looking whenever we are working on the TypeScript and whenever we take them into the use, right? So you need not to be much worry about that. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept that what is this tsconfig.json is, what are the important keys here, right? And why we use this particular file. Yes. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to run TypeScript using TS Node, right? Okay, so far we have been compiling TypeScript using the TSC, remember, and then running the generated JavaScript file using the node, right? But that is two step. First we compile and then we run. And what if we can do it directly? Well, it can make our work very simple, right? So that's what, and that's why we use this TS node, right? So let's start. So what is this TS node? So TS node is a tool that allow you to execute the TypeScript files directly using Node.js. So instead of using that npx tsc, then node, write the name of the file, everything that all, no, you need not to do that. You simply just install ts node and directly work with the TypeScript file, right? So let's do one thing. Let's first install the TypeScript node. So how we can do that? Simply just copy this thing, or let's write it down, right? So here you have to write npm install ts node and then dash dash save dev. We are installing it locally, right? So then press enter, and you can see the installation process has started. And you also ensure that your TypeScript is already installed, right? It's not like that you first install the ts node and then you are installing the TypeScript in your project. No, that's not the order, right? And why I'm saying that? Well, because your TypeScript, when you install the TypeScript in your project, basically it acts as a compiler, right? And this ts node to what? It actually a runtime executor, right? So you need to understand the difference between these two, that what is this npm i ts node and what is this npm i TypeScript. Got it? Now, how ts node work internally, we will talk about that, but till now we have successfully installed our ts node here, right? And now I'm going to show you that how it works. So earlier what we used to do is that we first create our index.ts file, and inside this TypeScript file we write our code, right? And then we do what? We do tsc in our terminal, that is the TypeScript compiler, and that compiler do what? It convert this index.ts into another file named index.js, a JavaScript file, and the change the syntax of the code into the JavaScript code, from TypeScript code to the JavaScript syntax code, right? This is how it works. So this was quite lengthy because every time when I want to run my particular TypeScript file, I need to first convert it and then run it, right? But with the help of this ts node, what we can do is that we can write here, let me just do one thing, inside the index.ts file I'll write here console.log message, right? So what I'm going to do is that I will write here npx ts node, and then I'm going to write directly the name of my TypeScript file, right? Earlier we do what? npx tsc index.js. We use the JavaScript file, but with the help of this ts node, now I'm going to use simply index.ts file. And when I press enter, you will, okay, what happened? Does I forgot to save it? I think so. So you can see I got the result. Why I got the result? With the help of this TypeScript file, as you can see here, because we are using this ts node, right? So that's the complete story with the ts node. Now if you want to know that how it works internally, so it is written here, right? That it uses the TypeScript compiler internally. It transpiles your file, then executes the JS output immediately, and does not save the JavaScript file to the disk. That means it do all the task behind the scene. It do not save it on your particular directory. It do it at the backside, right? it execute it in immediately the JavaScript output and will give you the output with that, right? So the important part is that it is used for development purpose, for testing purpose, for script purpose, for small tools. Yes, yeah. So not usually for the production builds, right? Simply just for the development, testing, script, and small tools. That's it. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept about TS Node. So goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the variable declaration and type annotation in TypeScript. So before starting, let's start with a little introduction about the TypeScript, right? So TypeScript is a statically typed superset of JavaScript. Very important point. Statically typed superset of JavaScript. That means your TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. This means that TypeScript allow you to define the type of a variable at the time of declaration. So if you remember that when we write the code in the JavaScript, we do not define the data type of any variable. We simply just use let, const or var. That's it. But in TypeScript, you can define the type of a variable. This feature is called as the type annotation. Now, type annotation helps in to prevent runtime errors, to improve your code readability, to provide the better IntelliSense and make the large application easier to maintain. Got it? Fine. Now let's move forward. So variable declaration in TypeScript. So TypeScript support three ways to declare. First thing that it allows you to declare the variable. Along with that, you also define or annotate the type of that particular variable, right? So TypeScript support three ways to declare the variable. Same, the var, let, and const, right? Now, in modern development, we do not use var. Try to understand, we do not use var. We normally use only two variables. One is let and second is const. That's it. Why not var? Well, it is due to the function scope, right? That means if you are using the var inside a function, so you can also access that particular variable outside the function too. Outdated behavior, right? So these are all the reasons why var is avoided. So we need to focus only on the let and the const, right? Now what is this type annotation? Well, type annotation is means that explicitly specifying the type of a variable, right? Okay, let me take you to the example. So let's say this is our index.js and we are going to take an example. So in JavaScript, what we do is that simply we write let and we create the variable, right? So let's say variable name like this, and after that we write equals to and whatever the value that we want, and like this, right? Like this. But in TypeScript, what we do is that we use first the variable that is let, sorry, declaration that is let. After that we write the variable name. So let's say the variable name is age, right? After that what we do, we put a colon here. Put a colon, and after putting the colon you define the type like this, right? So let's write the name of the type. So I'm going to use number, right? After that put equals to and now define your value. So what we did nothing. We just do one thing, that after writing the variable we have simply defined the variable type, and here the variable type is a number, right? Let's say you are going to work with a string, so same you do with the string also, that is let name string equals to, now define the value, that is John Doe as it is written here, like this. Got it? Same with your boolean also, like this. Got it? So here what does this defining the data type is doing? That means that here age must always store a number. You cannot store, now you cannot do this thing that age equals to, you cannot define anything, any variable here. Why? Because this will cause a type error, because age is declared as a number. Got it? Yes, this is what I'm telling you. So let's talk about some of the primitive data types, right? What are the data types? So first is your number that we have defined here, right? This represents integer, floating point number, negative number, all these things. Then it comes to the string, right? All the single quotes, double quotes, template literals all come inside this. And after that, there is Boolean. Now, what is this Boolean? Well, Boolean is used in condition, flags, status tracking, all these things. Got it? Yes. So now you can also do it in this way also. Like let total and define the type that is number. That's it. So here what we did, we actually defined the variable. Now I want to assign it a value. So you can assign it afterwards also. That is total equals to 100. Yes. This also a way to write, right? I just want to make it clear that how we declare the variable without initial value. Got it? Okay, fine. Now, moving forward toward the type inference. The type inference, well, this is the notes of it. Fine. Okay, I think no problem. So basically your TypeScript is smart enough to automatically detect that type based on the assigned value, right? Basically what happens is that if you do not assign any type, let's say that I have written here let data like this, right? So now what will happen? Will it show a error? No, it is not going to show me an error. At that time what happens is that your TypeScript automatically defines or assume it like this way, okay, let me just do one thing, let me comment it, and your TypeScript will assume it like let data as any, like this. Do you understand? When you write this, what TypeScript will understand? This. Now at this time what happens that it disable type checking for this variable, right? So at that time you can assign any value that you want. So here this data can be hello, sorry, hello world, your data can be 42, your data can be true, anything that you want. So there are many types I have explained you, that is number, string, boolean, right? And after that there's one more, that is any. This is something which TypeScript assumes of its own, that you do not want to define any particular data type to a variable, but it is not preferred when you are working with the TypeScript, right? It is always said that you use it only when it is very much important or necessary. Unless you do not use this, you simply defined the data type properly. Got it? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept that how we work with the data type declaration and variable declaration in TypeScript. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to use the basic types in TypeScript, right? Yeah, so in the previous video, we learned that how to declare variables with type annotations, right? Now, let's explore the basic types that are available in TypeScript. So in this video, we will cover about the string, number, boolean, null, undefined, big int, symbol, all these things, right? So starting from TypeScript provides several basic, that is primitive types that helps to define what kind of data a variable can store. And why it is important? Why does this types matter? Well, it prevents from the runtime errors, it improves the code readability, it provides better intelligence, and it makes large application easier to maintain. Now, what are these types? So as I mentioned, number, string, boolean, null, undefined, any, unknown, void, never, big int, symbol, these are the types. So we will understand about them, right, one by one. So let's start with the number. So if I talk about the number type, so what is it? So basically this number type are the simple numbers. It includes integer, float, hexadecimal, binary, all these things, right? So if I say that let number not number, if I say just 24. So what is this? What is this? So this is an integer, right? But if I make it 24.5, this is a float, right? Yes. So this is your number type. How we define, how we write the number, right? How we define it. So basically in TypeScript, what you do is that you write it like this: let age, then put a column, and then you write number, right? The data type equals to, then write the value of it like this. Yes, got it? Like this. Okay, fine. Now let's come to the string part. Now what is this string? So the string is basically, you can say it is used for the text values. Like let username, then put a colon, write string, and then write the name. So this word inside the double quotations, right? This is your string. Got it? Now important point is that when you are writing this, when you are using string, you can do one important thing. What is this? So instead of using this double quotation, if you remove it, and here let's do one thing. Let's remove this first. Yeah. So if I write it like this, and instead of using double quotation, if I use a backtick, and then if I write Piyush, then if I write curly bracket, right? If I put a curly bracket here, so inside of this, I can simply mention another variable value with this dollar, right? So sorry. Yeah, like this. So dollar curly bracket, inside of this, you can call another variable and their values. So now if I just save it, and let's say that if I go to the terminal, and here I do what? I do node index.js. Okay, let's save it first. Yeah, what happened? It's not working, I guess. What is happening? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What a blunder. Okay, I have not made it to print, right? That's why. Okay, fine. Now if I save it and run it, you will find that it is written like this. So the value of this username is now Piyush, and the value is also present, that is 20. Why this is 20? It is coming from this age, right? It is coming from this age. Got it? Yes. So this is how we work with the string. Now coming up to the boolean. What is this boolean? So basically boolean represent true or false, right? You can write it in this way, like let is logged in, then put a colon and write boolean. And boolean contains only two values, one is true or second is a false, right? So since the number type is now uh, like the type of data type of this is logged in is boolean, so we will store only true or false. So here I am assigning true, right? Like this. That's it. Fine. So boolean values are strict. So if you try to make it 1, let's say, so you will see that here now we are getting an error, that is logged in is declared but its value is never read. Type number is not assignable to the type boolean. Since you are assigning 1 na, 1 is a number, but the data type that you set with the is logged in is a boolean, so that's why it is giving the error. Got it? Fine. Now let's move on to the null type. Okay, so what is this null type? So null type basically represents the intentional absence of value. Listen me again. It represents intentional absence of value. Now, how we write it, how we use it? Well, we use it like this. Let's say let data, and now I want the data type to be null. So at that time put a colon, right here null, and the value should also be null. So when you want that a particular variable should not have any value, there should be an absence of value, but I want to assign it something, even though it represent the absence of value, then we use this null. So while defining or using it, you basically write here data type as null, and then you assign the value also as null. Got it? Now if I just write here 1, let's say, so you can see it is saying that type 1 is not assignable to the type null. So here you cannot assign anything except null. Got it? Yes. Let's change it from here also. It should be true only. Yeah. Now coming up to the undefined. Now what is this undefined? So undefined basically represent the uninitialized value. What does it mean? Basically in null, it shows the intentional empty. Null is what? Null is intentional empty, but undefined is not assigned yet. Something is not assigned yet, right? Then we use undefined. So here also the thing is very same. You write it in this way. Let's say the variable name is value, and we define the data type as undefined, and the value should also be undefined. That means nothing is assigned yet. Here we have assigned something, but that is intentionally empty. But here we are not assigning anything, that is just undefined. Yes? Okay. Now let's come up to the any. So basically what is this any? So any is basically any random value. You can store anything inside the any. Let's say we are having this random value, right? Random value is a variable and the data type is any. So I have written 42 here. Okay, very good. Now if I write anything like hello, so you can see I'm not getting any error here. Why? Because when you use this data type any, then what happens that it can store anything. If you use it, if you just remove it, okay, let me just remove this thing. And here if I write true, so you can see it is taking true also. So that is correct, right? Now let's come up to the next type. What is this unknown data type? What is this unknown data type? So unknown data type is basically when we don't know that what data type we need to assign, right? You can write anything with the unknown like this. Okay, just like this. So just write anything because you don't know that what user is going to give you as an input. Let's say, for example, right? At that time, you can use this unknown data type, right? You can use any also, but here we are using unknown. So both things are going to deliver the same result for us. So here I have written hello TypeScript. Instead of this, if I just write here, let's say 12. So yeah, that is also acceptable. No problem. Because the data type is unknown here, right? Now let's come up to the next. Next one is a void. What is this void now? So void basically represents the absence of a return value. It is mainly used as a function return type, right? Whenever you are going to, like, we are going to learn it in the upcoming lectures, but when you are defining a function, you basically define the data type also. And when we apply void there, at that time what happens, that that particular void is representing that the return value will be absent, right? There will be no return value. That function will be just performing particular code task that you applied, but there should be a no return value, right? So it is mainly used as a function return type. Got it? So I don't think that there's a need of any example right now. We will learn more about it in the upcoming lectures. Got it? Yes. Now let's come up to the next part, that is never. What is this never? So never represents value that never occurs. Now what does this mean? Basically it is used when a function never finish, right? It is also used with a function, but it means that when the function never finishes, a function always throws an error, right? That time we use this never. So function that throws an error, this function never returns, right? It is immediately throw an error when we use never. So this is also a part of your function. We will learn more about it when we will start talk about the functions, but till now just have a basic understanding of it. That's it, right? Okay, fine. Now let's move to the important thing, that is big int. Now what is this? Well, it is used for a very large integers which are beyond your number, right? Beyond your number. So like let's say that, let me give you an example of it. Let's say let big number, and I assign big int. So here you can see this large number, and you can notice that here you must add n at the end when we are talking about the large number. Without n, this big int will show an error, right? So big int is rarely used in normal apps, but it is important in the financial system, right? So that is very important, and this is where it used when we want to use very large integer beyond your number limit, right? Because your number have a limit from this value to that value, but if we were assigning any value which is beyond that, then we use this big int, and there's important thing that we put this n in the end. That's it. Got it? Yes. Now let's talk about the symbol, last data type of our lecture. What is this symbol? So symbol is used to create the unique identifiers. We can write it like let id symbol equals to, now here you need to write symbol again starting with the capital S, symbol, and then inside of this you can write the id like this. So every symbol is a unique, let's say mm, let symbol 1 equals to symbol, and let's give it key, right? That's the value is key, and let symbol 2 equals to symbol, and the value here is key. And now if I want to check that whether the sim1 or sim2 is equal or not, so you will see that I will get a false. Whether it is equal or not, then at that time I will get a false, because these two, sim1 and sim2, are not equal, even though the value, right, these insider value is same, but these values, these variables are not same. Why? Because we have created a symbol, and every symbol is a unique identifier, right? Is a unique identifier. So basically symbol is used in the advanced scenarios and libraries, so you need not to worry much about it, right? When you will get very advanced with the TypeScript, then you will get to see the use case of the symbol. Otherwise it is not common in the beginner code. So yeah, this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept of all the basic types that we use in the TypeScript, and this is all about today's video. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about that how to use arrays and tuples in TypeScript, right? Okay, so far we have learned about the basic type like string, number, and boolean, but in real application, we don't just store single values, we store the collection of values, right? So in this video we will learn that how to declare array in TypeScript, different syntaxes before arrays, and how the TypeScript enforces array types, and also we will talk about the tuples too, right? So let's start. So how we declare arrays in TypeScript? So basically if you have worked with the JavaScript, so earlier you have learned that while defining the array, we simply just write here let numbers equals to, then we put a square bracket, and there we write the numbers. That's it, like this. So this way we define array in JavaScript. But what are the methods of describing it in TypeScript? So in TypeScript what we do is that we simply just write let numbers, let's the name of the array be numbers, and then we put a colon here. After putting the colon, now you define that what values you are going to store inside a array. So let's say I'm going to store the numbers. Simply I will write number, then a square bracket, and then equals to, after that put a square bracket, and then write the values that you want, right? Like this. Let me just do one thing. Let's pause this Copilot for a few minutes. Yeah, so like this. So what I have done here, so basically here we have defined that what data type this particular array is going to store. In JavaScript, we basically can store all data types inside a single array. But in TypeScript, an array can contain only the particular data type that you have mentioned. That's it. If you try to insert anything other, it will show you an error. You can see, right? Type string is not assignable to the type numbers. Got it? That's why. So this is how we store values or we create array in the TypeScript. Now, moving forward to the alternative syntax. We have learned about this particular syntax. Now let's move about to the other type of syntax. So here, what you can do is that you can write it in this way also, like let names, and then after putting the colon, you can write it like this, array, and inside of this is string like this, and inside of this now you can simply mention, let's say John, man, anything that you want, right? So like this way also, right? You can put it like the same. After that, you can write it in this way, like you have to mention this array here, right? Array, and then put these, after that inside of this put the data type, right? Fine. So this is preferred in most projects, right? So after that, even if you want to do it in this way, so what you can do is that you can simply just write here let names, let keep it name, and if you want the same way, then simply write a string and then a square bracket. And now here you can, sorry, here inside of this you can write it in the same way, right? You can store the value in the same way. Yes. Okay, so I hope you get that how we create arrays, right? Now let's talk about the type inference with array. Type inference with array. So if you write, let's say let score equals to 10 comma 20 comma 30 comma 40 like this, right? If you write the array like this, right? Okay, so the TypeScript infer it as a number, since all the values inside the array is same of the same data type. So what your TypeScript do, that it automatically infers that what is the data type of this particular array, right? Of this particular array. So it is here what, number, right? So TypeScript will infer it as numbers, right? Yeah, this is, so you need not to mention this, but it is preferred that you mention it at your own, right? If you will not mention, at that time automatically TypeScript will infer it, and afterward if you try to push the value inside the array of some other data type, then you will get a error, right? Okay, now let's move forward toward the empty array problems, right? Which are the most important edge case. So if you declare it in this way, let's say let items equals to and a empty array like this way, let's say you define array like this. So TypeScript will infer what at that time, since here I'm not defining the data type, right? I'm not defining data type here also, you can check. But here what is happening in this particular example, that the value was from inside the value was of the same data type. So what your TypeScript have done, that it took or it infers it as a number data type, right? But here I have not mentioned anything. Then what do you think that what TypeScript will infer, which data type? Guess. So here your TypeScript will infer it as any any data type. I've already explained you that what is this any in the last lecture. So what it will do, it will infer it as any. So this removes the type safety. If you are doing this, so this will remove the type safety, right? So this is approachable, but it is not preferred, right? This is not preferred, but what TypeScript does in this case, I've explained you that, right? It infers it as any data type, right? And now let's move forward to the next part, that is how we can create a multi-dimensional array in TypeScript. So for creating multi-dimensional, you can simply write let matrix, that's the name of the uh, array as matrix, and after that put a colon. And now here, since we are going to create 2D array, let's say, right? So first of all I need to define the type, the basic data type. So that is number. Yes. Now for the 2D array, I will create two square bracket here. And then inside of this, you can store the values very easily, right? Like this way. Yes. Okay. So basically this means that a arrays of number, right? There are two arrays, you can check, and this one matrix array is holding two arrays, right, of the data type number. So this is how we create multi-dimensional array in TypeScript. Got it? Now let's move to the tuples. What are tuples? So array, inside array, we understood that what are arrays? Something that have same data type and a flexible length, right? But in case of tuples, it has fixed length, okay, but it also has fixed order and different types are not allowed. What does this different type means? Well, basically what happens that inside the array, let's say if you want to store two different data type values inside a array, at that time what you can do, at that time you can create let mixed, and here you can put a parenthesis, and inside of this you can give two different data type, right? This one, and then after put this, and then number, like this. And after that, outside of this, now you put a square bracket. Now what this will do, this will allow you to store two different data type values. Now you can check that I'm not getting error anywhere. 10 comma, so let's say 1 comma something, right? You can check. So I have not got any error here. It is completely valid. So this is how we create array with the mixed values, right? We define like this. Yes, but in tuple, different types is allowed. So you need not to write like this, right? Let me tell you that how we do that. So simply you can just like the syntax get changed, right? So syntax get changed. So let me just write it for you. So for example, let user, and after that put a square bracket. Inside of this I will write string comma number. Now important point is that your tuple, in tuple the order is fixed. So if I'm defining the thing like this, you can check a string and number, then while storing the values I need to follow the order too, right? Like this, first a string and then a number. Why? Because we have defined it like this, a array holding a string and number, and the values are string and number, of course, right? So here this means that index 0 is a string and index 1 is a number. Yes. Okay, so this is how we do the defining of array and tuple in TypeScript. I hope you understood the lecture very much. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular lecture we are going to learn about how to use enums in TypeScript, right? So in the last lecture we understood that what are arrays and tuples and how we define it in TypeScript. Now let's talk about something very useful in the real world application, right? And that is your enums. And enums is what? That enums basically helps us to define a fixed set of named constants. Let me write it for you. Fixed set of named constants. Now, what is this? So basically that's what you are going to understand, that what are enums, how we create numeric and the string enums, and further we will understood that how we use it, right? So first of all, let's start with the enum. So enum stands for enumeration. Enumeration. Yes, enumeration. And it allows us to define a group of related constants. group of related constants. Let's say that you are writing, let status equals to 0. Let status equals to 0 like this. Now, what does this 0 mean? What does this 0 mean? Let's say we are working on a project. Hey there, I want to define that the status should be in 3 state, that is pending, approved or rejected. So if 0 denotes pending, then how we can show it in our code? And that's what enumeration do. Let me give you a good example. Let's say I want to create a enum. So how we can create that? Well, for creating, you simply just need to write enum like this. After that, write the name of the enum, let's say direction, like this, and put a curly bracket. Inside the curly bracket, you need to define all the types, right? Let's say up, down, left, and right, like this. So what happens is that the TypeScript automatically assigns a value in case of numeric enums. TypeScript assign values automatically. So for 0 it is, for up it is 0, for down it is 1, for right it is 2, and for left it is 2, and for right it is 3. So what happened is that your particular values inside the enum got a predefined or assigned value. Now how we can use it? Well, for using it, you can simply write let move, and move is a variable, and I want to use this enum. So for that, simply write the name of the enum. Let's say direction. Yes. And after that, now I want to assign a value to this move. Assign a value to this move. So I can simply write direction, and put a dot here. After putting a dot, you can see I'm getting 4 recommendation: up, down, left, and right. Yes, up, down, left, and right. So if I use down, so now this move variable is now holding a value from direction, and the value is from down. Yes, now if I try to print it, so if I write console.log, and inside of it if I write move like this, yes, and now if I just save it, after saving, let's call it, and you will see that the value that I'm getting is a 1 now. The value I'm getting is 1 here, right? So I have basically called direction.down, but what I got is a value 1. Yes, so this is how your enum works, and this is how you define it. Now if I want to assign any value of my own, yes, I can do that also. You can simply do that, right? Now let's talk about the string enums. So instead of number, we can assign string values. How? You can simply write enum role, put a curly bracket like this, and inside of it you can write it like this way. Let's say the first is admin, and the value is admin like this, right? I'm defining my own values to the enum states, right? User like this, fine. Guest, and the value is, let's say, guest like this. Yes. Now let's talk about the usage. So how we can use it? Simply just use let user role, that is a variable, and after that write the name of the enum. So write enum name is role like this, and the value that will be assigned is role.admin. Let's say I want to call this, right? Now if I just print the result, so you will find console.log and user role like this. If you save it, and now here if you run it, you will find the value as admin capital, right? It is coming from here. So the value that I have defined my own, right? And let me tell you that why the string enums are more preferred and are better. Why? Because they are more readable, they are better for the debugging, and there's no confusion about the numeric values. Since you can see that we have not defined any value, so it was automatically getting defined by the TypeScript. Yes, so this may can create a kind of confusion in your mind that what is the value, it is not visible to my eyes, right? So that's why this is more preferred. This is more preferred, and the most real projects prefer the string enums. So it is very important that you know and you have idea about the enumeration, right? And how we can do and create it and how we use it, right? This part is also very important. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to understand one of the most important and sometimes confusing topic in TypeScript. So the topic title is how to use any and unknown in TypeScript. And many beginners think that any and unknown are same. But actually, any does what? It disable the TypeScript, and unknown keep the TypeScript safe, right? So today we will learn that what is any, what is unknown, what is the difference between them, and how we can use them, right? So let's start with any in TypeScript. So what is this any? So basically any is a special type that tells your JavaScript that I don't care about any type. Any is a special type that tell your TypeScript that I don't care about any type, just skip all the type checkings. That's it. So then why this any exist? So basically sometimes we don't know the type in advance. Let's say that we are calling any data from the API, we are taking the user input, we are using some third party library. In such particular case, we do not know that what could be the type of the data that we are going to receive, right? At that time this any is used. How we use it? So let me give you an example. Let's say if I write let value equals to, sorry, colon, and I put the type as any, like this. Yes. So here I did what? I basically defined this variable data type as any. Now after defining it, if I write the value as 10, so yeah, it is correct. If I write the value as, let's say, a string, yes, it is also correct. If I write the value as a boolean, let's say true, so yes, it is also correct. All these three are correct. Why? Because we are not getting any error here. So what it means? What is happening? So basically value can store any type, right? So TypeScript does not do any uh, check anything. It do not check anything, right? Any particular type. So even if the method does not exist, it would not complain about it, right? It allows everything. Now, let's understand that what is the problem with any then, right? If it is having so much of pros, then what is the cons of it? So basically, if you look, let's say let data, right? It is any and I'm storing the value as 100, let's say. Now, if I simply run console.log and here I put data dot to upper case like this. So you can see I'm not getting any error here, right? It is not showing me any error. But if I save it and try to run it here, you will see that I'm getting an error. And the error is saying that data dot to uppercase is not a function. What happens? Basically, your TypeScript says that there's no error. But when you run it, you get a runtime error, right? Because number do not have to uppercase function. But still TypeScript is not showing me any error. The error that I'm getting is at the runtime, right? TypeScript is not telling me that I'm doing some error. And that's the problem with the any, right? Because any removes the type safety. That's it. Got it? Now let's move forward towards the next topic, that is unknown. Now, what is unknown in TypeScript? So, unknown basically tells that I don't know the type yet, but I will check it before using it. This is what your unknown says to your TypeScript, right? I don't know any type yet, but I will check it before using it. So it is a type safe version of any, right? Like it is also a version of any, but it is a type safe version, right? The type is safe here. Now, how we use it? Let me show you. So unknown, let value unknown, right? Like this. I defined it like this. And now here if I say value as 10. So yes, it is good. It is good, right? And if I write here value as hello, yeah, it is also good. No problem. But it says that object is of type unknown. When I will do console.log, and if I write here value dot to uppercase, you can check value is of type unknown here. Value is of type unknown, right? Why? Because TypeScript forces you to check the type first, and that's why this method is not allowed here. And you got the error by the TypeScript here, but when you are using any, you are not getting this particular error, right? So that's the difference, and that's why your unknown is safer, because with unknown you must narrow the type before using it. Got it? Yes. So I hope you understood the concept, that what's the difference between any and unknown. Let me repeat it again for you, that any disables the TypeScript, it make it to work almost similar to the JavaScript, right? But unknown does what? It keeps the TypeScript safe. That's it. It does the same thing but keeps the TypeScript safe. Yes. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to understand two very special return types in TypeScript, that are void and never. At first, both look similar, but actually, void means returns nothing and never means never return at all. And the difference is extremely important. So it is especially for the interviews and to write the clean TypeScript code. This topic is very important, right? So today we will learn that what is void, what is never, its example, differences, right? How we use it, all these things. So let's start with void in TypeScript. Now, what is this void? So void is used when a function does not return any value. So basically it simply performs an action. That's it. It is not returning anything, it is just performing an action. Let's create one. So let's say that I want to create a function. So I'll simply write function greet, right? The name of the function is greet. So after writing the function name and putting this parenthesis, I will use this colon, and then I will write or define the data type, and that is void. That's it. And after that I'll put the curly bracket, and now I'm not going to return anything. I will perform an action only. So I can simply write console.log, and inside of this, let's say hello world, like this. That's it, right? So this function will print something, but it will not return anything. So the return type is void here. That's why the return type is void. If I just save it and run it, what happened? Yeah, I have not called the void, right? I need to call the function also, but it is showing me an error. What is this error? Oh, sorry, not void, it is greet basically. Yeah. So now if I just save it and go and run it, you will find that I got the printed hello world here, but it is not returning anything, right? So that's it, right? And if you like want to try it with some other example, you can try it at your own, right? There are a lot things that you can do. Now JavaScript automatically returns the undefined. Let me tell you something. Let's say that if I write here okay, just a second. Let result equals to greet, like this, right? So I have stored the function inside a variable, and now if I try to run it, so console.log, and here if I try to print this result, right? So what will happen? So here you can check that first it got me this hello world, and after that there is this undefined. What is this undefined? Basically this undefined is appearing here because JavaScript automatically returns undefined. In TypeScript, void basically means that this function may return undefined, but you should ignore it. That's it, right? So I have shown you this example just to make you clear that this undefined is the nature of JavaScript, right? So when you are using it or running it, the function may return the undefined, but your task is to simply ignore it. That's it, right? When you are using this void, you will face or get to see this. That's it. Okay. Yeah. So when to use void? When we have to use this void? So basically we use it while logging, while printing, while updating, while triggering, while performing any side effect. At all these times we use this void, right? When we don't need to return anything, we need to just perform our action. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Now let's come to the next part, that what is never in TypeScript. Now, what is this never? What this never means? Well, never means that this particular function never finishes normally. When we are creating a function that never finishes normally, then we use this never data type. So it either throw an error or run forever. Let me give you an example for your better understanding. Let's say that I have written here function, and the name of the function is, let's say, throw error, right? It is used basically we use never every time when we uh, want to create a function to show a error or to throw a error, let's say, right? So if I just take message, and the type of the message is a string, let's say, right? The parameter is message, and the type of that particular message is a string, but the data type of the function is your never, like this, right? Now after creating this, what happened? Yeah. Okay, so after creating this, if I write throw new error, and that is message, like this, right? So basically this function always throw an error, right? Execution will stop immediately, so it will never return anything, and that's why the data type is never here. Quite confusing, right? Let me repeat it for you. This particular function will always throw an error. When we want to throw an error in our code, right, we use this never there. So this function will always throw an error, the execution will stop immediately, and it will never return anything. Let's remove this and now move forward toward another example for never. Let's talk about the infinite loop, right? I told you two different cases. One is when the function throw a error, or when there is an infinite loop, then we use never data type, right? So if I write function and infinite loop, let's say, name of the function, right? And after that I defined it with the data type never, like this. Yes, what happened? Nothing. Yeah. Now, after this, inside of this, if I write while true console.log, and let's say if I write inside of it like always, like this, always. So what you think is going to happen? What do you think that what is going to happen? Since it is while true is present inside the loop, right? So it will run unstopped, right? There's no condition to break it, there's nothing available, so it will run infinitely, right? And since this function never ends, this function never returns, and that's why the return type is never. That's it. Return type is never. If I call it infinite loop like this, you can see it is not stopping, right? It is infinite, as you can check here. Yes, you can see how long it is. It is all because that this is an infinite loop, and that's why we have mentioned the data type as never here, right? So the important difference that every student thinks that void and never both returns nothing, but this is wrong. Let's understand it that the difference between void and never is what? That the return value. So void does what? That it has no meaningful value, but never returns, right? If we talk about the execution completes, so in the void, yes, the execution completes totally, and but in never, the execution never completes. Either it is infinite, or it is just uh, like it finishes at the starting, right? It shows an error. That's it. Got it? So this is all about your this two main data type, that is never and void. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to learn something very important if you want to write the professional TypeScript code, and that is how to enable strict mode in TypeScript. And if you are not using the strict mode till now, then you are not using the full power of TypeScript, because strict mode makes your code safer, cleaner, bug free, and production ready. Right? So let's start the lecture. So, first of all, what is strict mode in TypeScript? Well, strict mode is a configuration. Strict mode is a configuration in TypeScript that enables all strict type checking options. So when the strict mode is on, then TypeScript becomes more strict and catches more error during the development, right? So let's start the process. So first of all, that let's learn that how to enable strict mode. So to enable strict mode, what you need to do is basically that you need to have this particular file, tsconfig.json, right? If you're not having this file, then what you need to do is just come to your terminal, right? And here just write tsc dash dash init and then press enter, right? After that, this file will appear on your project, right? I already have that, so there's no need to press enter. Now, when you go on this particular file, you will find something like this, right? So here you need to find one important thing, which is this strict mode true, right? If it is enabled, then it's good. If it is not, then make it enable, right? And when you do it, that's it. Your strict mode is now enabled. Now, what does this strict true actually do? Well, when you enable this, right, it automatically enables no implicit any, strict null checks, strict function types, strict bind call applies, strict proper initialization, and always strict. These kind of things. right? So let's understand them with the examples. So let's come to this index.ts file, right? And let's write here function, function greet, bracket, name, and inside of this, if I have written something like this, right? Something like this. So here, TypeScript assumes that this name is any. The data type of this name is any. So you will get no error. But since I have made this strict as true, that's why I'm getting a error here. You can check, right? Parameter name implicitly has an any type. Yes. So that's why what you need to do is that you need to properly follow the syntax. That means you have to define the type here. So let's say the name, the type of name is string, and after that the type of the function is also string, something like this. Now you can see I'm getting no error here. So why this happened? It happened because of the strict mode that is enabled in your TypeScript, and it is called as no implicit any property, right? Now let's take another example. If I write here let age number equals to null, so you can see that I'm getting a error here. So it is saying that age is declared but its value is never read. Type null is not assignable to the type number. Why it is happening? It is happening because of the strict mode that is enabled, right? So you cannot write null with the data type numbers. You have to mention any number here. So if you write 34, let's say, so you can see now the error is gone, right? Now the error is gone. That's it. Yes. So now it is explicit and safe. Okay, let me just show you one more example. So let's say that what should I show you? Let me just take the example of a class, right? So if I write class here, something like this, and inside of this, if I write name as a string equals to empty, like this. Yes. So what is happening here? If I just remove this, let's say, right? If I just remove this and I mention just one what I say that the property that is name, right? But with strict mode, property name has no initializer and is not definitely assigned in the constructor. What does it mean? That means that you have not initialized and defined it, right? So for that purpose, you have to properly write it like this. Now you can see I'm getting no error here, right? So it is called as strict property initialization, right? This is called as strict property initialization. So these all things happens because of the strict mode, right? You can see that if I'm doing anything wrong, then automatically the strict mode of TypeScript is telling me that what thing is wrong there, right? It's not like JavaScript that whatever you will write, everything is correct. Okay, everything will compile. No, you will get an error at the time when you are constantly writing your code, right? Okay. And now the question comes that why companies use this strict mode? Well, in real projects, teams are large, code base is big, and many developers work together, right? You know this. And when the strict mode is there, so it helps to prevent the hidden bugs, to improve maintainability, to improve the intelligence, and to reduce the runtime crashes, right? And that's why most company always enable the strict mode while working. Yes. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this video we are going to understand one of the most powerful feature of TypeScript, that is type inference. Did you know that most of the time you don't need to write types manually in TypeScript? Well, TypeScript is smart enough to automatically guess the types, and that is called your type inference, right? So today we will learn that what is this, how it works, when it fails, and how we do it, right? Okay. So first of all, what is type inference? So type inference is the ability of TypeScript to automatically detect the type of a variable based on its value. So whenever we are taking a variable and assigning a value to it, so based on the value, this type inference automatically detect the type of that variable, right? So you need not to write always like this, like what you do, what I have teach you in last lectures, that the way of writing the variables, right? First you write the variable and then like this, you mention the data type and then you assign the values, right? Like this. Yes, but you can also write it like this way, like this. Let age equals to 25, that's it. So here what is happening is that TypeScript automatically understand that this age is a number. How? Because of the value that I have assigned, right? That's why it has understood that the age variable, the data type of this age variable is a number. And this is what? This is your type inference. Yes. Now, basic variable inference. What is this? So, let's take the example of number first. So this is, you have seen the example, right? So here TypeScript is basically understanding it like this way. Yes, TypeScript is understanding it in this way. So if you now try age equals to hello, so you can see that I'm getting an error here. And why error? Because it is saying that type string is not assignable to type number. We have not assigned any type, but still we are getting the error that we cannot assign a string to the number. And this is the proof of it, that automatically TypeScript understood that this age variable's type is a number, right? And that is because initially we initialize it with a number. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now let's take the second example. So if I just do one thing, let's take it like this. Let name equals to hello, something like this. Yes. So here what is happening, that your TypeScript has understood that the type of this particular name variable is what? Is a string here. Yes. So now if I try to put it 25, a number, so you can see the error that I'm getting is that type number is not assignable to the type string, right? So why it is happening? Because earlier we have assigned the initial value of that variable as a string. So TypeScript understood it that the name data type is a string. So now if you're trying to assign numeric value to it, it will show you an error. Same thing happens with the boolean also, right? And with the other data types. Yes. Now let's talk about the array, right? Let's talk about the array inference. So let's say that we have this array as numbers as 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, right? Like this. Now here you can see that all the values are of what type? It is a number. So your TypeScript is basically taking this numbers colon number, like this, right? You can see that your data type for this numbers array is now taken as a number, right, in the TypeScript automatically. You need not to mention it. Yes. So now if you just try to push numbers dot push, and inside of this, let's say if I try to push a string hello, like this. Yes. So what will happen, that it will show an error, right? And the error is what, that the argument of type string, it is not assignable to the parameter of type number. You can check from here that the argument of type string is not assignable to the parameter of type number, right? Why number? Because already it understood that the values assigned are of data type numbers, so you cannot insert anything other than that. So this is called your array inference, right? Now let's say I want to create a mixed array. I want to create mixed array, right? So if I write let data equals to, here if I write 1 comma hello like this, yes. So what is happening here? Now what type, this TypeScript is making an inference. So here the inference is basically like this, number or string, like this way. After that put this square bracket, yes. So this is your inference, right? Since you are using two different data type, so at that time it is taking that the basic data type of this particular data variable or the array is both number and string. So it is mentioned or represented like this, right? Yes. So I hope you understood the concept, that how we work with the type inference in TypeScript. This is a very basic concept, but it is very important to understand that how we work with it, how it actually processes, right? And what are its use cases. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn something very important, and that is how to configure TypeScript for the production. So, writing TypeScript code is one thing, yes, but preparing it for the production is a different game. In production, your code must be optimized, strictly type checked, cleanly compiled, organized, and error free. Yes, and that's why we are taking this particular lecture. So, starting from that, what does this production configuration means? So, production configuration means that you are preparing your TypeScript code to be compiled into JavaScript, optimized for the performance, safe from type errors, and structured properly for the deployment. In simple word, deployment mode equals to flexible and production mode equals to strict and optimized. Got it? Now, in the second part, if you go to your tsconfig.json, right? So if you don't have basically this particular file, and that particular case, you just go to your terminal and write tsc dash dash init, right? And press enter. You will get this tsconfig.json file, right, in your project. And if you are having this file, now come inside of it, and here you can see we are having this important thing, which is module, target, types, source map, declaration, and no unchecked index access, strict JSX, and everything here, right? And there are few things which are basically your commented down, right? But those are equally important. Now, what are these keys present inside this particular object of tsconfig.json, right? What are these? So let's talk about them one by one. So starting from the target, as you can check from here, this is the target mentioned here. Now what is this? So target defines that which JavaScript version TypeScript will completely to. Means after the compilation from TypeScript to the JavaScript, which JavaScript version code will be present there in the compiled page, right? So the common option are ES5, which are for the basically older browsers, right? And ES6, which is most commonly used, ES 2019, and ES Next. Normally we use ES Next, as you can check from here also. The default value is ES Next. What is ES Next? So basically, ES Next ensures the latest feature, right? When we write ES Next, then whatever the latest feature that is running of the JavaScript, that will come. Okay, now coming up to the next part, that is module. So here you can see the module, that is node next. So you can check from here that module is present here as a common JS which defines the module system. For Node.js, we took the common JS, but for the front end bundlers, we use the ES next, right? And that's why you can see or check from here it is ES next here because we are working on the front end only, right? Not on the back end side now. Okay, now out dir. So if you look here, we have already commented this particular uh, key. The reason is very simple, and the reason is that we have not created this src and dist folder till now. We were working very independently, just ensuring that let's take a file and explain the code, that's it. But when we are working on a big project, we need to maintain the file directories very properly, right? So here this out directory and root directory, two things are present. What are these? So root directory ensures that where your TypeScript files are present. As you can check from here, we have created a TypeScript file index.ts randomly inside the project, right? But when you are working on a proper project, at that time you keep all the TypeScript files inside the src folder. And when we talk about the out directory, so whatever the file like index.ts get compiled into index.js, right? So all these compiled files are now present inside the dist folder, right? So this is your root directory and out directory. Okay, yeah. Now what is this strict? So we have already talked about the strict in the last lecture very detail, but let's have a brief explanation here, right? So what is strict? So basically we keep the strict as true in the ts config, as you can check from here. Yes, so it enables all strict type checking for the production, always true, and never disable the strict in real projects, right? So this all are the features of your strict. Fine. Okay. Now, no implicit any, that means basically we keep it as true, as you can check from here file also. It prevents the automatic any type, right? Many times when we don't define any particular data type to a variable, then it automatically takes any particular variable of its choice. But by using no implicit any, basically, right, it prevents automatic any type. So basically it catches many hidden bugs. Now remove comments. So remove comment is true, and remove comments from compiled JavaScript and smaller output file size. ES module interrupt, we also keep it true. It allows the proper importing of the common JS module, and example are like this, as you can check from here. Yes. Now coming up to the last, that is skip lib check. Skip lib check, you can check from here. It is true here. Why it is true? Basically it speeds up the compilation by skipping type checking of a node module, and it is safe and recommended. So it's speed up the compilation. That means the compilation problem which was happening from TypeScript to JavaScript, right? It speeds up by skipping the type checking of node modules, right? So whatever the node modules are present, it do not check the type of them. By this way, it we use this basically to increase the speed, right? So that you can travel or you can just work from one place to other. Yeah. So yes, this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to define function in TypeScript. So function are one of the most important building block of any program, and in TypeScript function become even more powerful because we can define the parameter types, return types, optional parameter, default, rest parameters, all these things. So basically these help us to write safer, cleaner and more predictable code, right? Okay, so let's start with a function. So the syntax of a function in TypeScript is very similar to the JavaScript. So if you remember that how we write function in JavaScript, we first write function, and then we write the name of the function, let's say greet, right? And after that we put a parenthesis, curly bracket. Inside this, we write our main code, right? Let's say it's console.log hello. Yes, this thing. So if we are writing this and we run it, right? Let me do just save it. What happened? Okay, we have not called the function. Okay, let's call it. Now, if we run it, okay, let's save it. You can find it that hello is there, right? We get the hello. Okay, so what is the difference between then a TypeScript and a JavaScript? Well, the difference is that we haven't used the TypeScript features in this particular function. And what are those features? Well, we can define the parameter types in a function. We can define the type of the function even while writing the function. How? Let's see. So let's say that we are having this greet function, and inside the parenthesis we are giving a parameter. Let's say the parameter is name, right? And here, after defining the name, we have to give the type of that particular parameter. Let's say that this name is going to be a string, so I have to rewrite it like this, a string, like this. Yes, and inside of this we will give the name, let's say Piyush, right? So I'm giving a parameter here, right? And you can see we have defined its what data type, and now we can use it if we want. Let's say name. Yes, so now if we run it, you will find that I got the hello Piyush here. Okay, fine. Now, what if I give another argument which is not matching to the type of our parameter? Here that parameter is string, but I have given 10. So you can see that I got an error here, right? A red line is showing the error. And that error is what? It is showing me that argument of type number is not assignable to the parameter of type string, right? So that's why we define the type of a parameter in a function when we are working with the TypeScript. Yes? Okay. So now move on to the next part. In the next part, we are going to understand that function return types, right? So function can also specify that what type of value they return. So if I write here function add, and let's say I'm taking two parameters, one is add, and I will give the type, that is number, then comma, then b, and its type also number, right? After giving their type, like giving the type of the parameter, now I can give the type of this function, that what the function will return, right? The return type, and that we can give after putting a colon by this, right? After this in the right side, so like this, and here I will write the type of the function return type, that is number, right? And then you put a curly bracket like this. That's it. Yes, and now here you can return a plus b. Cool, right? So you can see that I'm not getting any error here. Any red line is not present here. Yes. So now if I just try to run it, so I can simply write console.log and add 10 comma 15 like this. Yes, you can see I got the result here. Yes. So here the parameter is of type number and the function is of return type number. So both things are here defined. Yes. Now if you try to give any other thing except this number, let's say hi, so you can see that I'm getting a red line here, and this is saying that argument of type is string, it's not assignable to the parameter of type number. Yes. Okay, so I hope you understood the concept till now. Let's move forward. So now let's talk about the void functions. Now if a function does not return anything, right? The function is not returning anything, at that time you can use void type, right? And that typed function is called as void function. Let's understand. So if I write here function and print message, right, like this. Okay, and inside of this I'm giving a message as a parameter, and its type is a string, like this. Yes, so here what will happen is that I'm going to write console.log and anything like hi, how are you, like this. Yes, so what is happening here, that it is not returning anything, it is just whenever I call the function, it will print something. It is not returning anything, it is printing something. So since there is no return value, so what we can define, we can define it as void. The type is void, right? And now you can see there's no error here. Yes, so this function performs an action but returns nothing. Got it? And this is called as your void function. Got it? Okay. Now let's move forward toward the next topic, which is optional parameters. So how I can write an optional parameter in TypeScript? Well, that is also very simple. Sometimes the parameter is optional or optional. So we mark them with the help of question mark. How? Let me show you. Function, and let's say greet user, like this. Yes. And if I write here name as a string, and I want to keep this age parameter as optional. What does this mean by optional? Well, let's say that you are calling a function two times, the same function. First time when you're calling a function, you are giving both name and age, right? But in the second time, you are just giving a name but not age, and I want the result to be present, right? So at that time, what you can do is that simply just write the second parameter, and since it is optional that either it will come as an argument or not, so you can put a question mark here. After putting the question mark, now you define the type of it, just say number. Yes, and after that you can write whatever you want. You can also define the type, return type, that is void here, or anything that you want, but this time I'm just doing a console.log. So console.log, and here inside of it I'm writing hello, how are you, tell me in the comment section. Yes, okay. So now here what is happening, that if I print, if I write greet user inside of this, if I write here, okay, let me just do one thing, plus name also, right? Yeah, so if I write here greet user Piyush, and after that if I'm writing greet user Piyush comma 25, right? Let's keep it Rahul. Yes, so if I just save it and run it, you will find that both the time it is giving me a result, it is not showing me an error, and both the times the name was present. And since this age 25 was the optional, so even though it was not in the first function call, it is running properly, as you can see here. Now you will ask me that where you use this age 25. Well, it was just example. When you're working on a big function, you can make it use in some calculation or another. It depends on you, right? Okay, fine. So both are valid, and the important rule is that optional parameter must come after the required parameter, right? That means optional parameter must come after the required parameter. Which is the required parameter? This one. So this optional will come afterwards, right? This is a very important rule. Fine. Let's move forward towards the next part, that is default parameter. Now what is this default parameter? So default parameter is that function greet, and let's say that I'm writing here the parameter as name and giving the type of the parameter as a string. Now to define the default parameter, we can put equals to after of it and give the value. Let's say the value is guest, right? And after that, now here you can print anything that you want. Console.log, inside of it hi. Yes, so after that, like when you create a default parameter, so in case while calling a function, let's say greet, right? Even if I give the name as an argument or not. In both the cases, it will give me the result. How? Let's say that for once I have called greet, and for the second time I have called it with greet and Piyush, right? And in the function console.log, I'm calling hi plus name, right? So I'm calling a name here. So in both the cases, what will happen? In first case, it is hi guest. In the second case, it is showing me hi Piyush. So in the first case, when I have not given any argument, you can see it has taken the value from the default, right? It has taken the value from the default, and default was guest. So it has given me the result as hi guest. But when I have given the value, right, for the parameter, in that particular case, it has ignored this value and have took the value which I have given, right? So hi Piyush, right? Okay. Now, let's move to the last topic of today's lecture, and that is your REST parameters. Now, what are these REST parameters? So, REST parameter basically allow function to accept multiple arguments. Now, what I mean by multiple arguments? Okay, let me explain it to you. Let's say that I'm calling a function sum. I have not written the function, don't worry, I'll write it again afterwards, right? So let's say I'm calling a function sum and I'm giving some values as 1 comma 2 1 comma 2 comma 3, like this. Yes, so what is happening here? That we are giving three different values to a function. But again, if I call a function and if I call a same function, I give some more values such as 1 comma 2 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5 comma 6, like this, like this. Do you get it? So I'm giving what? I'm giving lots of number or lots of values. So do you think that every time I need to define it, right? A argument is coming, a argument is coming and the parameter should be A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like this? No, we need not to do that. How? Then how we can work with it? Well, you can simply work with it with the help of the REST parameters, because REST parameter allows the function to accept multiple arguments, right? So how we can write it? So let's just say that I'm writing here function. After writing the function, I give the function name as sum and give the bracket. Now here, if I write three dots, right? If I write here three dots first, and after that, if I give numbers, just a second, let's go pilot, right? Numbers, right? So what is happening here? That I'm saying that the value or the parameter name, the name of the parameter is numbers. And before of that, I have given three different dots. So these three dots are doing what? It is catching all the values of the argument. It is catching all the values of the argument, and after that, since I'm catching lots of values, so the data type will be an array. So I'll write here number array, right? So the type of the parameter is an array of type numbers, of course, right? And the return type of this particular sum function, let's say, is a number, right? Now inside of this, you have to write your code. So let's say that I have written let total equals to 0, and for let num of numbers, right, total plus equals to num. Yes, and after that I have written return total, right? So you will find that since I have given different length of arguments in different function calls, even though I'm going to receive the right result. So let's save it and run it. What happened? Why is not giving me any result here? Okay, sorry. So I need to print it, right, to get it in the terminal. Okay, my bad. Like this. Yes, same here also. Console.log Yes, now let's save it, and when I will run it, you will find that I got the result for both the function calls, 6 and 23, right? So you have understood that how we work with the function in TypeScript, what are different ways of parameters, types, return types, rest, default parameters, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the return types in TypeScript, right? So let's start. So first of all, we are going to look at the basic function, right? We are not going to mention the return type, just we are going to see that how the normal TypeScript function looks, right? So if I just write here function and then the name of the function, let's say add, right? And here I'm going to give two parameters, one is a, and a type is number, and b type as number, right? Both are numbers. And here inside of it, I'm going to return a plus b like this. Yes. So this is how you write the function in TypeScript. So what happens that TypeScript automatically understand that this returns a number. This is normal, which is called as type inference, right? Now, here on the function like this. Yes. So you can see that TypeScript already know the return type is a number. You can check from here. Yes. Yes. So now moving forward to the next part. Now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a return type explicitly, right? Earlier it was implicitly present, but now I'm going to add it explicitly. So how we can do it? Just you need to modify your function like this after writing this one. After writing this, where you name the function and the parameters, right? You putting the close to the bracket, and after that here you need to put a colon like this, and now here you write that return type. So now the return type is number, so I have written number like this. That's it. So now here after parameters we have added this. Yes. So this forces the function to return only a number, right? This returns a function only a number. Let's say that if I write here return hello like this, so you can see that you will find an error, right? You will find an error. Why error? Because type string is not assignable to the type number. Since you have defined number here, that's why it is giving an error here that this could not be done, right? This could not be done. Yes. So I hope you understood the concept that how we add the return type of number explicitly. Now let's do one thing. Let's add a string return type, right? So how we can do that? Let me just change the function name as greet, and let's give it as name, and here the type is string, right? And let's remove this b from here, right? And here you need to change this number into a string because this is going to be the return type of your function. Yes. And here if I write hello and then plus name like this, so now if I just call this function greet, and let's name it as Piyush like this. Yes. If I just save it and run it, what happened? Okay, so it is just returning, right? Okay, got it. Console.log, and let's do this thing and try it again. So you can see hello Piyush is there, right? This is happening because we have put the string as return type. Now here if I just put something else which is related to a number, let's say I have assigned a variable and I have given a number and I'm returning that, at that time again it will give me an error. Yes. Okay, now let's talk about the next return type, which is a void return type. So for the void return type, we are not returning anything. In void return type, we do not return anything. This function only prints something, right? The function which we are going to write, let's say if I write here a console.log, except this return, if I write here console.log and I write here name, right? So what is happening? That I'm not returning anything, I'm just printing something, right? So it does not give anything back. and that's why we have given the return type as void to it. Yes, okay, fine. Now moving forward, let's talk about the arrow function with the return type. Yes, how we do that, how we write it, right? It basically it has same concept, but just the arrow function is there, right? So return type goes after parameters. Let me show you how we write it. So now we are going to talk about the arrow function. So for that, let's create a variable const subtract like this equals to, and here I'm taking two parameters. One is name as number, b as number, and then put a colon, and here let's give the return type as number, and after that you put an arrow like this and then a curly bracket. Got it? Got it? What we normally do that we do not put this, and we simply just put this bracket, and after that we put our arrow function then curly bracket. This is the normal way. But when we are working with the return type in TypeScript, we put after this parenthesis, right? We define the return type. Now inside of it you can give it like anything. Let's say return a minus b, like this. So this is the complete type, how we write the arrow function with return type. Okay, so I think this is all about we need, and this is what all about you are going to use in your TypeScript projects or anywhere you are going to use TypeScript, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video we are going to learn about that how to use optional parameters and default parameters in TypeScript, right? So let's start. So first of all, I'm going to show you the normal function, that how a normal function looks. So normally what we do is that we write function, then the name of the function, right? And inside of it we take a parameter like this, right? This is a normal parameter, and like this, a string. Yes, and then we return a string here. Let's return something. Let's return hello plus name. Yes, that's it. And if I call it greet like this, and inside of it if I give it the value, let's say Piyush, right? And here if I write, okay, sorry, I need to print it, right? So if I write here console.log like this, yes, and if I now print it, you will find here hello Piyush. So this is a normal function, how we use it, right? But when we talk about the optional functions, sorry, optional parameters, then what we do, well, for the optional parameter we simply use a question mark, right? So let's say if I am having this parameter name here, string is a data type, right? The parameter is name. So if I want to make it optional parameter, I simply need to put a question mark after the name of the parameter, right? So I have put question mark after this name. Yes, now this has become an optional parameter. Now what does this optional parameter mean? So basically it means that if you call this function without a parameter, or if you call this function with a parameter, in both the cases the function will run. In both the cases the function will work smoothly, right? Let me show you. If I just save it, and okay, I need to return also, right? Fine, console.log, and let's keep it here. The same thing is required here also. Yes, like this. Let's save it and run it. So you will find that in both the cases my function has successfully run, right? Here is hello undefined and hello Piyush. Why this undefined? Since you are calling this function and this function is using a variable which is not defined, since you have not given any parameter, so it is giving me a undefined here, right? Otherwise it is running properly. Now the question can come in your mind that how to deal with this undefined, right? How I can handle this undefined. So there's a basic way to handle it. I'm telling you just because you need to think about it, right? You need to evolve your thinking. So for that purpose, let's say you are using this optional parameter in your project. So you can just put a conditional statement like if there is a name, if there is a name from this like when that at the time of calling the function, then this name will act as a true value, right? Because it is having some value. So in that particular case, it will return hello plus name, like this. Yes. Else else you do what? Or even if you don't want to write the else, you can even write it like this: return hello gentlemen, right? Hello gentlemen, like this. So now if you save it and try to run it, in that particular case, you can see when the parameter or the argument is not present, at that time it has returned what? It has returned this particular statement. Otherwise it has returned this particular statement. I hope you get it, right? So these are your optional parameters, and it's right. Now let's talk about the default parameter. So what is this default now? Well, for the default purpose, what we do is that simply we remove this question mark from here. Let's keep it normal, right? After keeping it normal, in default parameter, we put a value to the parameter by default. So for that purpose, simply just put a equals to mark and then here write the value. So let's say the value is Raj, like this. Yes, the value is Raj. So if I just do one thing, if I return, okay, let me remove this, like this. If I just save it like this, right? And now this. So in case if I, okay, let me just keep this also. Yes, so if I call this particular function with a argument or without a argument, in both the particular case, what do you think I'm going to get? Guess at your side. Guess. Okay, now let's run it, right? If I just save it and run it, you will find that at the time when I have not given any argument, then it is printing hello Raj, and this Raj is coming from where? This is coming from here, and this is what you call it as a default parameter. And at the time when you are giving an argument, then it is taking your particular value. It is not taking this value, it is taking your value, right? So this is how we actually work with the optional and default parameters in TypeScript. Yes, so this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about REST parameters in TypeScript, right? Okay, so let's start. So what problem do we face when we don't use these REST parameters, right? Let's first understand that. So let's say I'm creating a function named add and giving a parameter a as number and b as number, like this. Yes. Now inside of this, I want to return a plus b. That's it. Okay. Now after that, let's call this function 10 comma 20. Okay. So what this will do? So it will do simple that this will work very fine, right? Now the problem will come when we want to add more numbers. Let's say I want to add three numbers, right? At that time, what will happen? It will give me a error. You can see a error here, right? And the error is saying that the function only accepts two parameters. It is not flexible. So what is happening? That I have created a function which is accepting only two arguments, and in case if I want to add one more argument to it, it will not accept that, right? Okay. Now to solve this particular problem, what we use? We use REST parameters. How? Let me show you. So for that purpose, we simply do what? Inside this particular function, right? Inside this particular function, we simply remove all the parameters, right? And except this, we write here three dots. We write here three dots and then write numbers and give it a value, right? sorry, a type. A type is number, array, right? So now what is going to happen here? Let me give you an example first that what we are going to receive. So if I write here numbers, right? I want to return numbers. Okay. And now here I'll write console.log, right? Like this. If I simply save it and run it, you will find that all the values that I have given is actually received as an array, if I add more values, let's say 40, let's say 50, let's say 60, like all these, the number of values that I want, if I simply just keep adding those, and when I run it, you will find that I'm getting an array inside of this. All the values are present. So now we have successfully sent all the values that we want into a particular function without defining the parameters for all the argument. What is happening? This particular rest parameter is actually collecting all arguments into an array, right? Yes. So I hope you understood this thing. Now let's say, now I want to use it, right? Now I want to use it. So let's do one thing. Let's define the type of this function, return type. So let's take that as a number, right? And you can see that I'm getting an error here. Why the return is having error? Because we have defined like number and we are returning numbers, and numbers is what? Numbers is our array. Numbers is an array, right? That's why. So let's remove this and let's write some code here. So to use all the values right inside this number, so we simply write here let sum equals to 0, and then for let num of numbers, it will do what? It will take all the values one by one. This line will do what? It will take all the values one by one, right? And inside of it, sum plus equals to num, like this. Got it? And after that, let's return sum, like this. Now if I simply just save it and run it, you will find that I got the sum of all the values that I have sent inside this particular function. Is it easy to do? Right? We don't need to define parameter for every argument that I want to add. Now if I want to add anything, right, anything random, any number, right, it's all on me. If I just simply save it and run it again, you will find that I'm getting the sum of all the values, right? And this is happening all because of the rest operator. What is this rest operator? This is your rest operator. Dot 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 and then a numbers, right? This numbers is receiving all the values and we have defined its type, so it is having array, right? The type is array. Fine. Okay. So this is how we actually use the rest parameters in our TypeScript, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept that how we use it. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about how to define object types in TypeScript, right? So first of all, let's understand the basic object without any type, right? How we write the basic object in JavaScript that we earlier do, right? So for that, we simply just write const, right? We define it, and then user, right? Let's the name of the object as user, and after that we put equals to and a curly bracket. This curly bracket is very important, right? Now inside of this, we give a key colon value. So the key is, let's say, name, and the value is Piyush, like this. Yes, and we don't put this semicolon, we put a comma here. Okay, and age, let's say 22. Got it? Okay. After doing this, now if you look it clearly, right, what it is that this will work very fine. Okay, TypeScript will automatically understand the structure, right? Now the question is that what if we want strict control on it? What if we want a strict control on it? Then what we will do? Well, for that purpose, we are on this particular video. Yes, that's why we are using TypeScript. So let's understand that how TypeScript made it better, right? So let's start. So for that purpose, how we write it in TypeScript is we first write const user, same way, right? And after that, we don't put equals to, we put a colon here. And after putting the colon, we define the data type or the type of this particular object. How we define it? Well, for that purpose, put a curly bracket like this and write here all the keys that you are going to mention in your object. So let's say the first key is your name. So let's write the type of it. Type is a string, and the other key is your age. Now the important point is here we, let's say, okay, just a second, we don't put comma here, we put a semicolon here, right? While defining the type of object keys, right, we put a semicolon instead of a comma. It is a very important point. After that, age as, let's say, number. Okay, now equals to, and then put a curly bracket. So as you can see here, we put the name and then equals to, but here we put a name, then colon, then its type of all the keys, and then equals to, right? So the change is this portion, change is only this portion. Okay, now inside of this, write the same way. Let's say name as Piyush, comma. Now here you will put comma, don't worry. Only defining the type, while defining the type you put a semicolon, otherwise inside the object you put a comma, and then age as 22. Okay, so it is fine, it is working very good, like it is already very correct. Now what if I change the data type of this age? Let's say make it a string. So you can see I'm getting an error this time. TypeScript is not assignable to the type number. And from where this number is coming? This number is coming from here, right? So you cannot put it as a string. You have to put it as a number. Okay. So that's the thing, and that's the use of it to define the type of object. Okay, fine. Now let's come to the next point. In the next point, we are going to talk about the object type in function. We write the function, but what if I want to use object inside a function? So let me give you an example. So if I write here function print user, put a bracket like this, and inside of it a user, right? I have written here user, and what this user is, this user is going to be a object, right? So like this, and put a curly bracket. Now let's define the type of it. So what I'll do is let's copy this thing from here, right? Let's just copy this thing from here. Okay, this part is clear. There's nothing something very complex about it. It is very easy. So we have defined a name and then the type of all the keys of it, and after that we will define the type of this particular function, return type. The return type is going to be a string. Yes, and then put a curly bracket like this, and now inside of it you will write here return, and return whatever you want. So since what is happening is that as an argument I will share a object to this particular function. As an argument, when I will call the particular function print user, I will share object as an argument to this particular function. Yes, so while sharing the argument, I am creating a array, or I am giving a I'm so sorry, I am giving a object. Okay, I'm giving a object to this particular print user. So to use that particular object, what we will do, we will put it like this: user dot name. Okay, user dot name is dollar user dot age years old, let's say, right? So this is your function. Easy. nothing very complex about it, right? Now let's call this particular function. So I'm writing here print user, and inside of it I'm giving the name as, let's say, Piyush. Let's name it Piyush, then a comma, and age as 22. Okay, so I'm passing a object inside the function print user, and this particular print user is accepting a object with the name user, right, inside this particular variable. Okay, okay, great. Now if I simply just save it or print it, let's print it, right? So if I write here console.log, and if I simply just close it like this, let's save it and let's go to the terminal and let's run it. So you will see Piyush is 22-year-old. So it is accepting these values, right? It is accepting, this is the complete call, right? It is accepting the values name and age here and take it inside this particular variable, right? Now this user is an object now, and here I'm using this particular object values. How? With this. Yes, user.name. Got it? So that was the concept. Now one important thing is here. Let me tell you that also. Let's open it, right? So if you try to understand, if we want any particular argument, let's do one thing. For the example, let's take this one only. Okay, so what if you want to take any argument but you don't want that in the future no one can change it, for that purpose you can put here read only, right? So I'm going to tell you about the read only property. So here if you write read only before any particular parameter, right? So now if you want to change it, let's say user dot name equals to Raj. So you can see I'm getting an error here. Cannot assign to name because it is read only property. Do you understand this? Because it is a read only property. So read only means cannot be changed, right? So it is very useful when you are working with IDs or any constants, right? Then we use this read only property. Okay. So I hope you get the concept of today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn type aliases in TypeScript, right? It is a very important video and a very important topic. So kindly pay attention, right? It is very easy to learn, but it is important. Okay, so yes, let's start. So what is the problem which comes without type alias? Let's understand that first. Okay, so let's say I'm writing a function here, print user, like this. Okay, and inside of this I'm creating a object as a parameter and with name user. Okay, and the keys, their types are string, and let's take it another as number. Okay, and here let's give it as string, and inside of this I just want to return something. Let's do one thing. Let's return, sorry. Okay, so here I'm using user dot name. Okay, and after that comma dollar and user dot age, like this. Fine. So this is the function. Now when you want to call it, right, when you want to call it, so at that time, or either at the time when you create an object, let's do one thing. Let me just define this also. Let me give you an example of this also, right? uh, okay, comma, like this, right? So you can see I'm having a function, I'm having an object, both the thing I'm having, right? Now here what is happening, that inside this particular function I have written this portion, name, string, age, number. Yes, and while defining an object of the name user or any particular object that you can create, let's say student, right? Right, student object, here also I'm using the same line, the type is same, but still what I'm doing, I'm writing it here also, I'm writing it here also. Don't you think that it is very boring, or a mess, can become a very messy when you are working on a large project, when we have lots of parameters, when we are having lots of arguments, and we need to define lots of function and object, and every time I'm going to define what, I'm going to define this particular thing, right, which are same all the time. So do you want this, or there should be an alternative of it? There should be an alternative, yes, and that's what we are going to create, right? So let's start. So for creating a type alias, what you need to write, you need to write type first. Type. Now what is this type? Well, this type is a keyword, right? This type is a keyword which is provided by the TypeScript, right? And after that, let's name it user. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me just call all these things, right? I'll write here. So write type first and then the name of the object, right? So user is just a custom name, right? Okay, like this. Now here inside of it, I'm writing string, comma, age as number. Now this object is not a object here. Sorry, this user is not a object here. It is a type. It is a type which is containing this. Which is containing this. Okay. So now what can happen is that I can use this particular type every time I want, anywhere. How? Let me show you. So let's take the example of this one first, right? Let's take the example of this one, like this. Okay. So if I don't want to use this, since I have defined the same here also, you can check the type is having this name and age, string and number, and the same thing is here. So if I just remove it, and rather than using or writing the whole thing, if I simply just write here user, then will it work? Yes, it is working. Believe me, it is working. We are not getting any error. And why it is working? Because the type that you explicitly defined here is now we are using with the help of this type which we created, this type alias which we created, right? So this is how it is working. So this is doing what? It is making your code cleaner, it is making it easy to understand, and there's no need of repetition. And where this repetition comes, please explain me. Okay, let me explain it to you. So this repetition comes here, you can check when we are working with the function, right? Even here also I can remove this and simply just write user, and that's it, done. This user is also holding the same thing, the name and the age, right? So we have simply made it easy for you, that you just create the type at one place and use it every time that you need in your code, right? Every time. Do you get me? Right? Should I give a one more example? Okay, let's take a one more example. Let's create type add equals to, and inside of this what I will create a function type, right? Okay, let's create a function. So type for function. So a is having a number and b will hold number, and it will return a number. Yes, this is what I have created, you can check. Okay, now const add, sorry, add, or let's name it sub or addition, right? So function name is addition and its type is add. Its type is add. Okay, so now it is holding this. The add is holding this, and after that simply just put equals to and take the values a comma b. That's it. And inside of this you can write whatever you want. Let's say a plus b. You can check it is working fine. There is no error in the code. There is no error. And why it is working fine? Because this add is holding this particular arrow function type, right? When we define a function, right, a arrow function, then we write the type like this, right? We define the all the data type of the arguments, sorry, the parameters, right? So that we have done here, right? After that we have put a equals to, and then we simply work with it, right? Here we put a parenthesis. Inside this we have taken the values. Earlier we were defining the type of the arguments, sorry, parameters, but here we are doing what? We are accepting the values, and then this arrow and then after that a curly bracket. Got it? So this is how we work with the type alias in TypeScript. I hope you understood the concept, that how we use it. It is very important to understand, and I think that it must be clear to you all, right? So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, in this particular lecture we are going to learn about that how to use interfaces in TypeScript, right? So first of all, let's understand that what is an interface. So our interface is used to define the structure of an object. That means it tells your TypeScript that this particular object must look like this. Our interface that you have created, that is telling the TypeScript that the object should look like this, right? In simple words, if I say, then our interface is a blueprint of an object, right? Okay, now let's talk about the basic interface. So for creating an interface, you simply need to write interface keyword, right? Interface like this, and after that write the name of the interface. Let's say user. Okay, and inside of this create the key and write the type of that particular key. So let's say that key is string, and the important point is that you do not put a comma here, you put a semicolon here. Okay, and then age as number, right? Okay, done. So after creating this, let's write const user and give it this user, this particular interface. So while creating any object, when you are going to create any object at that time, while normally what we do, we define the type of that particular object, but with the help of interface now we don't need to define it. We simply just use this particular interface with this particular user or the object. It will automatically define that what is going to be the structure of this particular object. Okay, now inside of this you will simply go and now give the values. So name as, let's say, Piyush, right? And while giving the name you basically put it in what I say, after, right, after defining a particular key colon value you put a comma, right? And age as 22, like this. Is I'm doing anything wrong? Yes, I'm doing something wrong, and that is I'm not putting this equals to. Okay, yes. So after this, now we need to see that this particular user defines the structure of this particular object, right? This interface is defining the structure of this particular object, and object must follow it exactly. If you do any of the change, let's say class, right? If I write this class 3, then you can see I'm having an error here, and this error is saying what? Object literal may only specify known properties and class does not exist in type user. In type user, you can check the user is capital here and this capital user is here. Okay, let's name it a student so that you cannot get a confusion, right? So you can see in type user. Okay, so the user is not having a class, that's why you cannot define anything else such as class here. Okay, fine, got it. Should we go forward? Okay, now why we use interfaces? Well, if you do not use an interface, then there's a chance that you can write or you may write the repeated code in your complete project. It will become very hard to manage and it will become a error prone code, right? And with the help of this interface, what is happening that you are writing a clean code, you are making the things reusable, right? And a better readability will be there. You will have a strong type safety. So all these things will be managed with the help of the single interface. Fine. Okay, great. Now one important thing is that with this particular interface, what you can use extend also. Now what is this extend? Let me explain it to you. So let's say that if I create an interface, let's name it. Okay, let me just remove this. Okay, let's name it person. Person. Okay, person. And let's cut it from here. So this particular interface is having only one key, that is name, and its type is a string. Now I'm going to create another interface and its name is employee. And now I want that if I'm creating any particular object, let's say const emp, and I'm using this particular employee as an interface of it, right? Employee as an interface for it. So inside of this, I want to use both name and the age. I want to use both name and age. But since we are not having anything inside a employee, right, and even in the person also we are having only name, right? So what you can do is that inside, let me just create this. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me just write it like this. So you can see the interface employee is only having age number, but I want to create a imp or a object with this particular interface employee, but it imp I want this imp to hold two values, name and age both. How I can do that? Well, one way is that I simply define it here also, right? I define it here also, then it will work fine. Okay, but I don't want to create it separately, right? I want to use this particular interface in this particular interface. How I can do that? Well, for doing this, we simply use extends is an extension given in your TypeScript, right? So you simply write extends and then you write the name of the another interface. So let's say person. Okay, now you can see that this particular employee is now having both the values, one of its own and the other is of person, right? One of its own and the other is its person. So now if you just simply write here name as John, sorry, name as John, and the other one is age as 30. So you can use both the things. Now this employee, the structure of this employee is not just having a age but also the name and age both. Yes, so this is how we do inheritance with the help of this interface, okay, in TypeScript. Now many of you may ask that what is the difference between an interface and a type alias, right? So listen to me very carefully. Your interface is best for object. You can use it in function also, but it is preferred for the object, right? And it also supports your extents, as I explained you. These two things are not available in your type alias. That means your type alias is very flexible. It can be used with anything, like for function also, for object also, for any variable also, right? But for interface, it is for your object. And the second important point is that your type alias cannot use extents, right? That you can do with the help of interface only. So this is what interface in TypeScript. I hope you get the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to use read-only and optional properties in TypeScript, right? So these concepts are super important when you want safe data and flexible objects in TypeScript, right? So let's start. So first of all, let's understand the basic theory of it. So sometimes not all properties are required in an object. Try to understand. Sometimes we don't need all the properties in object. So in TypeScript, we use question mark to make a property optional, right? So as a meaning, you can say that this property may or may not exist. Okay, so let's write the optional property example. So I'm going to create an interface here, right? We talked about the interface in the last lecture. So that's what we are going to use. Fine. So interface and name it as user. And here I'll give the name as string. And after that, age. Now I want to create this age as optional, right? I want to create age as optional. So for that purpose, first write age, right? First write a age. And after that, what you can do is that put a question mark after the key, right? After age, I put a question mark, then there's a colon. Okay, like this. And now you can simply use it in this way. If I write const user1 and taking the interface as user equals to curly bracket, and now inside of it you can write like this, name Piyush, right? Sorry, Piyush, like this. So what do you think? Is it correct? Because your particular user type or the interface is holding two different keys, name and age. But I'm creating a object using this interface, but mentioning only one particular key, that is name. So is the user one is correct? Yes. Both the objects are valid. Sorry, this particular object is valid. And if I create another, let's do one thing, let's copy this like this, name it user2, and after that put a comma here and age as 22, like this. So you can see, right? Here user1 is also valid, here user2 is also valid, and both are valid. Why? Because here after the age we had put this question mark. So putting this question mark has made this property age as optional, right? So either you want to put it, you can put it. If you don't want to use it, you can simply remove it from the object, right? So this is your optional. Okay, if you want to know that how we handle optional values, so it is very simple. You can use a question mark in the return type also, like when you are creating a function, right? So you may have heard about the ternary operator. You can simply use that ternary operator while using this value of what I say, optional property, right? Okay, fine. Now let's understand the read-only properties. What are these read-only properties? So read-only properties are basically that, let's say that some properties that should never change after creation, right? Read-only properties says that some properties should never change after creation, and that we create with the help of the read-only keyword, right? It means that you can read it, but you cannot modify it. Simple as that. You can read it, but you can never modify it, right? Let's take the example of it. Let's take, copy it, right? Let's paste it here. Let me just remove this question mark from here. Now, to create the property as read only, what we do? We simply put read only like this before the property, right? Before the key, that is name. So when I put read only here, now if I create any particular object, let's say this one, right? This one, fine. So if I create this particular user to using this particular interface, right? So user to, okay, declare but not use, no problem. So what do you think is going to happen? Hmm? It is fine, it is very much fine. But if I go here and simply if I write user2 dot name equals to Raj, so you can see I'm getting an error here, and this error is saying that cannot assign to name because it is a read only property. That means when you will use it, you will get an error, and that error is because you are trying to change the value of name. A name property has read only property assigned to it. That means you cannot modify the value of the name, right? Now if I try to change for user.age, let's take it 89. So will it work? Yes, it is working. You can see there's no error. But with name, we are getting an error. Why? Because you cannot change or modify a property which are having the read only property with it. Got it? So that's the concept, right? And why we use this read only, like what's the importance of it? So basically it prevents from the accidental changes, and it's useful for the database IDs that are unique, right? API responses, constants, in all these things we use this read only property. It is very much important. Okay, so now your task is to combine both the things, right? Create a read only property also, like inside our interface put a read only property also, and a optional property too, and create a object with it and try to change the name and any of the property, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video we are going to learn about that how to create function types in TypeScript. This concept is super useful when you want to define how a function should behave and when you want to enforce structure in a large application, right? So, what is a function type? Well, a function type defines that what parameter a function take and what it returns. That's it. So you can say it as a blueprint of a function. So let me first write a basic function without any type, right? So if I write here function add a number comma b also as number, right? Fine. Now after this, put a curly bracket and inside of it I'll return a plus b like this. Got it? So here you can see that TypeScript infers the type automatically, and we do not have we do not have a reusable structure here. Let's say that we are having this. So every time I create any other function which needs the same parameter, then I have to write it again and again. So that's a problem. That's a problem, and that we solve with the help of the function types. So how we create it? So let's move forward to creating a function type, right? Using a type alias. So how we do that? Simply just write the type. This type is a keyword, right? After that, write the name of the type alias, that is add, and here I'll put it like this: a as number comma b as number, and this will give me a number. So what I have done, I have created a type alias, you can see, right? A function type. Now here add is a function type. It takes two number a and b and it returns a number. That's it. Fine. Now I'm going to use this function type. So how I can use it? Well, for using it, now what I can do is that, let me just comment it down. I can simply write the function this way: const add as add equals to bracket a comma b and then a curly bracket. So here you can see that what I have done, instead of putting the bracket and saying that these are the parameters and all, I have defined those parameters and its return type in a single function type, that is add. And while creating a function, basically a arrow function, I have done what? I have put the type here. So what it is receiving? So this add function is receiving this part. This add function is receiving this part. So easily I have got all the type here, like the type of the parameter, type of the return type, right? And after that I have given the parameters, basically accepting the parameters or accepting the argument, and then I'm just returning it. So return a plus b, like this. That's it. Yes, got it. Fine. So basically what is happening here, that your function must follow the structure now, and if it is not following the structure, then you will get a error, right? You will get a error. Let's say that if I just put here hello, in that particular case you can see I'm getting an error here, right? Just a second. So type a is to number, b is to number, returning string is not assignable to add. Why? Because the return is a number here, but you are returning a string here. So that was the error, right? And let's change that. Okay, now it is fine. So I hope you understood that how we create the function type. So now let's understand about the optional parameters in function type, right? So how we create an optional parameter here? Well, it is very easy and simple. So what you have to do is simply just write type and then greet. Let's name the function type as greet equals to, and then put a bracket and put a parameter that is name and taking it as string, right? Now for making it optional, what you need to do is simply put a question mark, a one question mark after this parameter, right? Okay, and then give a return type as a string. That's it. Okay, now after doing this, what I'll do is that I'm going to create a function. So const greet and the type, function type greet. That's it, right? After doing this, now you just simply define everything, right? Here I'll return what? Let's return something. So return hello, right? Hello plus plus, put a bracket here, and let's give the name here. Name, in case if the name is present, then I'll get that name. Otherwise I want guest here, right? Like this. Got it? So here the parameter is optional and same rules are getting applied. Okay. So if you simply just run this particular function, let's say console.log and greet greet, and I'll say Piyush, yes, and let's copy this and paste it. Next time I'm not giving anything, right? So both the things are here. You can see this is the function type, this is the function which I have created with this particular function type, and I'm printing it two times, one with a argument and second time without a argument, right? Okay, now simply just run it, and you will find that first I'm getting hello Piyush because I was having an argument here, and second time when I have not given anything, I got a hello guest here. You can see, right? So this is how we work with the optional parameters in function type. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept that how we use function type and create it in TypeScript. So that's it. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the union types in TypeScript. Okay, so this is a very powerful concept that allows your variable and the functions to handle multiple types safely. So let's start. Okay, so what is a union type? So a union type allows a variable to hold more than one type of value, right? So how it is used? Well, it is used like this. Let's say that one type is number and I want another type also. So what I will do, I will use this pipe symbol. It is present above your enter key, right? And then string like this. So while defining a variable data type, this is how we write the type. Okay, let me give you a real example of it. So I'm going to use a basic example. Let's say that we are having let value colon number like this. Okay, so what we earlier used to do is that we write the variable and define its type like this. Now I want that this particular value can hold either a number or a string both, right? There's no boundation on it, but the boundation is that it cannot store anything beyond the number and string, right? So I'm giving a boundary, but I'm also expanding the boundary too, right? So for that purpose you can simply put it like this, string. That's it. It is correct. Now this particular value variable can store two types of value. One is a number and the other is a string, right? So let's write here value as 10 and value as, let's say, hello like this. Got it? So you can see I'm not getting any error here. Why? All because I have already defined that this particular variable can hold two different values, right? Two different data types like this. Got it? Okay. Now the variable can store both the types and TypeScript allows only these two. Now if I try to store boolean here, so you can see I'm getting an error here. The error says that type boolean is not assignable to the type string union number. Okay, got it. That was easy. Okay, yes. Now let's move forwards toward using this union in our function. How we use it. Okay, so let me just write a function here. So function, and let's the name of the function as print id like this. Inside of it, let's take a parameter id, and now I'm going to define the data type of it. So what do you think? What should be the data type of it? Let's keep a number. ID could be a number or ID could be a string also, right? So we can simply write it like this, number or string. That's it. It is correct. Now after putting a colon, you can put the data type or the return type also. Here you can use the union or you can also avoid union. That's all on you. So let's write only a string here. Okay. Now inside of it, I'm going to return id is plus id like this. Got it? This is that much simple. So function accept multiple types, and this way is very useful in APIs. Okay, okay, got it. Now let's come to the next part. In the next part we are going to understand about the type narrowing. Now what is this type narrowing? Well, I can explain it to you with the help of an example. Let me just do one thing. Let's copy this part. Let's copy this part and let's name it as print length, right? And here I'm going to take a parameter value like this, right? And I'm not going to put any return type. I want it to be like TypeScript should understand implicitly. Okay, now after this I'm going to write here return value dot length, let's say, right? Now you may ask that why this value dot length? Hmm? Value dot length, where this length is coming? Well, there's a concept. Let me explain it to you. So when you are working with a string, when you are working with a string, let's say str, right? So TypeScript or a JavaScript provides you an inbuilt function that is str.length. Now what this do? Well, let's say that str is having a value, let's say hello, right? So when you do str.length, so the value will come 5. Why 5? Because it is having 5 values, right? Str is holding a string and this length of this string is 5. That's why str.length is 5 here. But this dot length do not work with a number. With number data type, right? This dot length do not work, right? Let's say there's a value as 90. So value dot length will not give you anything. Okay, so it only works with a string. So at that time, if I'm working with two different data types and I'm returning something, a function or something which can only work with one data type, not with other, then it will give me an error. So how we can handle it? Well, for handling it, we use the type narrowing, right? We use the type narrowing. So how we work with it? Like what is it? Okay, let me show you. So rather than writing just straight, you do use the conditional statements. So I put a if and I'll write here type of value, and I'm using a strict, right, strict comparison, and here I'm writing string. So if the type of value is a string, so you do what? You return value dot length. It is fine now, right? Else you do what? You return value dot to string dot length, like this. Do you get it? Do you get it what I'm doing? Huh? What I have done? If the type of this value is a number, in that particular case, what I'm doing? I'm doing value dot, let me just copy it from here. Look here. I'm doing value dot to string. What it will do? It will convert this 90 into a string 90, and now using dot length will give you a result as 2, will give you a result as 2. So yes, now it is going to work perfectly. Do you want to see it? Okay, let me show you. Console.log, and here let's write print length and let's give it a value of 50. Okay, so this should give me a value 2, and console.log, and let's write here print length and let's give the value as Piyush. Okay, now let's run it. Let's save it and go here. You can see this time for the first one the value is 2, and for the next one it is the value of print length, and the string Piyush is having value 6, right? So this is how actually we work with the union types in TypeScript. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone. In this particular video, we are going to learn intersection types in TypeScript, right? So if union types were about or, then intersection types are about and, right? Okay, so let's understand this properly. So what is an intersection type? So intersection types combines multiple types into one, and it uses a and operator. This one, not here, let me write it here. And this one, right? It uses this operator. So the value must satisfy all types at the same time. This is the real funda. Okay, so let's move to the basic example of understanding that how this intersection types actually work. So let me just write here. Let me create a type using a type alias, and I have written the type keyword. After that, person. Let's say person, right? Like this. Now here I'm going to write name. I've given it a string. Fine. And I'm going to create another type and name it employee. And inside of it I'm going to write imp id as number. Okay, like this. So there are two types I have created. One is person, second is employee. The name is holding a string, right? The person, inside the person, the name is holding a string, and the inside the employee type, the imp id is holding a number. There are two types, right? Now I'm going to create another type which is a staff, right? And I'm going to give both these types into it. I'm going to combine both the types into this stuff. How I can combine that? Well, for that, simply write person, then and employee, like this, and done, and done. We have successfully created our intersection type here. Now it's come that how we actually use it. Well, it is very simple. There's nothing something big about it. You simply use it the way you were using the earlier types, right? Simply just write const here, const. Let's name it as mm, employee. Let's say, right, employee, and I'm going to give a type as staff. Okay, so now the staff is holding two types, person and employee, and that's why this particular employee is going to have two values. One is name and the second is imp id. The name should be a string and the imp id should be number. Okay, now just simply create the object now. So here I'm going to write your name, and this is fuchsia, and after that imp id, right? And this should be, let's say, 101. Yes, so you can see that now I have employee. I'm so sorry, I should not name it employee. This is not good. uh what should I write then? Staff is also present. Okay, so manager, let's say manager. Okay, let's say manager. So manager is a part of staff which is having two details. One is name and the second is imp id, right? So you can see from here, you can check it from here, right? This is how your intersection types work. If I used only one, let's say if I use only person, so you can see now I'm getting an error with the imp id, which is saying that object literal may only specify known properties, and imp id does not exist in type person. And same, if I had put here only employee, in that particular case I get the error with this name. But now, since I'm having both these types and I want to use both of them, so I have made an intersection type and define it here. Define it here. And now it is working fine. That's it. That's the concept. I hope you understood that, right? Now, why we use intersection type? To combine multiple structures, avoid duplication, and create scalable types. That's it. Got it? Okay. Now let's move forward to our understanding one more concept about intersection in function. Right? We understood in intersection in object. Now let's understand about the intersection in function. So let's create a type A. Type A equals to, and here A as number. Right? One parameter is there, which is a number. And let's create another type B, which is okay, which is holding B as number. So I'm having two types, A and B. One A is having one parameter naming A, which is having the value number. The type B is having one parameter named B, which is holding the data type number. Fine, very good. Now let's say I'm going to create a function and let's name it print data, right? And inside of it, I'm going to hold a type or a parameter, right? Basically, I'm going to use a intersection type. So for that purpose, I can simply write here data like this. And while defining its type, right, this is a parameter, and while defining its type, I can simply write A and B like this, like this. Okay. And now let's make a return type as a string. And now here inside of it, how it is going to work, let's see. Let's say I want to return, let's say I'm going to return A equals to dollar data dot A, comma B equals to dollar data dot B, like this. So here the function expects both properties, right? And it ensures the complete data. So how it will work, let me just give you the values there. So let's call this function. So console.log, and here inside of it I'm going to write print data, and inside of it I'm going to give 10 comma 50 like this. So will it work? Is this the way? It is saying that it is expected one argument but got two. Okay, then let's give it one only. But here you can see it is saying that argument of type number is not assignable to the type A and B, and is saying that type number is not assignable to the type A. Then how should I call this particular function print data? That's the biggest question, right? So let's see. So you need to put a curly bracket here, right? After putting a curly bracket, now you have to properly define that what values you are sending, right? So let's say for A it is 10, and then I'm putting a comma, and for B it is 20, right? Now it will accept it. Now it is very fine. So inside the print data, while calling it, what I have done, I have sent the values but properly, by properly defining the types, right? For A it is 10, B it is 20, in this way. Now if I simply just save it and run it here, you will find that I got it here. The A is 10 and the B is 20, right? It is coming from here. So I hope you understood the concept that how we work uh, with these intersection types, okay, in TypeScript. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the type narrowing in TypeScript, which is one of the most important concept when working with the union types, right? If you have ever seen errors like property does not exist on type, such kind of thing, then this particular video will fix that completely. So let's start. So first of all, let's understand that what is type narrowing. So type narrowing means reducing a variable type from multiple options to a specific one. I'm repeating, type narrowing means reducing a variable's type from multiple options to a specific one. Now, let's understand with the help of example that what problem comes when we do not use narrowing, when we are not narrowing in our particular function or object. What are the problems that we face normally? So let's write here function print length. Let's make this copilot silent. Okay, print length, and after that inside of this I'm saying value can be a string or number, right? And now inside of it I'm saying return value dot length, right? Now the problem will come here when you are submitting or using a number as an argument. because this dot length property comes with string only. This dot length property comes with string only. So now in case if you are sending a number, right, as an argument, in that particular case this dot length will not work. So what it will give? It will give you an error, right? If you go here and hover, you will see that property length does not exist on type string or number. Property length does not exist on the type number, right? Does not exist on the type number. That's the problem. So how we will deal with it? How we deal with it? Well, in that particular cases, this narrowing concept comes, right? So first method is using type of. How we can do that? Just simply write function print length like this. Okay, let me just make it comment down. Okay, now inside of this I'm saying value as string or number, and then I'll write the number type. Let's write it number, and inside of this now we are going to use the type of, right? So we use the type of with the conditional statements like if type of this particular value, right, make the strict comparison as string. In that particular case you return, right, you return value dot length. Okay, value dot length. Else you do what? You do one thing, that you return, in case if it is a number, right, in that particular case you write value dot to string and then dot length like this. So if you write in this particular way, so what will happen, that if the value means the argument that you are sending is a string, in that particular case it will return this. With the help of this type of, it will know that whether it is a number or a string. So if it is a string, then this will run, otherwise it will run this. Now what it will do, so let's say that you are having 90 as an argument, so this will convert it into a string, and then the result that you will get will be 2, right? The result that you will send will be 2. If you want to see the results, let me just write here console.log print length, and inside of it let's give 80 800, let's say, right? Now if I just simply save it and go here and run node index.js, so you will find here 3. We are getting 3. Why? Because 800 is converted into, let's say this is 900, right? So 900 is converted into 900 of a string, and now 1 2 and 3 is the length, so it is, we are getting the result as 3, right? So that's how we do the narrowing with the help of the type of. Now let's come to the next method. The next method comes with in operator, right? Next method comes with in operator. Let me give you an example. Let's create a type with the help of type alias. That means user equals to name as string and type admin equals to role string, right? Function print info person as user or admin, right? So I'm saying that this particular function print info is having a parameter person, which is having two type. One type is a user, other type is admin. What is this user? User is holding a name, right, which is a string, and admin is holding a role, which is a string, right? Now moving forward towards using the in operator, right? So let's say that what I want to return. Okay, let me just do that. Let me show you first return. I want to return console.log and person.name like this. Now the problem will come. Let's say that being like while calling this particular function inside the argument, if you have sent the role only, you have sent the role only, not the name. So in that particular case, what will happen, that this particular line will have nothing to return, right? So what it is saying, that the property name does not exist on type admin, right? So at time when you are sending something of role basically, right, at that time it will not get the name, and when it will not get a name, then you will get an error or undefined kind of thing, right? So how to deal with it? Well, the simple way is that using in operator. So first of all, create a conditional, that is if, and then I'll say that name, right, this one, this name in person, this person is having name inside of it. If it is present, then you do what, you present console.log and person dot name. Otherwise, else you do what, you write console.log and person dot role, like this. Now it is perfect. This is called as your narrowing with in operator, right? So let's run this also. So for that, let's write here mm, print info, and inside of this I'm going to give name as Piyush only, right? So let's save it and give it here. So you will find that this result is coming from the above function, right? Now you can see the name is Piyush here, right? And if I just change it and make it role as actor, let's say, right? Let's save it, and when you run it, you will find that this time I got actor. Where it is coming from? It is coming from this line, person.role, right? You can check from here. I have given role, and role is coming inside the admin, right? So that's why when I have done print info role as actor, then it has run this line, console.log person.role. That's it. Did you get the concept? Yes. So this is all about narrowing in a TypeScript. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone. In this particular lecture, we are going to learn about the literal types in TypeScript. A super useful concept to make your code more strict and predictable. So if you want to allow only specific value instead of general types, this is exactly what you need. So earlier in the videos, I have explained you that how you can restrict the types for a particular variable. But now we are moving to one more step ahead, that restricting the values for a particular variable. And that's what we do with literal types, right? So literal types means a variable can have only specific exact values, not a general type. So let's start with the basic example. So if I write here, let direction equals to, not equals to, colon, right? And then here I will do what, I will define the values, right? The values that I want to this particular variable, right? So let's say the values can only be left and can only be right. That's it. Now if anyone comes and try to assign anything else, then it will give a error. Let me give you an example. So if I write here, like I have already set that direction can be left or right only. Now if I write here direction, okay, let me just give you a one more point. If I simply just write here console.log and I write here direction, right? So if I just simply go and print it, so you will find that it is undefined now. The direction is not holding any value. These are just a restriction, right, to this particular direction. It is not the values, right? So now I'm going to assign a value. So if I write here direction equals to left, so yes, it is correct now, right? Simply if I go and run it, you will find that it has printed the left. because the direction is holding value left, and similar with the right also, right? Similar with the right also. But if I assign the value to this direction as, let's say, up, let's say up, so what will happen, that you will get an error. The type up is not assignable to the type left or right. That's the problem. Got it? Do you got it? So only these two values are allowed, and this is what your literal type do, right? Now the question comes that why we use literal types. Well, literal types are used to restrict values, to prevent the invalid data, and it is super useful for the UI states, API responses, fixed options. Okay, great. Now moving forward to taking few more examples. Let's say that I'm going to create a function. Let me just keep it left here. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to create a function and naming it as move, and giving a parameter direction like this. Okay, now I'm going to apply the literal type, that is, the direction can be up or down, like this. Yes, and after that I'm simply writing here console.log, and I'm saying that moving plus direction, like this. Got it? Now if I simply just run this move and passing the value up, right? So what it will do, okay, what happened? Just save it. Yes, you can see it is uh, printing moving up, right? But if I give left this time, so you can check, I'm getting an error, that is argument of type left is not assignable to the parameter of type up and down, right? So you have simply restricted here also. So this is how we work with the functions, right? Now one more example. So let's say that you are creating a game of Ludo, right? You have played Ludo, right? Okay, so let dice. So in Ludo, the dice have only six values: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6. These six value only, right? So for that purpose, what we can use, we can simply use literal types. Put a semicolon and give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's it. Now, when the dice value will be 3, so it is good. Dice value equals to 6, yes, it is good. But when the dice value equals to 9, let's say, then you can see we are getting an error. The type 9 is not assignable to the type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Do you get it? How we use it, where we use it in such cases. Okay, great. So I want to end this video with the one last example using the literal types with objects, right? So let's write here type status equals to success or error or loading, right? Now type response equals to status as, let's take it like this, let's keep it capital here, status as status, right? So we have created a type in which we have assigned some values, that is some literal types, right? After that I have created another type which is response, and here I have put the status, right, as a property, and its values are coming from this particular type, right? Okay, fine, great. Now moving forward to using it. So const res, taking the data type as response, okay, and inside of this, now you can simply put status as, if you write, you can check that we are getting the options now. error, loading, and success. Why I'm getting this options? Because here the status can hold only these values of status, and the status are having three values: success, loading, and error. So you can use any of it, right? Except this, if you write anything, let's say pending, fine. So you will get an error here. Got it? So this is how we use the literal type in TypeScript. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the type assertion in TypeScript. A very useful concept when TypeScript does not know the exact type, but you do, right? Okay, so let's start. So what is type assertion? Well, type assertion is used to tell the TypeScript the specific type of a value. Main part is that it does not perform type conversion, right? There's no runtime change. It do not change the actual data, but it only show how the TypeScript treats it, right? So let me take a basic example to make it more clear. So let's say we have written here, let value is any, right? With any, I'm saying that it could be anything. I don't know, right? TypeScript do not know that which particular specific data type it is. It could be anything, right? Now here I have written hello TypeScript like this, and then I have written let length equals to, not equals to, let's take the type as number, right? And here I want to take this particular value as a string. Currently it is any, right? It could be anything, not, it is not specified, but I want to take it as a particular data type for this particular length. In that particular case, we use a type assertion. How we do that? Well, for that, simply put a bracket here, and inside of this write the name of that particular variable, and then you simply need to write as, and after that mention the type, that is, let's say string. That's it, right? Now you have mentioned it like this, that value as strings, but currently it is giving an error. What is the error? That length is declared but not used. Type string is not assignable to the type number. It is saying that you have taken this particular value as a string, and now you are storing it inside a length, but length should be number. So what we want is that we want a length here, right? Like this. So now you can see that the error is gone, right? The error is gone. And what is happening here, that this value is now asserted as a string, right? And after that we are using the method of a string. Got it? So value is any. That means TypeScript does not know its type, right? And we assert it as a string for this particular length, and then we can use the length because now the value is basically it is defined that it is of the data type string. That's why we can use it simply the length method. Okay. Now if I just simply print it, so console.log, and let's take the length here like this, and now if I just save it and run it here, so you can see the length of that particular text is 16, and that is present here, right? So this is how it works. Got it? Now let's move to another syntax, right? In another syntax we use the angle brackets, right? What is that angle bracket now? So let's take this example only, right? Let me just do one thing, let me just comment it down, right? So here value is any, and the inside of it hello TypeScript is there, right? So basically we are going to learn about a new syntax, but the thing is exactly the same, right? So let length as number, right, equals to, put a bracket, right? Put a bracket like this. Now inside of that you simply put arrows, right? And here inside of that write the data type in which you want to assert, right? So I have written string here, and after that mention that particular variable, so I have written value here, and after that now you have simply asserted it as a string. This value is now asserted as a string. Now I'm simply going to use this length here. That's it. So the simple way is that you can use it like this also, right? Either you write as value as a string, means you are going to use this as, or you can use these angle brackets, right? And it is going to work the same. Let me show you. So you can see 16 here, right? Now, one important point, that since it is same as the same syntax, right? But we mostly avoid it when we are working with the React project, right? When we are working with the React project, we simply avoid it. But it is important to know that how the type assertions are done and what are all the syntaxes that are being used, right? Okay. Now, the question comes that when to use this type assertion. So, type assertion is used when TypeScript cannot infer the type, right? That let's say that you are the user and I'm taking a value from your side through my code, and you have just entered some value. So TypeScript does not know that what value you are going to enter, right? But I want to assert it as a string at the time when I'm going to perform certain operation in the function, right? So there we use it. Now coming up to next point, that is working with any or unknown. At that time you also use this type assertion when you are working with a DOM element at that time, and especially for the API responses, use this type assertion. Okay, I hope you get the concept very clearly, right? Now let me just take one more example. Okay, let's take this as unknown also, right? Let's end all the edges. So let value as unknown. So if you take this particular data type of unknown, at that time you can use it as same. It will work exactly the same, right? And unknown is safer than any, right? That's also a point, that unknown is quite safer than using any, but requires assertion to use. With any you can use it anyway, right? Anytime. But with unknown it is more safer, but type assertion is must when you are working with the unknown. That's it. Fine. Okay, so I think the topics are covered now. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the optional chaining in TypeScript, a super useful feature to safely access data without crashing your app, right? So let's start. So first of all, what is optional chaining? Well, optional chaining allow you to safely access properties. We represent it like this: question mark and then a dot, like this. Yes. And the thing is that if something is null or undefined, right? If something is null or undefined, this optional chaining stop the execution and return undefined instead of throwing a runtime error. That's the beauty of this particular topic, right? So let me give you an example so that it could be more clear to you. So if you write, let's say, const user as any, right, and put a curly bracket here, and let's say, like, you can see here that user is a variable, and we have defined the any to it, like it could be any data type, right? And the bracket, the object is totally empty, there's nothing inside of it. Now at this time, if I try to print console.log user dot address dot city, right, user dot address dot city, if I'm trying to get this, and simply if I run this, you will find that I have got a lot of error here. And what is this error? This is a runtime error. This is a runtime error. And why it happened? It happened because address here, this address is undefined, and we are trying to access dot city, means there is something which is undefined and we are trying to get access to something which is inside of that, but that even don't exist, right? At that time your TypeScript code get crashed, right? Get crashed. So how we can deal with it? How we can deal with it? Because at the time when you are working with the APIs, right? So we are expecting something from the API, that it should give me this particular result. But let's say that the response from the API is empty. At that time, our whole project can get into the error, right? It will stop working. Why? Because what is happening? That it can get this runtime error. So how we deal with it? How we can like protect our code? Well, for that we use the optional chaining, right? How we can do this? Simply just put a question mark after this, a question mark after this address, right? So at that time, now if you just simply save it and go and run it, you will find that this time there was no error, but the undefined is present. Only undefined. That's it. That means you have successfully protected your complete code or the project from getting an error, right? And we have used this optional chaining to get simply undefined in place of empty value. Okay, got it? Fine. Now let's take few more examples at multiple levels, right? So let's say that I'm having const user equals to, and let's take the name as, okay, let me just do one thing, comment it down, and let's take the name as Piyush, and after that put a comma, address as city, Lucknow. Okay, what happened? Like this. Okay, city as Lucknow. So this was something we were trying to access, right? And this time we have successfully created that object. So now if I just come here and try to run it, right, and simply save it, and we'll try to get the value. So you can see that I'm getting this Lucknow here. I'm getting this Lucknow here. But in case if I try, if there's contact, right, if there's a contact, in that particular case, what will happen? Will my code get crashed? No, we get a undefined. So simply it is working, just the value is undefined here, it is not getting crashed, right? Now let's see the it's same in the arrays also. So if I create an array, let's say const mm, student equals to create a array, right? And let's take a curly bracket here, and here inside this, like I'm creating an array of object, right? So I'm saying that let's take the name as Piyush, put a comma, and then a null here. So this is my array. Okay, now let's say that I'm trying to access the name here. So if I write console.log and users, sorry, not users, it is a student, right? Student, and the value at index number 0, if it exists, right, put a question mark, dot, make it a habit, always use question mark, always use optional chaining while you are working, right? No matter the value is coming or not, right? Always use it. That's a good habit. So console.log, and let's take same here, that student, and at index number 1, question mark, dot, and then name, right? So now you can see that at index number 0, at name, you will get the value, but at index number 1 there is just a null, means nothing is present, and there also I'm trying to access this name. So what kind of result should come? Simply, okay, it is coming from above, right? This is our main output. So you can see the first output is Piyush, right? It is correct, but from second it is coming undefined, means it is successfully saved. If I just remove this, right, and save it, and now if I try to run it, you will find a runtime error here. Why? Because it is null and you are trying to access the value of it. Got it? So this is what your optional chaining is, and I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the null coalescing in TypeScript. What is this? Well, it is a small operator that solves a very big problem, right? So it is very important for you to know that how this particular operator works and what is its use case, right? Okay, so let's start with the definition, that what is nullish coalescing. Well, the nullish coalescing operator is denoted by this double question mark, right? And it is used to provide a default value, and it only works when the value is null or undefined, right? Either null or undefined. So to handle these kind of values, we normally use this particular operator. Okay, so let's take a basic example. So if I just write here, let value equals to null, like this. Okay, so here this particular value variable, right, is not holding anything. It is having this null here, right? So there's no value. Okay, so if I write let result equals to value, right? So I want a value here. I want a value here. So in case if this particular value is having anything, right? If this particular value variable is having anything, I want that particular value to get inside this particular result variable, right? But if the value variable is null, in that particular case, I want a default value to be present, right? And for that, we use this particular operator. So simply just mention this double question mark, and after that, you can write that particular default value, right? So let me just write the string here, default value, like this, right? So now if I simply just print console.log and take out the result, right? So you can see I'm getting a default value here. I'm getting a default value here, not the value of this particular, like this particular value variable, right? But in case if there's something present, let's say 23, in that particular case, what will happen? You will get a 23, right? So that's what I said. It deals with null and undefined. So if the value is null, in that particular case, what will happen? It will make the value to come from this particular default value, else it will allow this particular value if it is not null or undefined. Got it? Got it? Okay, let's move forward. And now the question may arise in your mind that for such kind of case, what we do, we normally use a OR operator. For OR operator, what we do, we just simply put this, right? We simply just mention this. So what is the use of this particular operator now? Why I'm using this nullish coalescing operator when the OR operator is already present? Well, using OR operator could be a problem sometimes. What kind of problem? Let me explain it to you. Let's say that I'm having let value equals to 0, like this, right? Just make it comment. Okay, so I'm saying that let the value is equals to 0. Okay, fine. Now I'm saying let result equals to value or operator and 100. So what it means, that if value is okay, right? If there's a value, then you give me this value, the value, okay, just the number of this particular variable inside this result, right? Otherwise give me this 100. That's the concern, right? And here this particular variable is holding a number. 0 is a number, right? So it is holding a number. So what do you think it is going to give me? This 0 or this 100? Let's see. Console.log and result. Let's save it. And it is giving me 100 here. Even though I'm having this number as a value for this particular variable, right? It is giving me this one, not this. Why? Why? Can you guess about it? Try to think. Why it is giving me 100, not value, this particular variable, right? Because here what happened is that your particular value 0 is treated as a false. The 0 is treated as a false here, right? So the Boolean effect works here, right? That's why this OR operator has given you a wrong result, right? I should get 0 here, not 100, but I'm getting 100, all because the 0 is getting treated as a false with this OR operator. Now you understood that why we need it. Why we need it? Yes, let's use the nullish coalescing operator, and now let's check that whether the value is coming or not. So you can see this time I'm getting the 0. Yes, cool, na? Yeah, I know. Okay, now let's take few more examples to make the concept more clear to you, right? So I'll do what? Console.log. Let's copy it, paste, right? So now you have to guess, right? You have to guess. If I just mention this empty string and then a default string, this default string, right? What should I get? This empty string and then this default string. What should I get? Okay, let's check. I have got here. Okay, these two consoles are also working. Okay, that's why. Let me just clear. So I'm getting a empty string here. Nothing is present, right? So this is giving me what? This is uh this is giving me a empty string. Now let's take another example, and here false, true. Now you tell me what I'm going to get. False or true? Any guesses? Let's check. I am getting a false here, right? It is taking the first one, false. Now let's take this example. Undefined and hello. What I'm going to get? Undefined or a hello? Let's check. I am getting a hello this time. This one. Remember what I told you in the starting, that this particular operator works with these two, null and undefined type, right? So when you mention undefined here, at that time you got the second one, that is hello, the default value, right? So I'm getting here hello, right? So I hope all the concept related to this particular operator is now clear to you, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn the discriminated unions in TypeScript. It is a must-known concept for the real-world app and interviews, right? So make sure that you hear it with full focus. Okay, now, if you want to safely handle multiple object types without confusion, this concept will make the thing super clean, right? So that's what we are going to learn in this particular video, and that is discriminated union, right? Now what is this discriminated union is? Well, a union of multiple object types where each type has a common property, right, which is called as a discriminator, and that property has a unique literal value, right? In simple word, you can say that each object that you create has a label, and a TypeScript uses that particular label to identify its type. Sounds confusing, na? No problem. We are going to understand it very clearly with the help of the example, right? And I'm sure that you will get the concept very easily, right? So let's start. So let's first understand that what problem comes without the discriminated union. So let's say that if I have written type circle equals to radius number, right? And there is another type square which is having side as number. Okay, these two things are here. Now the time when you put the thing like this, let's say the function get area, here the shape is either of the type circle, union square, right? And I'm returning what? Returning shape shape.radius into shape.radius. This is what I want to return, right? Now it's on you that you simply just read the example very clearly. I'm giving you a few seconds. Read it. So what is happening here, that this TypeScript code is going to give our error. And why this error? Why this error is here, right? You can see there's an error, right? And why is there error? Because this shape can be either a circle or a square. That's what we have given in the union, right? A shape can be a circle or a square. So the TypeScript thinks that, what if the shape is actually a square? When you are running this particular function, the TypeScript can think now that this shape can be a square, but the square do not have this radius. The radius is present in a circle. Then in that particular case, you are going to get an error, right? It is very important for you to understand that how the TypeScript thinks, right? So let me just give you a more clarity to it. So let's say that if I have written like this, right? The parameter is like this. So what is happening, that TypeScript interprets it as shape is either a circle or a square, right? And I cannot assume which one. The TypeScript will say that I cannot assume which one. It can be either this or that. So internally it sees something like this, right? This shape dot radius is actually may exist or not, right? So the real risk comes of the runtime error, that if TypeScript allow this, in that particular case, if I just call this particular function with side, let's say 5, right? The side as 5. Then inside the function we are having this shape.radius. So what will happen at the time of returning, right? When it is returning something, you will get undefined into undefined, which will directly result to null value, right? Not a number. And this is a runtime bug, right? And that's where this concepts come. So to fix this, what we do, see, this complete topic, this complete video is all about a concept, right? There's nothing like I'm going to explain any new operator or something. It's more about that how the TypeScript think and how we deal with it, right? How we deal with the problems. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's create another function. So what I'm going to do is that I'm simply just going to commit it down. Now this time I'm going to create the same function, and the name of the function is get area, right? Inside of this I'm having a shape. Yes, the shape is either a circle or a square like this. And now inside of this I'm saying that if radius in shape, then only you return shape dot radius into shape.radius like this. Else you do what? You return shape.side into shape.side, right? So this is how we deal with it, right? You must prove to TypeScript that which type you are dealing with, and that's what we do with the help of this in operator, right? This in operator, we already checked that whether this radius is present in shape or not while calling this particular function, right? I have checked that whether the radius is present in shape or not. No, the radius is not present because we are giving a side here. So this particular return will not give you the result, but this will give you the result, right? So this time you are going to get shape.side into shape.side. Yes, easy. Yeah. So the core problem summary is that you are using union means either type, and TypeScript would not guess it. So you must narrow the type first, right? Otherwise unsafe property will get the access, right? Okay. So I hope you have understood that what is the problem that's come, right? Now let's come to the undiscriminated union, that why this problem leads you to the undiscriminated union. The video is not end now, right? The main concept is now going to start. So let's create type circle equals to keep one thing kind here, right? And keep it circle like this. And after that, mention the radius, right? And name it, like, give the type as number. So we have done two things now. While creating a type alias, we have mentioned the kind also, we have mentioned the radius also. So right, radius was already there, right? What we have added is a kind now. So one more, I say the property is added, right? Now type, let's take the square this time, right? Square, and keep it kind square, and then radius, sorry, side will be there now, side. So to deal with such problems, we simply use this kind here, right? We add a discriminant. This kind is now a discriminant, right? This kind is now a discriminant that we were talking about in the definition of this particular topic, right? Now, while dealing with it, what we do, we simply just use it. So now we say that if, sorry, let's take the function from here, right? And here we write that if shape dot kind is equals to circle, then only you return math dot pi, right, into shape dot radius dot shape, sorry, into shape dot radius, right? Else you return shape dot side into shape dot side, like this, right? Now when you will call this particular function, then everything will be fine, everything will be fine. So if I just run it, so what I'll do, what I'll share, I'll say here that I will mention const circle area equals to get area, and here first I'll give the kind, right? Kind as circle, and then we will give the radius as 5, right? And after that I'll print it console.log circle area, sorry, right? So I know that this coding part has become too much long, but all I did is that to explain you that what problem comes, how we normally deal with it, that is in operator, right? But when we use this discriminator, and this discriminator is your kind, right? And that's how we solve such kind of problems, right, using this kind of discriminator union. Now when I call it, you will find that I'm getting the right value, right? If I just keep it square and make it as a side as 5, then this will give me the 25 as a result, right? So successfully we have solved this problem with the help of the discriminator union using this discriminator kind, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you get the understanding that what is the use case of it and when we use it, right? So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the utility types in TypeScript, a powerful feature that helps you to transform the types instead of rewriting them, right? So by the end of this video, you will know that what utility types are, why they are used, and how to use the most important ones, right? So let's start. So first of all, what are utility types? So utility types are built-in TypeScript helpers. Okay, TypeScript helpers, and they help you to modify the existing type. So earlier we learned that how we create types, right, in TypeScript, but now we are going to learn that how we can modify the types. Okay, so let's say I'm having a type user. Yes, user, and inside of this I'm saying ID as number and name as string and email as string, like this. Okay, and we will use this particular type for all the examples. Okay, so there are multiple types of utility types, like there are multiple properties, and like it is around 10 to 12 properties, different properties, but we need to know only few properties which are actually being used in your projects, right? So these are three, that is partial, required, and read only. Only three one. Okay, so I'm going to start the partial. So I'm going to start with the partial. So here, let's say I want to create this particular type such that all the properties become optional, right? All the properties become optional. So if a person or the any particular variable is using that particular type, it is not mandatory to that particular variable that it use all the properties, means all the fields, right? Here we use this partial. How? You simply need to write type. After that, let's say partial user, this is the name, and after that I'm going to use the partial utility type. For that, just write here partial, like this. Sorry, TIAL. Okay, partial, and then inside this just put your particular type. So the type is user, so I have put it into the partial. Okay, after writing this, now you have successfully created a new type, that is partial user, which is saying that this particular type is now of the utility type partial. Okay, so here what I can do now, that if I'm using this particular, user field, right, user type. So let me just give you an example. So if I write here const user equals to partial user, I'm going to use this particular type now. Okay, partial user equals to, here inside of this, if I write ID as 1, and that's it. If I have not mentioned all the particular fields which I mentioned to the type, it's okay. There is no problem with that. This particular partial utility type does this thing, right? It makes all the properties, become optional. Fine. Okay, now let's come up to the next part, that is required. Fine. So here we will write type required user equals to required, right? I've used the required utility type. Inside of this I'm mentioning this particular user type which I've created on the top, right? So now after creating this, what this required utility type does, basically it is opposite of your partial. That means it forces all the fields should be there. It forces that all the field should be there. How? Let me show you. So if I write here const user 2, right, and here I'm using required user, Fine. Inside this, if I have mentioned ID as 1 and name as, let's say, Piyush, and email as abc at the rate, so at the rate something random, right? Like this. Not semicolon, it should be a comma only, right? Like this. So it is fine, it is good, because we have mentioned all the fields here, right? But if I simply just remove any one particular field, you can check. This time I'm getting an error. This error is saying that property name is missing in type, but required in type required user. That means it is saying that you have not mentioned all the type, all the particular fields that are mentioned in your required user type, right? So this is what your particular uh, required utility type is. Now let's move to the last one of this particular lecture, which is read only type, right? Read only. Fine. So if I simply just write here type read only user uh, uh, user equals to, just write here read only, right? Like this, small o. After that, inside of this, let's put the user, that particular type, initial particular type, right? Now what this particular type will do, basically, after using this, you cannot modify the values, right? It is good for the constants. This particular type is good for the constants. Okay, so if I just simply write here, let's say const, okay, let me just copy this thing, copy, paste, like this, make it user number 3. And here, after creating this particular user 3, right? Now if I simply just try to change the any particular value, let's say user 3 dot name equals to Raj, right? If I try to do this, this will give me a error, not here, but the time when you execute this particular thing, right? Let's say let's save it and run it here. Wait, user 3 dot name. Okay, okay, sorry. Basically, what we have done mistake is we have used the required user as a type, but we need to call the read only user, right? Yes. So now here you can check the moment I'm trying to basically edit this particular name from this user 3, since it is having the type as read only user, right? This new type which we have created, I'm getting an error here the moment I'm trying to modify it. That is, you cannot assign to name because it is read only property, right? So this is how we use the utility type in TypeScript. I hope you understood the concept with the help of these examples. It is very easy. It is just you can say just a tool which is provided by the TypeScript to make your work easier, right? It's all on you whether you want to use it in your project or not, right? So I hope you understood the concept very clearly. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we will understand the partial and required in TypeScript, but not with the boring examples. But we will use a real world scenario like user profile update system, right? So this will make everything in a crystal clear order. Okay, so let's start with the first one. That is, let's imagine that we have a user profile, right? So let's create that. So I'm creating type user, and here I put the ID as number. In the last video, I explained you already about what are utility types, right? These two are the most important of it. In the upcoming lectures, I'll also explain more types, right, in a more detailed way. That particular last video was for the introductory part, but these video are for the particular specific part. Okay, so email as string here also, and the password as string like this. Yeah, so we are having a user profile, let's say, having name, email, id, password, all these things. Okay, so when creating a particular user, all the fields are required, but when updating a user, we do not update everything, right? If you have worked on the backend part, you may have this understanding that when we are creating a user, all the fields are required, but when we are trying to update a user, we do not need to update everything. We just need to update a particular specific thing, right? Example, let's say that I want to update this particular name. So I'm having a user name Piyush. So I want to update that from Piyush to Rahul. So we update only this particular portion, not all, right? So TypeScript will throw error because all the fields are required, right? When you are using this, all the fields are required. So what is the way to actually change or update the thing in TypeScript, right? So for that, we use this partial, right? We use the partial utility type. How we use it? Simply what we do, that after creating this particular type, we just I say that we cover it with the partial utility type. How we do that? Simply just write type update user, right? Update user, and then what I'll do is that partial, I'll put the partial here, and inside of this I'll keep this particular type. Now I'm having another type which is having this partial property with this particular user type. Now what will happen, that by this time I can simply update the any of the particular field, right? So let's say what I'll do is I'll create a function update user, right? And here I'll write data as update user, right? I have given the data type as this update user, this particular, right? And inside of this I'll write console.log updating, and here I'll write the data, right? Here I'll write the data. So what will happen is basically after writing this data is coming from here, right? So now if I just simply do one thing, that is I'll call this particular function update user, and inside of this if I just write here name as Piyush, right? So you can check here that this particular data parameter is having the data type as update user, but when it is having this particular update user, so update user is holding what? Update user is holding this user, and user is having 4 different fields, but still when I'm calling the function, I'm giving only one particular field. So that could be wrong, that could be wrong in case if we have not used this partial here. If we have not used this partial here, we need to give all the fields at the time we are calling the particular function with this particular parameter, which is having user type, right? But when we put the partial, we can now simply do what? We can put any particular field. It is not mandatory, it is not enforced to use all the fields, right? Simply if I just call the next one also, let's say the uh, the password also, right? Password as 12345 like this. So it is correct. It now we can simply send it. So now if I just call it, you will find that we got the result here. We got the result here. The twist part is that even after using this particular type, even after using this particular type, we are sending only one field at the time to the particular function. Why? Because we had used this partial utility type, right? We wrapped this particular user type with this partial, right? Partial type. That's why. So this is the use case of this particular utility type. I hope you understood that partial user makes all the properties optional. Now we can send only the field we want, right? So partial, basically this partial is perfect for updating APIs. This is the use case of it. Okay. And why it is powerful? Because without partial, we must send full object, but with partial, we send only the changed field, right? Which make it clean code and flexible APIs. Okay, fine. Now let's come to the next part of the video, which is about the required, right? So now the scenario is that we are validating complete user data before saving to database. Listen to me again. This time, to understand the required type, I'm giving you a scenario that we are updating complete users data. We are validating complete user data before saving it to the database, right? So how we can do that? For that, we can use the required type. Fine. Let's see. So if I write here type required user equals to required, right? Required inside of this user like this. Okay. And here now if I call the function, means I create a function, let's say save user. So what I want that when I'm saving a user, it must validate that all the fields are present or not. So for that purpose, I will simply write here user required user. I'm using this particular type now, this particular type, right? Now inside of this, I will write console.log and I'm writing here saving user, right, as user like this. And now if I just call the function save user, and inside of this if I give all the fields, right, if I give all the fields, ID let's say 23, name let's say Piyush, email let's say ABC, and this particular string password, right, password let's say 2345, right? That's it. And now I'm going to create another function call where I'm not going to mention this ID 23. So now you can see that the time when I'm calling this function and I'm mentioning all the fields, it is correct. It is correct. But at the time if I'm saving the user with any particular field missing, at that time it is giving me an error. And what is the error? It is saying that the property ID is missing, right? But it is required in this particular required user type, right? Argument of type this is not assignable to the parameter of type required user, right? This is how we use it. So required user ensures that all the fields must be present and no missing data is allowed, right? Fine. So in case of any missing field, TypeScript will stop you and it will prevent the incomplete data from going inside your database, right? So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept that use how we actually use the partial and the required utility type in TypeScript. Fine. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we will learn about that how to use pick and omit in TypeScript, right? So these two are very powerful utility type that are used in the real world applications, and we will understand it with the help of the real examples, right? So let's create a basic and base type. Sorry, right? Now inside of this, let's give the field as number, name as string, right? And email, let's keep the email as a string also. And then password, right? Password as a string also, right? So these four are the main, I say the field of this particular type user, right? So this is the full database model, let's say, right? And now what is happening here, the problem statement is that we don't always need all the fields, right? Let's say we are transferring the data into the database, right, from the front end part, and we do not always need all the fields while sending the data, right? In the UI, let's say we do not need password for the UI. For the profile card, we need only name and the email. For the admin panel, we need everything, right? So how do we create these variations? And here we use these two main types, which is pick and omit. So let's start with the pick, right? So what this pick does, basically pick allow you to select the specific properties, right? So if I write here type user profile like this equals to pick, right? How we write it, we simply just write pick here. After that we put the bracket, right, arrow symbol, and after that inside of this we will mention the type which we are using. So we are using the user type, right? So simply write user here. After that put a comma, and after putting the comma, what you will do, you will mention the fields that you want, right? So let's say I want name field and I want email field. So for the second field we just mention this, and after that email like this, right? And then close it. So this is how we write, this is the syntax of your pick utility type. Okay, fine. Now how we can use it, it is very simple. Now just simply create any particular object. Let's say const user, and here I'm using this user profile type, right, which we have created using this pick. So I will write a user profile, this is the type. Okay, after that inside of this what I will do, that after picking I have used two fields, name and email. So I can mention only two fields, name and email only, right? So if I write here name, so let's say Piyush, right, and email, let's say abc abc, let's say, right, just for example. Fine, so it is working fine. Now the moment I'll mention any more extra field, let's say password, right, password, and I keep it anything random, you will find error here, and it is saying that object literals may only specify known properties and password does not exist in type user profile. In this user profile, this password field is not specified because we have specified only name and email, right? So we cannot use it. Fine. So with the help of this pick utility type, only selected fields are allowed and others are ignored. Got it? Got it? Yes? Fine. Now let's move on to the next part, which is omit, right? Omit. So what this omit does? Well, omit is just opposite of your pick, right? Omit is just opposite of your pick. Means with the help of this pick, we select that particular fields which we want to use. With the help of omit, we actually remove those fields which we do not want to use, right? We remove the properties, specific properties, right? How we can do that? Simple, same way. Just write here type and let's say public user like this, right? Now here for using omit, simply just mention the omit like this. Okay, now inside of this I'll wrap the user like this, and here I'll mention that particular field, that is password here. Okay, so I will write password like this, you can check. Fine. Okay, great. Now let's write const user So what is happening? First of all, that for this particular public user type, it is having all the particular fields, right? ID, name, email, but not the password. We have removed the password from it, right? So in this particular case, let's create a user2, right? And I'm using the public user, right, key, public user type. And inside of this, let's give the ID as 1, right? Name as Piyush, let's say, right? And let's mention the email as abc at the rate abc, right? Like this. So you can check it is working exactly fine, right? Nothing, no error is here. But the moment if I mention the password here, right, anything, you will see a error. And the error is saying that object literal may specify only known properties, but password does not exist, right? Password does not exist. Why? Because we have removed this particular password from our user type and put this particular new updated type as public user, right? So this is the power of your omit. This is the power of your omit, right? So I hope you understood the concept that how we use the pick and omit in our TypeScript. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about a very important topic which is record in TypeScript. So, have you ever struggled with typing object in TypeScript where the keys are dynamic but the values follow a fixed structure? Well, today I will show you one of the most powerful utility type in TypeScript, and that is record, and how it can simplify your code instantly, right? So let's start with the definition. So what is record? Well, in TypeScript, record is a utility type. A utility type that helps you to create an object type. You are going to create a type of an object with specific keys and the value types, right? Its syntax look like this. Just a second. Okay, syntax look like this. Here, you first write record, then you mention keys, comma, type, right? So this is how you write the record. Now, moving forward, here this keys, right? These keys defines that what your object key will be, and this type defines that what each value should look like, right? What each value should look like. So let's took a simple example. So let's say I'm writing type user equals to, now I'm going to use the record, right? So I'll write here record, and inside of this I will first give the type of the key and then the type of the value, right? And now I can simply write const user. I'm taking this particular type, use this user type, right? So user, and then here name, let's say Piyush, and city as, let's say, Delhi, right? So now here you can see that all the keys, this name and the city are string, and all the value must also be string. You can check from here, right? So if you try to put a number, right? So if you try to put a number, let's say 1, so what will happen? That TypeScript will throw an error, right? That is, type number is not assignable to the type string, right? Now, why this record is useful? Well, it is very useful because record can make your code cleaner and readable, right? Because you might be thinking that why not just use a normal object type? Why I'm using this record? I can also use the object type also, right? But I'm not using that. Why? Because record this record makes your code cleaner and more readable, right? How? Let me show you. Let me show it to you. So if I simply use the normal object type, right? So if I, without record, let's say without record, what will be your syntax? It will be something like this: const obj, and then you mention a curly bracket. Inside of that you give a square bracket, you mention the key type as a string, and then number, and then like this. Just a second, right? So this will be something your syntax. In case if you do not use record, this is the normal object type, right? This is how you define the normal object type. But with record, what you do, simple const obj, that is object, right? Record string comma string, right? And then curly bracket, that's it, right? So what you did, you simply defined the object type with the help of record, and now you can see the difference between the syntax. How easy it is to work with record. Yes, it is much cleaner, right? Fine. So this is where the record becomes really powerful, right? And let's take a good example at the end. So if I write here type roles here equals to, let's take three roles, that is admin, and let's take user, and let's take guest. Okay, not double, sorry, it will be only one. Fine. And here if I write type permission, okay, equals to record, and inside of that, first I need to give the type, right? Type for the key. So key can be only three values, which are these. So I'll simply do what? I have put all those three values inside this roles. So I will mention here roles. That's it. And after that, for a value, I want a boolean, right? I want a boolean value like this. Now, when I'm going to work with it, I can simply use it like this, right? I'll create const permission equals to, I'll use the type as this permission which I have created, right? So permission like this equals to, is something wrong here? Let's check. No, it is correct. Fine. So after that, now I'm going to mention the key and the values, right? So first of all, key should be from where? From this roles, right? So I'll write here admin, admin, and keeping it true, right? And if I write here user, right? Is there something wrong? I guess what is happening here? Permission only refers to a type but is used as a value here. Okay, I'm so sorry. It should be like this. Okay, now it will be correct. Now user true, right? After that, guest, you can see I'm getting the suggestion also, guest as false, right? Like this. So here, with the help of this record, we have defined the type of this particular object, right? And with the help of this, we have defined our object successfully, right? Which is saying that only these three keys are allowed, and you cannot add extra keys. You cannot miss any key, right? So type enforces, means TypeScript enforces everything strictly, and this is what the use case of record is. So I hope you understood the concept that what is record utility type and how we use it. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to use key off in TypeScript, right? So this is a very small keyword, key off, right? But it is having some huge power. So that's we are going to understand in this particular video, right? So if you want to write dynamic and type safe code, then this is a must known concept. Fine. So let's start. So first of all, what is this key of? Well, key of is used to get all the keys of an object type. Let's say we have created any type, right? And inside that particular type, whatever keys that I have mentioned, if I want to extract those, if I want to get those keys, I use this key of, right? It returns a union of the property names, right? So let's start with a basic example. Let's say if I write here you type user, right? And inside of this, let's keep this Copilot on sleep, okay? And I write here name as string and age as, let's say, number, right? Like this. Fine. So with the help of the key of, right, how I use that, first let me show you. So if I write here type user keys equals to, now you write key of here, key of, and after that mention this particular user, right? So I write here user like this, right? Now what will happen? What will happen? Now here this user key, right here, this user keys becomes what? Becomes your name or age, right? This user key has now become this two, name and age. What it means? Well, let me show you. If I just write here let key of user, right? So this user is having name and age. I done what? I done this key of before this user and stored whatever the value is coming out, whatever the union is coming out inside this key variable, right? Now if I write here key equals to, let's say, name, right? So it is allowed. If I write here key equals to, you can see I'm getting the suggestion also, age and name. Age, it is fine. But if I write here key equals to password like this, you can see that I'm getting an error that type password is not assignable to the type key of user. You cannot assign it to this particular key, right? You cannot assign it to this particular key. That means it is returning the union of property names, right? And you can now only use those properties. Fine. Now let's see the real example with it, how we can use that, right? Fine. So I'm going to use this key of in the function. So if I write here function get value, and here I'll write user as user like this, right? This user, right? And after that comma key as key of, here I'm using key of and user. So first I'm saying that the user will have this user data type, and this key is now having the key of user. That means it is having the union of all the properties that are present inside this type, that is name and age. Okay, now here simply if I just return user key, okay, user key, and let's me do what? Let me just call the function. So let's say the const user equals to name, let's say Raj, comma age, let's take at 21, right? And I say get value. I'm calling this function get value, and inside of this I'm sending first object, that is user, right? I'm sending this user here because it is having the type as user. That means it should have these two properties, name and age, and the value with it, right? So it is having this particular user, right? This particular user is having these values, that means name and its value, age and its value. Fine. After that After that, I'm writing here name, right? Even though if it is giving me a suggestion also, let's say if I write here comma, so you can check it is giving me a suggestion of age or name only. So if I write age, let's say, and let me call for the name also. So if I just copy it, paste it here, and give the name, right? So now if I just simply, let's do what? Let's console.log, right? Console.log. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to put this inside here, right? The same thing I'm going to do here also, that is console.log. I'm going to put this part into this, right? Like this. Let's save it and run it here. Here you will find that I'm getting what? I'm getting 21 and Raj as the output. From where it is coming? It is coming with the help of this user, and inside of that there is a key, right? So this user is this object which is created with the help of this type, right? So it is having two properties or the field, that is name and age. And so there's an object, and after putting the square bracket, when we mention the key, from where it is coming from here. That means you can mention only two keys, that is name and age, or whatever is present as inside of this particular user type, that is name and age only, right? That's why we have used this key of, right? We have gently informed it earlier that you can use only the key of this particular user type, okay? And after that I am just accessing the value with the help of indexing, right? Do you get the understanding that how we use it and why we use it? Yes. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you understood the concept that how we use key off in TypeScript. So goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the generic functions in TypeScript. Generic functions let you write reusable functions that work with different types. So earlier you have learned that we create functions where we define that what values it can take, what value it will return, right? But what if I want to use the same function but with different types? Well, for that we use the generic function. Now, how this generic function work? Well, in generic function, instead of writing the type name, we use a placeholder, right? Instead of fixing a type, you use a placeholder type. Now, what this placeholder? Well, let me explain you with the help of examples, right? So first of all, let's talk about the syntax. So first of all, we need to write here function. After function, what you do, you write the function name, right? I'm giving you just a syntax. And then for a placeholder, you use t. Otherwise, you can name anything, but t is most common, right? Which is preferred, like it is just in the nomenclature that people use it, right? So function name, and then at the place of type you mention t as a placeholder, right? And after that you mention whatever the params that you are using, right? At the place of params also, right, you mention t, you mention that t. Now for that, now this is very important part here, right? You enclosed it into this particular bracket, right, using the greater and the lesser arrow, right? You enclose this t first of all, and after that you mention this params and type of it. Now after that you mention t here. So here you can see that first of all what I did, I mentioned the t here, right, in the starting with these brackets, right? After that, whatever the parameter that I'm taking, I'm defining those type with the help of t, and in the end, the whatever the function will return, I'm defining it with the help of this t, right? This is how we write the syntax of this particular generic function, right? So let's comment it down and work with the simple example. So first of all, what I'll do, I'll create a function. I'm going to create a generic function, right? Real example. And then let's say identity. Then you need to put this bracket, right? Fine. And after that, let's take the parameter. So parameter here is value, right? And I'm defining the type as t, and then the return type also as t, right? And now inside this particular bracket, let's return the value, right? Like this. Fine, fine. Now let's call this function. How we will call this function? Well, for calling the function, first of all we mention the function name. So identity. After mentioning the function name, you will use these arrows, right? You can check same arrow like this. And inside of this, now here we will mention the type. Earlier we used to mention the type already into the function, but now I'm going to mention the type at the time of calling, not at the time of defining, but at the time of calling the function. So here I'm writing a string, and after that put a bracket and write hello, right? Okay. Now also, let's say I want to work with the number identity, right? Number like this, and after that give the number. That's it. Yes. So for every time when I'm calling and I want different data type with this particular function, I explicitly define or call that particular data type, right, with the function call, and then give the value. Then give the value. So the same function is now working for the multiple types, right? The same function is working for the multiple types. So I hope you understood the concept that how we create a generic function. Now there's a lot to learn about generics. We will cover in the upcoming lectures part by part, right? But the important thing is that how we create the syntax, how we create the proper syntax of this generic function. That is, you need to mention this particular portion, and instead of writing the data type, you use the t. First t is mentioned here, then with the particular parameter, and then at the function return type. Here also we mention the t. This is what your syntax is, and at the time of calling the function, we first mention the function name, then we again use the arrows, right? And after that, inside of this, first of all we give the function type, right, the whatever the type that we want, and then the value with the same type. Got it? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular lecture, we are going to learn about how to create generic interfaces in TypeScript, right? So first of all, what is generic interface? Well, a generic interface let you define a structure where the type of some properties is flexible, right? So you may have created the interface before, but with the help of generic interface, we will create a flexible property interface, right? Okay. So instead of hard coding types, now you can use a type parameter like t that can change when the interface is used, right? So let's start. So first of all, I'll give you a basic syntax of it, that how we use it. So first of all, you need to write the interface keyword, that is interface like this, right? After writing the interface, now you can define the interface name like this, okay? And then, as what we learned in the last lecture about the generic function, same thing you do, that you define t as a placeholder of the type, right, inside these arrow buttons, right, inside these arrows. Now after that, put a curly bracket, and here you can define your property, like whatever the property that you want, and keep the data type as this t, right? So this is holding a placeholder for the different types, and that same type we are using here for the property, right? Okay. So this is the basic syntax of your interface. I hope you get it. Now let's start with the simple real example. Okay, so let's create a interface for a box. So first of all, write interface and then a box like this, and then put these arrows, and inside of this mention the t, okay, and then put a curly bracket and write here value, and I'm going to give the type of this particular value as t. Fine. Now after that, what I will do that first of all, when I have created an interface, now I'm going to create an object with the help of this interface, right? So for that, I'll write here const number box like this. Here I'll mention the box, and inside of this I'll give the number. Okay, so what is happening that first of all I have created a variable for the object, that is number box, and then I have written this particular interface. Now interface does what? That it strictly defines the structure of your object, right? That what keys will be there. And for the type, since we are using the generic interface, it is flexible now, right? So that's why we have mentioned number here. For this particular object, we are using our interface with the type number. Okay, now let's create that object. So for that, put a curly bracket and mention the key. So the key will be the same as value here, and after that give the value, let's say 10. Okay, so it is accepting this particular example. That's why we are not getting any error here. Now let's take another example, and this time I want to create a string box, right? Here we have created a number box. Now I want to create a string box. How we can create that? Simply just write const string box, right, colon, and then mention the interface box here, and inside this mention the type of this string box. So the type will be a string, yes, so mention the string. Okay, and then a curly bracket. It is flexible, it is going to accept both the types, right? It is accepting this number also. Now it will accept this string also. So here I'll write value, and the value, let's say Piyush, right? Value, let's say Piyush. So what is happening here, that for the same interface we are using it for two different objects with the two different data type, and for all the example it is working absolutely fine, right? So the same interface work for multiple types. Got it? Yes. Now let's move forward and understand the same generic interface with the arrays, right? Let's take another example of it. So for that purpose, for working with the arrays, what we will do, we will write interface like this. Mention a list, that is the name of your interface, right? And then these arrows, and inside of this mention the T. Okay. After that, put a curly bracket, and now what I will do here, I will mention the property, that is item. Let's say the property name is item, and this item is now going to store a array inside of it. But what array? What type of array? Well, it is going to store a array of a variable type, like whatever the type that you want at the time of defining the object, right? So the T that we used at the place of as the placeholder for this interface, that's what we are going to use here. So simply just mention T here, and then put a square bracket, and that's it. Now you can simply define it. So let's say const numbers. Here I will do what? I will mention the interface, that is list, and put these arrows, and inside of this I will mention the data type, that is number. I want number, right? And then put a curly bracket, and inside of this I will mention the what? I will mention the property, and the property name is items. So mention the item here, and then put a square bracket because you are using a array. So put a square bracket. Now inside of this I can give the numbers 1 comma 2 comma 3. You can see, and it is working absolutely fine. It is completely correct, right? So this is how we create the generic interface with arrays, right? Now there are many more examples that you can use. If you say I can give you one more example, right? Example is not, it is just like you can use this T, and you can also use the manual type also. Let's say value is T, and there is one more thing I want to attach, that is that is boolean, let's say, right? That is success. Let's say success, and for the success the type I want is boolean. So I don't want this particular type, I want a different data type for this particular property. So that's it, that's correct. You can do it manually also, there's no problem in it, right? Just you do one thing, that is simply just define it at the time of using the function, right? So using the interface, I'll mention here false. So yes, it is correct now, right? Sorry, success as, let's say, true. So you can see I can use the type generic type also, which is a placeholder, right, for defining the data type, and I can use my own manual data type also while defining the interface, right? So it is all upon me. You are totally free. So I hope you understood the concept that how we work with a generic interface in TypeScript. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to define class in TypeScript. So in the last few videos, we understood that how we create the generic function, how we create generic interface, but that topic is not end yet. There are a lot more things need to be learned, but before that, there is a need to have a basic understanding of oops in TypeScript, right? So first of all, I'm going to cover the whole oops part, and then I will move there. Fine. So starting from the class in TypeScript. So what is a class? So a class in TypeScript is a blueprint for creating object, right? When you create a blueprint for creating object that is known as class, it allow you to define the properties, which are variables, right? Method, which are the functions, and constructor, which is initialization logic, which is also a function, but it automatically initialize whenever you call or create a object with the particular class. Okay. Now, TypeScript adds type safety on the top of JavaScript classes. That's why it is important to know, right? Now, this is the basic syntax of it, that first of all, you mention class and then you give a class name. You put a curly bracket like this. Inside of this, you mention the property, which are basically the variable, right? And then you define their type. After that, you mention the constructor. It is all on you that if you want to define it. Otherwise, there is not a necessary thing that you need to put constructor. It is all on you. But the important part is that whenever you create a object, this constructor will automatically initialize, right? It will be automatically called. You do not need to call it explicitly. It will automatically get called, right? So you mention the constructor here, then the parameter, right? The type of it, and this dot property equals to value. This dot property will address this property. Okay. And then you mention the methods. Methods are nothing but a function, their return type, and the logic. That's it. This is the basic syntax of it. Now let's create a basic class to have a better understanding that how we work with it. So let's say I want to create a class named person. Okay. Let me just make this copilot on silent. Yeah. So class, let's name it person like this. And inside of this, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write the property. Properties are nothing but a variable. So write name and let's give the type as string. Okay. Let's give age and give it type as number. Right. Now, okay, fine. So here, after that, what I will do, I will mention the constructor. So you have to write the constructor completely. Constructor, right? Constructor proper. And then put a bracket. After putting the bracket, mention the parameters that you want. Let's say I want name, name as, let's say, string. I also want age, age as, let's say, number, and put a curly bracket, right? And now whatever the value that I will get, right, while initializing the object, I will take these parameters, and after receiving these parameters, I want to put these values, whatever the value that I'm getting, as the value of these variables or the property of this class. So for that purpose, I first need to address this name. For addressing this name, what I need to use is that this, right? This dot name. This dot name will address this one, this name, okay, equals to name. So this dot name is addressing this particular name, and this one, this name is addressing this parameter name. Okay. Yes. And this dot age equals to age like this. Fine. So this is how we initialize the constructor. Now let's call a method also. So I want to create a method named greet, right? Greet. let's take the return type as a string and then put a curly bracket, and here I'll return let's return something. So let's return hello, my name is, and what I'm going to do is using this particular name, right? Hello, my name is name, but this is not the way to call it. You have to mention this dot name, right? When you use this dot name, it will address this name. Okay, great. Now after doing this, we have successfully created a class. A class is having the class keyword first. After that is having the property. It is having constructor. Constructor is what? A function which get initialized at its own. You do not need to initialize it like after creating an object. You do not need to call the constructor. It will automatically get called, right? After that, we have created a method. Method is something that you need to call after creating the object, right? So it is nothing but a function. So we mentioned the return type of it and whatever that we want to put inside the function. We have just written a particular string here, right? So this is our class, property, constructor, and the methods. That's it. Okay. Now after doing this, now let's create an object, right? Because the definition of class is what? Class in TypeScript is a blueprint for creating object. So we have created the blueprint, but it's time to create an object now. Okay, so let's create an object. So for creating the object, simple way, let's write const p1 equals to, now here you will be needing to use new keyword, new. After that, mention the class name, that is person, like this. Yes, and inside of this, now whatever the value, whatever the argument that you will give while initializing the object, those arguments will go where? It will go to the constructor. It will go to the constructor. So that is very important, that if you want to create an object with some particular values, right, with some particular initial values as argument, at that time it become very important to use a constructor, right? So when I will write here, let's say Piyush comma 20, like this. So now you can see this is how I created, my particular class. If I write here console.log, let's say, right, and I'll say that constructor constructor called, like this. Okay, so I will give you the example also. So in case if I just do one thing, I save it, I go here, and if I write here node index.js, right, and press enter. So you can see I have not called this particular constructor anywhere. Can you see that anywhere I'm calling this particular constructor? No, I have just created an object name person. But even though this constructor is getting called and inside of this console is getting printed. Why? Because I told you already that when we create a particular object, right, this constructor get automatically initialized and called, and that is the reason the moment this particular object is created, what happened, this constructor get called, and inside of that I have printed constructor called, so you can see the result here, right? This is what I was saying. Okay, fine. Now after doing this, now we have successfully created a object. Now if I want to print, let's say I want to call this particular greet method, right? When you create a method, to call them you need to particular, like, specifically write that particular function, you need to call that, but with the help of the object that you created, right? So for that purpose, let's write here console.log. Inside of this p1 dot, not with the help of what is p1 is the object which is created with the help of this particular, class. Yes. Now p1 dot greet, I'm calling a particular method of that object. The object is now holding everything that the particular class is having. So it is also holding this method also. Yes. So when I called this method, right, this particular object, and with that object I call the method, then what will happen? It will return the whatever that you are returning, right? So if I just do here, so you can see, hello, my name is Piyush. This Piyush is coming from here, right? When you write Piyush and 20, it is getting catched by the constructor as the name and the age. And when you call the method, that is greet, here I'm using this template literal where I'm mentioning this name, right? This name, and I got the result here. That is, hello, my name is Piyush, right? So this is all about that how we create a class in TypeScript. I know it looks quite difficult in the initial stage, but it becomes very much easier at the time when you do practice of it, right? I'll also say that it is not very difficult. It just required some basic examples to do. If you do that, it will become very easy. And let me tell you that these concepts of oops are very much important while working with the real world projects, right? So make sure that after watching this lecture, go to the documentations of TypeScript or on the Google, search for the more examples of these classes and try to practice it at your own, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the access modifier in TypeScript. Access modifier is an important part of your oops concept. So pay attention to this lecture, right? So let's start. Access modifier in TypeScript are a way to implement encapsulation. Now, what is this heavy word encapsulation? Well, we will talk about it, don't worry, which is one of the core principle of object-oriented programming. Now, what does this encapsulation means? Well, encapsulation means restricting direct access to some part of an object and controlling how data is accessed and modified. That means when we are creating a object with the help of a class, let's say, right? So you know that we create lots of methods inside a class, and those methods are accessible to the object, right? We also create lots of properties, right, inside the class, and those properties are also accessible, right, to the object. But what if I want to restrict the object from accessing certain methods, right? For that purpose, we use this encapsulation. Okay, fine. Now, why this access modifier exists? Well, without access control, all the properties in a class would be exposed. Just imagine you are working on a login system, right? And there are name, email, and password. And you want to make this name and email as public, but this password as a protected. No one can access it. At that time, what you will do? Well, you need to have something which can put a access control inside your class or on your object. Well, for that purpose, we use these access modifiers, right? As you can see from here, this is our class, right? It is having name and password. But the problem is that anyone can change the password directly if they are having the access to the password. If they are having the direct access to the password, anyone can change the password. So there is no validation, there is no security. So this will break the data integrity and abstraction, right? And that's why we need to use this access modifier. Now, we learned a lot of theory. Now, give me some example that how we work with it. What are these access modifier? Like how we implement it? Well, there are three main type of access modifier: public, private, and protected, right? Public, private, and protected. I will explain you every particular modifier with examples, right? So first start with the public. What is this public modifier? Well, public has open access, right? It is a default modifier. So in case if you do not put anything, just like this, even though it is having this public here. It is having this public here, right? Here we have not put public or private with this name and password. That means it is having the by default modifier as public, right? As public, like this. Okay, fine. Now let's talk about this. So here, this public modifier is a default modifier in TypeScript. It is accessible from anywhere, means any method that you create inside your class can access it. Any child class, means if your particular class is a base class, parent class, and we are creating another class taking the reference or taking this particular class as their parent, right? At that time, that child class can also use this particular property, right? And represent exposed API of a class, right? That means anyone can use it, so it is exposed now. Okay, so this is your public access modifier. Now let's come to the second one, that is private. Now private is a very strict encapsulation, right? It is very strict. You cannot use private in the child class. You cannot use the private method or property in your object anywhere. Only you can use the private properties or method only inside the particular class. That's it. That means accessible only within the same class, not accessible outside, not even in the subclass. It enforces the data hiding, right? So when you need to do the data hiding, at that time we primarily use the private access modifier. Let's take a good example. So as you can see here, I have created a class named bank accounts. Now bank accounts is having balance. Balance type is number and the value is 0. Now I don't want to tell anyone that what my balance is. In my bank account, I don't want anyone to directly access my balance. For that purpose, I have put the private here. I put a private here. Now, when we are working with the private access modifier now, what we do, we use getter and setter method also, right? Since being the object, I'm not allowed to access the particular property. But what if I need to change it? What if I need to change it? For that purpose, we create separate methods. Separate methods. We keep those methods as public, right? Which are accessing this value. Let's say we are using get balance. So as you know that no object can access the balance directly, no object can see the balance directly, but with the help of this get balance, which is public here, since no access modifier is defined for this get balance method, that means it is public. Yes, so the object that you will create with this bank account class can directly access this method. Yes, okay. So here what I'm doing, I'm returning this dot balance. I'm returning the value of this balance. Why? Because the methods inside the class can access the private properties. That's why this get balance can take out this value. So it is having returned this dot balance. And when I will call get balance directly, when I will call get balance method, then only I can see the balance. Otherwise, I cannot see the balance directly by just using the balance word, right? Do you get it what I'm trying to say? And this is what? This is also a method, that is amount number, right? So this is your setter. This is your, let's say this is getter and this is called as setter. With the help of setter, we can update the value of this balance because you cannot directly access the balance from an object. So if I want to update it, like I'm depositing some money into my bank account, right? So the money will get increased, of course, right? So at that time, deposit amount, I'm taking the amount as parameter, right? Taking this is a method, right? And at that time, if the amount is greater than 0, no one can deposit negative money. So we have done the validation part also. If the amount is greater than 0, only then you do what? You increase the balance. You increase this balance with particular amount. So with this particular method, what we did, we set the value of this balance, right? This private balance. And with the help of this getter, we get the value of this private balance. Got it? Fine. Great. Now coming up to the third and the important modifier, that is protected. Now what is protected? Well, it is an inheritance based access. Right, there is an inheritance based access. How we work with it? Well, to create a protected access modifier, we just simply need to write protected here before any particular property or a method. Okay, so what is this? Well, the rule is that it can be accessible inside the class. Right, if you are having this name, you put the protected access modifier with it, so all the methods inside the particular class or the any second variable or the property can access this particular name, no problem. It is also accessible inside the child class. So if you are creating any child class taking this animal1 as a parent class, so that child class can also access this name, but it cannot be accessible outside. That means if you are creating an object with this animal1, then you cannot use this particular name. That is a rule, right? So how we can work with it? First, we created a class name animal. Here we put the name string as protected. So here inside the constructor, you can see I can use this particular name. This dot name equals to name. So I'm using this particular name, protected name, inside the constructor. So that means it is accessible inside the class, right? We have created a class dog, which is a child class of this animal. What is this child class? Well, child class can access all the, means child class is something which is accessing your property and method of the parent class, right? So its parent class is animal, so that's why it is having all these names and methods, construct not constructor, but whichever method that you mention, your child class can access that, right? So bark, you can see bark, right? I have created a method inside of it, and inside this method I am using the property of the parent class, that is name. Can you see? I'm using the property of the class animal, right, which is a parent class. Fine. So it is accessible inside the subclass also. So in subclass, you can access the property only with the public and protected, not with private. That's it. That's the simple rule, right? And this is how we use it. But you cannot access it outside, right? You cannot create a object and then inside or like with that object you cannot access the particular. When you create an object with this animal now, you cannot directly access this name. It is not allowed with protected. It is also not allowed with the private, but it is allowed with the public. Fine. So simply just read all these theory part as I explain you in this lecture. This is all about today's video about the access modifier. I hope you understood the concept. Oops is a concept that needs practice, right? You may get the little bit understanding, but when you read it at your own, you practice it at your own, only then you will get the better understanding, right? That's a simple rule of learning oops, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about the constructors in TypeScript. So what is constructor? Well, in the way to learn oops in TypeScript, constructor plays a very important topic. It is a special method inside a class that is automatically called when an object is created. So I told you in the last videos that we create methods in a class. But there is one special method which is called as constructor, which initially get called automatically whenever you create an object with it. That means you do not need to call the constructor, it is automatically get called. Its main job is to initialize the properties, set up initial state, and run the setup logic. If you want to see the basic syntax of it, so this is how we create the constructor. First of all, we mention the class, right? So we create a class, we give the class name, and inside the class, same as how we create the methods, we create the constructor, but the difference is that you need to put the name as constructor. right? Constructor. Then you put a bracket. Inside of this, you mention the parameters, and then whatever logic that you want will be present here. Okay. If I give you a simple example, you can check it from here. We have created a class person like this. After that, inside the curly bracket, you can see we have two properties, name and age. Type is given, and then we have created a constructor. We name it properly constructor, right? And then inside of this, we have chosen two parameters, name and age. This name and age is not this name and age, right? These are the parameters which are going to come from the object like this, right? And to address this particular name, what we use this is a pointer which points to the properties of the class, like class properties. So this dot name will address this one, right? And through this dot name, we addressed this name, and we provided the value of this parameter, right? This parameter into this dot name, which is this. Got it? Yes. Now, moving forward, this is the main logic inside the constructor, and this is your object. Fine. Okay. So, the moment you will run your code, right, what will happen? That a object P1 will get created, and the moment object P1 will get created, at that time, these parameters will go inside this constructor, and automatically the constructor will be called, and by which this properties will get a value, which is Piyush and 22. Okay, fine. Now, what is this new here, right? Well, new is a special keyword in your TypeScript, which is used to provide the dynamic memory to your object, right? To provide the dynamic memory to your object. Okay. Now, when new person is called, at that time, constructor runs automatically. Your constructor runs automatically, as I told you. Values get assigned, and we understood that how the constructor works. Okay. Now, when you write new person, and then inside of this you give the values, at that time what is happening, that a memory is getting created, that is a dynamic memory. This dot object is created, and your constructor runs. Then the properties gets initialized, and the object is returned, right? This all happens the moment you create an object. Fine. Now let's move forward, and let's take good examples too. Fine. So not just examples, but few concepts related to the constructor, right? So we provide the constructor with access modifier also. We provide constructor with access modifiers, right? How? Let's say I create class person. Fine. Put a curly bracket here. Just a second. What happened? Okay, fine. Let's leave it here. Fine. So as you can see here, I'm having this class person and some information here, right? But what I'm going to do is that if I want to put access modifiers also, then I will simply put public like this, right? And then private like this. Okay. And at that time, for this particular question, I think there's no need of this, because there will be some more better example, but my main intention is to show you the access modifier, right? So the shorthand to put the access modifier with your constructor is like this. As you can see here, right, you can put the public or private before the parameters. So this will automatically declare the properties, assign the values, and there's no need for the separate declaration. Okay, there's no need for separate declaration. Now, let's talk about the default constructor. So in case if you do not create a constructor, you just simply create a class like this, right? A class like this, where you are not having anything, but still it is a class. So in that particular case, TypeScript automatically provides a default parameter. Sorry, constructor. TypeScript automatically provides a default constructor. Means you are not having anything, but before the memory, like before the TypeScript in the backside, there is a constructor running, but that constructor is not holding anything. It is not doing anything, but there is a constructor which is getting called. Okay, fine. Now, uh, let's take an example of an optional parameter also, right? Let me just show you. So it works exactly the same. It works exactly the same how we basically do we define the methods in your class. It is exactly the same. Just you need to know that, just need to look for once, right? So if you want to create an optional parameter, you can put a question mark also, right, inside the constructor. And if you want a default in that particular case, right, you can like give the value also like this. Let's say Piyush, like this, right? So you can give the default value also. So it will work exactly like the same. So now let's take the last example where I will show you the constructor with the method. Okay, so I will show you constructor with method. Fine. Now let's create a constructor class. Let's create bank account. Fine. And inside of this, what I will do, I will create a private balance as number, right? And here I will create a constructor and I will put a parameter of initial balance as number, right? And inside of this what I will do, I will assign a value to this particular balance, right? I will assign a value to this particular balance. So what I'm doing, that the moment our object will be created, at that time what will happen, that this particular balance property will get its value through the parameter of the constructor. This is my intention, right? And in case you want to call this particular uh, value, right, you want to call this balance now, so how you can call it? Well, you can call it with the help of get balance. I already told you that we normally work with getter and setter, right? Getter and setter, which are get method and the set method for accessing the private properties, right? So what is getter? It is just a method. It's nothing else, nothing different. It is just a method where we put a get in the start to get the better understanding, right, that it is a getter method. Otherwise you can take anything else also, no worries. And with the help of this getter method, what we do, we access the value of private properties inside the class, right, through this method. Fine. Now let's create, I will say return this dot balance. Fine. So now if I create an object, we just show you how we create it. So here you can see earlier what we did, we created like this, right? Const p1, and then you put a new, and then you mention the class name, and then you give the parameters, right? Now same thing, if I just write here like this, not p1, I will say account, right? Account. And here I will do what, I will just call this bank account, sorry, bank account, like this, right? And here you can see I'm having one parameter only, right? One parameter only. So just mention that parameter. So give the initial balance. So let's say the initial balance is 40,000, right? Now the moment I'll say console.log and account.getBalance, right? Account.getBalance. So what will happen, that this particular account is now going to hold all the properties and the method, but it cannot call this particular balance because it is private. But with the help of this get balance, it will get the value. And how this particular 4000 value is going to assign with this balance variable, through the constructor, as I mentioned here, right? So simply now if you call it, let's save it, and I need to run, right? Fine, let's do it that part also. So what I will do is, let's do one thing, tsc dash dash watch, right? Let's keep it on the watch, and here I'll say node, and where's my index.js file? What happened? Yeah, it is on the watch. Fine. Index.js. Fine. So you can see I'm getting the value 40,000 here. It is coming from here, right? With the help of this get balance, and this 4,000 value get assigned to this particular balance with the help of the constructor, right? So this is how we use the constructor. Fine. And I hope you get the basic understanding that what is constructor in TypeScript and how we use it. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we will learn about that how to extend classes in TypeScript, right? So what does this extending a class means? Well, in TypeScript, extending a class means creating a new class that inherit properties and method from an existing class. Now, what is this inheriting? Well, inheriting means taking the properties from the parent class. Let's say you are a son of your father, right? You are a son or daughter of your father. So what is happening that some of the character that your father holds is also inside of you. Either it is your hair color, it's your face or your talking style, anything, right? So this is something which comes from your father. That means there are some properties that you are inheriting from your father to yourself. You are a child, right? So same thing happens that inheriting says that you create a new class, which is a child class, and that child class the is inheriting the properties and method of the father, right? Parent class, which is the existing class, right? So this is called as inheritance, right? And let me tell you, it is one of the most important and the core concept of OOPS, right? So let's understand that why we extend classes. What is the need of inheritance? Well, without inheritance, what will happen? Let's say I create two classes. One is class dog, one is class cat. Okay. Now, both the classes have properties like name. Both the class have method of move, right? So dog also have name, dog also moves. Cat also have name, cat also move. So there are some things similar, right? Both the cases, while creating both the classes, we need to write duplicate codes, right? This portion is completely similar to this particular portion. And let's imagine you are working on a very big project, and that time you have created one class and written 100 and 200 line of code inside of it, and again you are creating something similar class, and now will you again write those similar 100 and 200 names, sorry, codes? No, you do not do this. It is not preferred, right? We do not write duplicate codes. We find the alternative of it. Well, the alternative is inheritance. So now you can see that we create a base class of animal. We are not creating not dog, not even cat. We have created a base class, right? And the base class is having property string. Base class is having the method move. And now what I'm doing that I am saying the class dog is extending animal. So what is happening that now class dog will have name property access also, move method access also, right? Because it is inheriting this particular class, right? And same is happening with the class also cat also. That cat is also extends from animal. That means cat is also having properties, right? And the methods of your animal class. So what we did, we just created one base class, and through that one base class we have done the inheritance to those two classes which we want, right? This is called your inheritance. I hope you get the better understanding of it, right? Now the basic syntax of it, that first you mention the class, then you write the child class name, then you mention the extends is having s also, right? Remember this, extends, okay? And then your parent class name and then a curly bracket, that's it. Okay, now inside of this you can add the properties or method. Let's say that you have inherited two things, name property and the move method from your parent, right? But you also have some features, no? You can sing a song, but your father cannot. Imagine you can sing a song, but your father cannot. So this is something which you have of your own. You have the properties of your father, but other than that, you also have few more properties which you develop at your own, right? So this is the main concept, that you are taking the properties from your father class, but you also have few more. So those few more properties you can write here. You can create more methods here. You can write more properties here. It is allowed. Okay. So let me just give you a simple example of it, right? And then we will wrap the video. So just a second. Okay, fine. The copilot was disturbing, that's why. Fine. So let's create a class animal, right? And inside of this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a method. Let's say the method name is move, right? And I'm saying the return type is void. I'm not creating a constructor here. It is default, right? It is not compulsory to create a constructor. So I have not created that. I'm just working on my main method, right? So I'm saying there's a method called moved, and I'll say console.log, and inside of this, animal is moving, right? Like this. Fine. Okay, let me just do one thing, right? Yeah, animal is moving, right? Okay, now what I want is that I want to create a class for dog. I want to create a class for dog, which I want that this property should be inside of that dog. The animal is the father. Let's say animal is the father, and I'm going to create a class dog, right? Which extends, sorry, which extends what? Animal, right? Animal. And inside of this, I want that dog should have access to this particular method, and along with that, it also have one more method which is of a bark, right? So here I'll do console.log. I'll say that dog is barking. Okay. Now we have two classes, and this dog class is a child class of your animal class. Oh, fine. Now what I will do, I will create a one object with this dog class. So I'll write const dog equals to new dog. Fine. And what will happen? Our object get created. Our object get created with the class dog. Okay. Now what I can do is that I can write here dog dot. You can see I'm getting two suggestions. With the object created from this dog class is now having two methods. One is bark and the other is move. But from where this move is coming? This move is coming from the parent class, from which it get extends. Okay. So here if I write move, right, and here if I write dog dot bark. Okay, let's save it and go to the terminal, and now here you can see animal is moving and dog is barking. Animal is moving is in the animal class, and dog is barking is in a dog class, and dog is using this method of animal with the help of this extends. Do you get it? Fine. Yes. So this is called as extending a class in TypeScript. I hope you get the concept of what is extending and what is inheritance. Inheritance is very important, right? It is one of the most important, and among the one of the four pillars of your oops, right? So this class has been very productive and very important for you. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how we can implement our interface in TypeScript, right? So what is this interface and what does implementing an interface means? Well, in TypeScript, when a class implement a interface, it means that the class must follow the structure defined by the interface. So what interface does that it provides a structure to the class. Let's say we are going to create lots of classes and we want that the structure of each and every class should be same. At that time, we make the use of this interface because the class will follow whatever the class will implement, that interface will follow the structure which is defined by that interface. Okay, so the interface defines what should exist and the class defines how it works. So the important thing is that it only defines the structure. It do not define the logic. Let's say we are creating an interface and inside of that we are having a method. That method name is the structure, right? The data type of that method, the name of that method, right? But when any class implement that interface and now that class will use that method, then the class is allowed to make the logic that how that particular method will work, right? So its logic will be in the class, but structure will be in the interface. Fine. So why use interfaces with class? So let me give you an example with without interfaces. So without interfaces, let's say this is our class, right? Now, no guarantee another class follow the same structure. Since let's say I want to create another class of name student and there also I want name and email, but let's say that class is having one more method or some unused variable or the property, right? Email is on the top, email data type is changed, everything. But like now the problem occurs that both the class are not having the same structure, right? Which is not suggested while we are working on a large project, right? So with the help of the interface, what we did that first of all we created a interface like this, right? First of all we will use the interface keyword, then we will mention the interface name, right? And then we have defined here that the name should be string and email should be string, and there will be two properties, right? Name, email, and their data type. Fine. So this is the structure. Now there is a class name user which implements iUser. iUser is an interface now. iUser is an interface due to this keyword, right? iUser is interface. Now here you can see this time I'm having the name and email. Both data type will be the same as what defined in the interface, right? And the property name should also be the same, right? So what happens that it enforced a structure. It enforced a structure to the class with the help of this interface. Fine. Now let's talk about the basic syntax. So basic syntax is first write the interface, then the name of the interface, and then you will mention properties, fine, and their type, method, and their return type. That's it, right? Fine. Now after that, when you create a class which is implementing that interface, so you will mention class, class name, then implements, then interface name, and after that must define all properties and method. Means you can now define all the properties and method which are mentioned in your interface. Fine. This is the theory part of your interface. Now let's create a sample. So let's write interface person, right? Now inside of this I will give the structure. So I'll first mention the property. So this any class which is going to implement this interface should have the first property as name, whose type will be string, and it should also implement a method named greet, okay, which will have a return type of void. Now that's it. This is your interface. Now if you want to add more properties, more method, it's all on you, but this is a simple interface I have created. Now I'm going to make a class which will implement this interface now. Fine. So I'll make a class, let's say is student. Fine. And it implements s is in the end, right? Fine. Now after that mention your interface, that is person, and after that start working. So first thing that I have to mention both the method and the property, right? So I have to first mention the name. So I have mentioned that. and I have to mention the data type that is present here. Fine, that is a string. In case if I have mentioned this as number, then you can see that the property name in type submit is not assignable to the same property in the base type person. Type number is not assignable to the type string. So it is saying that you have to mention name whose type number is not assignable, because you have to mention string, right? So string, right? After that, it is allowed to use constructor, right? You can mention the constructor. There is no restriction on the constructor part. So I'll do what? I'll create a constructor also, and here I'll take this name string, means parameter. Fine, I'll say this dot name equals to name, right? And after that, what I'll do is that I will make the function or the method, right? So this method should be here, that is greet, right? Like this. So you can see that now the class is perfectly fine, right? There's no error. In case I change the name like greet1, then you can see that student is declared, sorry, just a second. Class student incorrectly implements interface person. Property greet is missing in type student but required in type person, right? Okay, so that's why we have to mention greet. Okay, okay, so let's see the greet also, console.log, and I say that anything like hello, right? So this is how we created our interface, and this is how we created a class using the structure provided by the interface. Yes, fine. Just remember that class must implement all properties, all method, and if a class implements a interface, then it must implement everything defined in the interface. That's it. That's a simple rule, right? Otherwise there will be a TypeScript error. Okay, so this is all about today's video. I hope you get the understanding that what is interface and how we implement a class using that interface. So goodbye, thank you so much. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video we are going to learn about that how to use abstract classes in TypeScript. Now, what is this abstract class now? Well, abstract class is a base class. You have heard about base class and child class, right? The same thing is there, that abstract class is a base class that cannot be initiated directly. That means a class which is a base class of which you cannot create an object, then what it is and why it is used for? Well, it is used to guide, to give a structure, right, to the child classes. Okay, we will understand better with the examples, but abstract class is a base class that cannot be initiated directly, is meant to be extended, and that can include abstract methods and concrete methods. That means abstract method that has no implementation and with implementation. So it is used when you want a common base plus enforced structure, right? Now let's understand better with the help of the example. So let's create an abstract class. So what we do, that we earlier, when we want to create a class, we simply write class and then we mention the name of the class like this, right? Like this. But if I want to create it as an abstract class, I need to mention abstract in the starting. So write abstract like this. Got it? Now, after writing abstract class, now I want some abstract methods, right? After creating abstract class, I want to create some abstract methods inside of it. So for that purpose, you need to write abstract, and write the name of the method. Let's say make sound like this. Okay, let's keep it void like this. And then let's create a method also, right? And I'll say console.log. I say moving right? Moving. That's it. So here, this abstract make sound method must be implemented in the child class which extend this particular abstract class, right? And that particular child class is free, right? It is a shared logic, right? This particular portion is a shared logic. So if they want to use it, they can. If they don't want to use it, they are allowed to don't use it. And also that child class can use or create their own method also, no problem, right? Okay, so first thing which is needed to be learned, that it cannot be initiate, right? That means const a equals to new animal, like this. So here you can see I'm getting an error. That error is that you cannot create an instance of an abstract class. That means you cannot create an object with the help of this abstract class. So let's remove this. We cannot create it. Then how we can make the use of it? Well, for that you need to create a separate class, a child class, right? So let's create class dog, class dog. Okay, and then write extends and then animal, like this. Fine. Now inside of this, I will mention that particular method. Which method? Which is mandatory, that is abstract method. This one. Make sound and then make sure that abstract method will not have the implementation logic, right? In abstract class, abstract method will not have the implementation logic. You can keep the implementation logic with the normal method, but with the abstract method, it should be like this. Okay, fine. Now, the implementation of the abstract method will be in the child class. So now I can simply write make sound, right? And then inside of this, I can write the logic. So let's write the logic as console.log, and I say bark. Got it? Now, if I create const dog equals to new dog, like this, so I have created a object with the help of this particular class. Fine. Now dog dot make sound, right? And also dog dot move, like this. Okay, so what is happening here, that this dog class can use this particular logic, this particular method, right? Because it get extends, right? The inheritance concept, right? So the dog class inherits this particular class, so it is allowed to make the use of this method which is present there, but the abstract method inside the abstract class needs to be implemented into the child class, right? That's why the implementation logic of this make sound is present here. And rest, this dog can also use the move, means this method, which is not an abstract method. Fine, got it, got it. Let me show it to you like this. So you can see bark and moving both are working, right? Fine. So let's take a complete example, right? A good example, and after that we will end this lecture. Okay, so what I will do, I will keep everything in comment, and now I'm going to create, let's say a class, abstract class person, sorry, person, like this. And I'll write constructor with public name as string, right? And here I kept it a blank, right? I kept it blank. Also, if you want to create any logic, you are allowed, but I'm just showing you that abstract class can also have constructor, right? That's why it is allowed. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create an abstract method which is get role, and here since this is our abstract method, so there will be no implementation logic in the abstract class for the abstract method, right? So what I will do is that I will simply say, just remove this curly bracket, put a colon and mention the return type, let's say string. Okay, that's it, done. Now when you create a class, child class, that is class student, right, which inherits this person abstract class, right? So you can write here extends person, right? So what I have to do, since I am extending this particular abstract class, so I have to mention the abstract method, right? So I will mention get role like this, then the return type same should be there, and after that you can return whatever you want, let's say student, like this. Yes. So one important concept that you have learned from this example is that abstract class can have constructors. Okay, abstract class can have constructors. Fine. Okay, so this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept very clearly. So let's end this lecture right now. Fine. So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular lecture, we are going to learn about how to use getters and setters in TypeScript. So today's lecture is going to be very easy, very simple, right? We are going to talk about the two of the most important methods while working with the classes with access modifier, which are getter and setter methods. So let's start. Let's see that what are these. So first of all, getters and setter are special method which are used to control access to the properties, right, and add logic when reading or writing values. Fine. So they are the part of encapsulation. I have already explained you that what encapsulation is. Now let's see the getter and setter separately, right? So if I give you an example, right, let's say class user and public age as number equals to 0, right, like this. So this is a class and I create a object with this class, let's say const user equals to new user, like this. Fine. So this is the object with the help of the class. Now let's say that with using this particular object, I want to assign a value to this property age. So is I'm allowed? Yes, I am allowed because the age property is public, so I can use it with the object. Fine. Now at the time when I'm assigning the value, what I can do is that I can simply write user.age equals to -100, right? What I'm doing, I have written user.age equals to -100. So is it correct? Should I do it? Because the moment I keep the value of age as negative and also negative as -100, at that time the complete data will get totally bad, right? Because you have not put any validation here. There is no validation in this particular example. Fine. And that is the reason why we need to use the getter and setter method with the access modifiers, right? This is a use case of it, right? So now with the help of this getter and setter, you can control and validate the data, which is the main reason why we use it, right? So in a one single example, I will explain you everything. So let's create a class user again. Let's like this, right? Inside of this, what I'm going to do this time, I'm going to keep this age as private. I'm not going to keep it public that anyone will come and just like make my whole data bad, right? I will keep it private. Fine. So what I'll do, I'll write here private and let's give the name as age. Let's keep it underscore age, right? There's nothing special about it. I just want, and there will be no semicolon also, sorry, colon here, no colon. Just keep private underscore age, then colon, and then define the return type, data type, what I'm saying, data type, and then uh, value, right? And after that, since here what is happening, that I keep this particular age property as private. Okay, so now if I create an object, let's say const user equals to new user, like this, fine. And after that, if I try to access the value of this age, let's say user dot underscore age equals to 20, let's say. So what is happening here, that property age is a private and only accessible with the class user. That means you cannot use this age property in the object with the help of the object, right? You can only use it inside the class, not outside the class, right? So by this method we actually secured our variable or the property from being accessed by anyone random. And if the person tries to put value, right, anything inside of it, it will not be allowed because it is private. Now then if I want to make the change in the value for real, then what I have to do, well, if you are the real one, you must know the main method by which we can change it, right? And those methods are getter and setter that we create in a class, right? So let's say get age, right, get age as number, like this, fine. And inside of this I say return, and then this dot underscore age. This get is what is this get? Well, if you do not use the get, even though it is okay, there's no problem in saying that this if I just remove this get, even though everything is perfect, there's no problem with it. But just to make this code readable, more clear, we put this get here, right? Otherwise many people do what, that get age, they create the name of the method like this. So that is also allowed. Or even if you just keep it to look basically that what this particular method is for, so we keep the get in the beginning part, right? Fine. So with the help of this get, which is our age method, right, so with this we are actually getting this age value, right, this private property value. And in case I want to set the value, if I want to change the value, for that also I will create a method. This, with this method I am getting the value, but to set the value, what I can do is that I will write a set, and then age. I will take the value, let's say number, right, value, and type as number. And inside of this, I will first do the validation. The problem which occurred here, that it was, it is not providing any validation, right? If you insert -100, that is wrong. So I will write here if value is less than 0. To do what? You write console.log age cannot be negative. Okay, and after that you do return. So we have created a validation case here. Okay, and after that I'll say this dot underscore age equals to value, so value, like this. Yes. So by this method, what will happen when you call this particular method age with the object, right? What will happen? It will check first that whatever value you are sending, whether it is greater than 0 or less than 0. In case of less than 0, it will return. Otherwise, it will assign the value to this particular private property, right? You want to check? Let me just do the console.log here also, and I'll say underscore age. This dot underscore age. Fine. Got it? Okay. Now let's try this one now. So this time I'll say user dot get, user dot get, but this time get is not what we are going to use. What is the method assigned with the get? See, age, right? Age. But one important thing, that which age, this age or this age, tell me. So the time, if you mention just age, right, the time, if you try to mention age, that is user dot age, right, so at that time what will happen, tell tell me, that it is saying that the expression is not callable because it is a get accessor. Did you mean to use it with parenthesis? Type number has no call signature, right? So what I'm going to do is that simply I'll do like this. When you are using the set and get, right, at that time only, user dot age equals to 25. That's it. That's it. This time it is running the set, right? It will set the value. And also if you want the particular value, right, if you want to get, for that purpose you just use user dot age, right, console dot log user dot age, right, like this. Let's save it. Let's go to the terminal, and if I run it, you will see that first, when you are assigning a value, that is user dot age equals to 25, right. Now you can also ask me this one more question, that while using this user dot age, why I'm not using a parenthesis and why I'm not putting this value inside the parenthesis, because it is carrying it as a parameter. Well, it's all because you put the set before the method name, right? So it know that this particular method is going to be used for setting the value. That is the reason why when you write just user dot age, it is automatically coming to this particular age method, right, this method and this method. And when you are assigning a value equals to 25, then it understood that you are giving a value to this particular address. That means it is coming to this particular method, this particular set method, right. It catches the value of 25, right. That's the beauty of this particular set, assigning set before, right. If you do not use this set, let's say if I just remove this, so now this is just a method name, right. So if I try now, so you can see that you cannot assign to age because it is a read only property, right. So in that particular case, what I will do is that I will mention it like this, sorry, set age, right. So even though it will work the same, see 25 at 25, right. But if you mention set before, so it is preferred to get the better understanding that like what you are mentioning, like get or set. You are using a getter, you are using a setter, you just mention get and set before and use it in this way, right. And if you are not assigning any value to it, it will understand that this is a get method. Fine. So this is all about today's video. I hope you understood the concept, that how we do the getter and setter in TypeScript. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the generic classes in TypeScript. Now, what is this generic class? So in last few videos, when we are talking about the OOPS concept, we understood that what are class. But now, generic class is something that allow you to define a class where the type of data is not fixed. We defined the data type when we were defining the class, right, in earlier videos. But in generic class, we do not need to define the type. Instead of that, we use a type parameter, that is t, like this, right, which act as a placeholder. So this makes your class reusable, flexible, and type safe. Fine. Okay. Now let's move toward understanding the basic syntax of it, right? So I'll first explain you the syntax. So syntax says put a class like this, then write the class name, right? Write the class name like this, and after that you put these arrow symbols, and inside of that put a t, put a t, and then write property, whatever property that you want, and instead of writing the uh, hard coding types like string or number, you can use this t now, right? And how I'm going to receive this t? Well, at the time of defining the class, we will receive this particular t, which will tell me that what data type is going to come from the object, right? Okay, now property t. So this is done. And while defining the method, or let's say constructor, so if I write constructor like this, inside of this value and then t like this, you can see, right? This dot property equals to value like this. So now you can see everywhere when I used to write the data type, instead of that I'm using this t, which is acting as a placeholder, right? We are using a type parameter which is t. Got it? So this is a basic syntax of it. Now let's talk about the real example. Fine. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a class, right? I'm going to create a class named box like this, then arrow symbols, and inside of this write t, and then a curly bracket. Simple. Now let's take a property as value. I'm going to give the data type as t, right? This type parameter, and after that I'm going to create a constructor. Let's say constructor like this, and here I'm saying value, assign it as t, right? And here this dot value equals to value. Fine. Okay, great. After doing this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a object, right? I'm going to create an object. Very important. Look at this. I'm writing const and I'm saying number box. Number box will have data type as number. Here t will be number, right? So I want the value also number. I'm going to use this class, but if I already defined it as number or a string, right, in the class, so what will happen that I cannot create any other data type box. Here I'm creating a number box. After that I'll create a string box also. Fine. So let me show you how. So const number box equals to new, then write the name of the class, that is box, and after that put these arrow symbols here. Put these arrow symbols here, and inside of this mention the data type that you want. So I want a number. Great. And after that, while creating a object, when we write the class, we put a parenthesis also like this, right? And here the parenthesis, when you are using this parenthesis, then look at the constructor. It is asking for a value. It is asking for a value, so give that value 10. Done, right? This is how you define the object, right? This is how you define the object with the generic class. Very simple, nothing is changed. You just mention this portion, right? You just mention this portion. This particular number is now received by this generic class with the help of this t, the type parameter, which is acting as a placeholder, right? Now let's create a string box also. So I'll use the same class for two different objects with two different data type, right? String box equals to new and box. Here I'll write the string, yes, and after that put a parenthesis, and inside of this let's say value as hello, right? You can see it is correct. It is absolutely correct, right? Got it? Fine. Now a last example, but it will help you a lot. Fine. So let's do that also. Now the same thing you can do with the you can do with the methods also, right? There's nothing changed. If you want to use method, you can also use that method also. Let's say if I want to add, like add, and I say item as t like this, right? And I'm giving the data type, return type, as also t, right? And then inside the curly bracket I'm saying uh what you do just one thing, that is console, not return, just return something. Return, because the return type is t na, so return item like this. So yes, it is correct now, right? So now if I want to use it, I can use it. I can use it. I can simply write console.log, and here I'll write number dot add. Yes, number dot add. Sorry, number box, not number. Number box. What happened? Expected one. Okay, sorry. Add, and then here I need to write number also, right? That is 10. So it is yes, it is correct now, right? It will return me whatever the number that I write here, right? So this is how it works. This is how it works. Fine. Okay, great. So now let's move to one more example. The last example. Let's take it as class and class pair. I'm creating a pair class. Here I'm going to give two different alphabets which will act as a type parameter here, which is the placeholder basically. So k comma v, let's say. Yes, and here I put a curly bracket, and after that I'll create a constructor, right? I'm keeping it simple, right? What is happening? Constructor, and inside of this I'll write public key as k. I'm writing that the particular key data type is going to be this k, and after that comma public value as v. Fine, like this. So by this method you can use two different data type as a type parameter here, right? It is allowed. You can use 2, 3, 4, whatever you want, but just one thing, at the time when you are defining the object, making the object, right? At that time you need to define that same number of data types, right? For example, const pair equals to new pair like this. Inside of this is string comma number, right? I'm saying two different types, right? One for k, one for v, and after that put a bracket, and here I'll give two values because constructor is asking key and value, right? Key should be of type k and value should be of type v. So let's write age here, comma 25, right? Like this, right? It is very simple. It is just what you are thinking right now, right? It is exactly the same. So I hope you get the concept that how we work with it and how we create a generic class in TypeScript. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Generics in TypeScript are powerful, but sometimes they are too powerful. They accept any type, even one that don't make any sense. So how do we restrict them? That's exactly what we will learn today, right? So let's start with a very simple example or a function. Let's say function get length. Here what I'm going to do is I have used this type parameter t and put a parenthesis, and inside of this I'm taking a parameter, right, item, giving it the type as t, and I'm saying that the return type of the function should be a number, right? And I'm returning item dot length. Fine. So what do you think? Is this function correct? Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. But still I'm getting an error. Why? Because the moment you define the function with the type number, you keep this placeholder value as number, what will happen? The TypeScript will give you an error because the number don't have this length property, but still you are using it. So what will happen? It will give you an error, right? And TypeScript don't believe in error. Fine. So property length does not exist on type T. You cannot use this length property with the T type. It is mentioned. But I want to use it. I want to use it. Then what should I do? What is the solution of it? Well, that's what we are going to learn. That's what the core idea is, that allow any type, but only if it has a length property. That's called a generic constraint, right? That's called a generic constraint. So when we are having this t, right, it will not give it it will give me an error because t can be anything, number, boolean, object, anything, and not every type has a length property, right? So what we want is that I want that it allow any type, but only if it has a length property. Allow any type, but that property must have this length property, right? That is called as a generic constraint. Got it? I think I'm clear. Fine. Let's move forward and understand that how we work with it. So the solution is that now we will create the function, and here I'll write get length. I'll take this type parameter t, and after that, after writing this t, now what I'll do, I'll write here extends curly bracket length as number. Fine, and then I'll close it. After closing, I'll take a parameter item, I'll give it a type t, I'll give a return type as number, same as before, and I'll say that return item dot length. And now you can see I'm not getting any error here. So now what does this t extends length number means? Well, it means that t can be anything, but it must have this length property. T can be anything, but it must have this length property, right? So now if you write get length and I'll say hello, yes, it is correct. You can see I'm getting no error. But if I write here get length and I'll give it a number that is 100, so it will show me an error. Why? Because this number do not have this length property. As you can see, argument of type number is not assignable to the parameter of type length number, right? Type length number. That's why it is getting an error, right? And if I write here get length, and here inside of this I put a array, that's a 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. So even this is also correct because array dot length is also valid, right? But this number, boolean, object, all these things do not have this length property. So any property that you want, right, you can use here, right? You can define it properly and you can apply it to the type parameter with the help of this extends, right? This is called as your generic constraint. Fine. If you want to understand this with a real life analogy, you can think of it like you are hiring some employees, right? And without constraint, you can, like, anyone can apply in your company. Fine. But with the help of constraints, only those people who have a degree can apply, not everyone. So that degree requirement is your constraint, right? And this is how your generic constraint works. I hope that I'm clear with this particular video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we will learn about that how to use multiple generics in TypeScript. Multiple generics allow you to use more than one type parameter in a function, class, or a interface, right? So earlier we were learning that how generics works. There we put one type parameter, right? But instead of that one type parameter, now you can use two or more, like this. Sorry, you can use t comma u like this. Oh, t comma u, right? What I'm doing here, I'm using two different parameters, right? So each type represents a different kind of data, right? Okay, now why we use multiple generics? Because sometimes one type is not enough. You are working with different types together, right? Let's say that we are having key comma value, right? Key colon value. This is the kind of object that I'm creating. Here the key will be a string and the value is going to be a number. At that time, what I need two different type parameters, right, to work with. So that's where we make the use of this multiple generics. Fine. Let me give you a basic syntax of it. So basic syntax of it like this. Like you first write the function. I'm working with a function. You can also try it on the class interface also. No problem. Right? Function name. Fine. After that t comma u like this. These are the two different type parameter. This time we are using here the param1 as, let's say, t. I'm keeping the first parameter of the type t and the second parameter, let's say param2, as of type u. Fine. And then here I'll say t comma u. It will return a array of two types, right? It will return a array which will have value of two different type. First one is of going to be t, second one will be a u. Okay, then inside of it I'll return param1 and param2. Got it? This is the basic syntax of it. Do you get it what I'm doing? I'm taking two different parameters here for the type and I'm using them as a separate, right? These two are definitely going to be a separate. Now, when I'm working with t, I'm assigning it to the parameter 1. When I'm using this u, I have assigned it to the parameter 2, and again I use it as the return type, right, where I'm saying that there will be a array in return and these array will have two values. One is of the type t and another is of type u, and then I'm returning that because param1 is t and param2 is u. Yes. Now this t and u can be anything. That's depend on me. I'll define that at the time of calling the function. Got it? Fine. Now let's work with the best example to understand it. I'm going to use the same thing here also, but this time let's name it something. So function pair pair. Here I'll say t comma u like this. Fine. And I'm going to take two parameter. One is value 1 as let's take it t. Fine. And then value 2 as u. Yes, value 2 as u, and then I'm saying it will return an array of t comma u, and then I'll say that you please return the value 1 comma value 2. Right. Now let's call the function. So I'll write here const result equals to pair string comma number. I'm calling the function pair, right? This is pair, not anything other. This is just a function name pair, and here inside of this I'm defining two different data type. One is of string, second is of number, and then here inside of this write age comma 25 like this. Yes. Now the what will be the output? The output will be the, if you want to print it, then let's print it. Let's console.log and let's print the result, right? Let's save it. Let's go to the terminal and let's see whether it is working or not. Yes, it is working. Fine. So you can see I'm getting the result as age and comma 25. So it is working fine, right? So this is what your today's concept of using multiple generics in TypeScript. I hope you get the concept. This was a very easy thing, but it needs a conceptual clarity, right? So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to talk about the mapped types in TypeScript. Mapped types are one of the most powerful feature in TypeScript, but also one of the most confusing, right? So in case if you get any kind of confusion, watch it again, right? and try to read it as a documentation also. That will also help. Fine. So in this video, I'll explain mapped types in the simplest way possible with proper usage, so you actually understand that how to use them in real code. Fine. Okay, so let's start with the question that why do we need a mapped types? So let's start with the problem. Suppose you already have a type like this, type user equals to, and inside of this I'm saying name as string and age as number. Yes. Okay, now imagine you want a new type where all the properties are optional. You want a new type where all the properties are optional. We are having two properties here, right? Name and age. So you can write it manually, like type optional user equals to name. I put a question mark, then keep it a string, and after that age question mark and keep it number, right? In this way. Fine. But what if your type, this particular type, has 20 or 50 different properties? In that particular case, you will have to make, when you are again creating an optional user type, at that time again you have to write those 20 or 50 properties with this question mark. Yes. So that becomes repetitive, that becomes very hard to maintain, and there is a chances that it is very easy to make mistakes also. Fine. So we need a way to reuse an existing type and transform it automatically. And that's exactly what mapped types do. That when we need a way to reuse an existing type and transform it automatically, then we use this mapped types. Got it? I hope I am clear that why we use them, why we need them. Okay, fine. Let's move forward and have a basic syntax, right? Let's have a basic syntax of it, that how we use it. So simply what we do, that we write type and then new type like this. Inside of this, I'm having a type parameter as t, right? We learned about it in the generic portion. And after that, curly bracket. Fine. Now what I'll do is I'll put a square bracket and here I'll use k in key of t, then t square bracket k, like this. Now you might be thinking that what is this? So let's break down step by step. Okay, so here t is the original type, and then key of t will give all the keys of that type. T is the original type, right? Key is the T is the original type, and then key of t will give all keys of that type, like name, age, right? This name, age, all the keys. Fine. Now k in key of t, this complete line, k in key of t. So this will loop over each key. This will loop over each key. First one, then this, and whatever the more properties there, right? One by one. So this will loop over each key, and then t of k, right? So by this you get the type of each property. T of k will give you the type of each property, this string, this number. Yes, it is similar to the object. Try to think of it. Yes, so this structure basically means that take every property of t, take every property of t, right? And recreate it, and then we can modify it. Right? So now let's create a useful map types that will give you a more better understanding. Fine. So here I'll write type, just a second, type optional. Here I took the original type t, right? Then I put equals to curly bracket like this. Inside of this I say k in key of t, right? It will loop over every key, like each key, first on the name, then age, right? And then after that, for every key now it will become question mark, then colon, then the value of that t, that is, let's say, a number or a string, right? So here we have successfully added question mark here. You can see question mark here, which makes all the properties optional now. That means we have created a type optional, which is using the type original type, this original type, right? But we have modified it using this way. Yes, yes, is it clear? Now how to use it? Well, this is where few people also get confused. So we don't call it like a function or anything, we use it like a type, right? So now if you want to create this optional user, simply use it. Type optional user equals to, now you have done the map types here, right? Map type is this one, and user, like this. Got it? Got it? Now whatever the thing that you were doing in this portion is now present here inside of it. It will work exactly the same, because the task of doing this lengthy work is being done by this particular map type. Just one line and everything is done. Got it? Am I clear to you? Fine. Okay. So I hope you get the understanding that what are these mapped types and how we use it. Just remember, they take an existing type, apply a rule to every property, and give you a new transformed type. That's it. Fine. So now subscribe for more TypeScript concept explained step by step like this, right? So goodbye. Take care. Conditional types are one of the most powerful feature in TypeScript, but also one of the most confusing if you don't see how they actually work. So in this video, I'll explain you a detail about the conditional types step by step with proper usage so you can actually use them in your real code. So let's start with the question that why do we need conditional types? Okay, so let's start with the problem first. Sometimes in TypeScript, we want types to behave differently based on some condition. For example, if the type is a string, right? If a type is a string, I want function or a class to return a string. But if it is a number, I want it to return a number, right? So without conditional type, we cannot express this logic clearly. So we need a way to add condition inside types, and that's where conditional types comes in. So let's see the basic syntax of it. So we need to write first type, then new type, whatever the new type that you want to create, then a t, right? T is a type parameter, okay? And then you write t extends some type, whatever the type that you want, right? And then you mention the true type. We are using a tertiary operator, right? We are using a tertiary operator, true type, and then a false type, like this way. Got it? So if I break it down, then this t is the input type. Extend is what? It checks a condition. Extends check a condition. Question mark is for to check that if the condition is true. If the condition is true, it will take this true type, and if the condition is false, in that particular case, it will take this false type. So this reads like that: if t is assignable to some type, if t is assignable to some type, then you return this true type, otherwise return this false type, right? This is the concept. Okay, so how to use it? That's a very important part. So we don't call it like a function, right? What we do is we create a conditional type, right? So let's create a simple conditional type first. Let's write it down like type is string. This is my type name, okay? And then t like this equals to t extends string question mark, right? So what it is doing, that it is checking a condition that whether this t is a string. If it is a string, in that particular case you do what? Yes, else no, right? Now how to use it? So we use it like a type. So what I'll do is type test1 equals to is a string, and inside of this I'm sending a string. Fine. And in the second example, I'll take type test2 equals to is a string, and inside of this I'm sending a number. Okay, like this. So what's happened after using this? So TypeScript evaluate the condition. So for the string, right? This string is getting catched by this t. Okay, fine. So string extends string. So the result is yes. And for number extends string, which is false. So the result is no. Okay. So what we are getting here is yes, and what we are getting here is no. Okay. So if I use it in a real code, right? So what will happen? Let me just take one more example, like type response. Let's keep this r as capital. Okay, type response, and taking the type parameter as t equals to t extends string question mark. In that particular case, in that particular case, string array or number array, like this. Fine. Now if I write here const data1, find data1 as response, inside of this if I write a string equals to a comma b. Fine. And if I take const data2 and response, same thing. Let me just do one thing, copy and paste. Let's take it number, and let's keep it 1 comma 2. Fine. Now why does this work? Because the type changes based on input, and it's dynamic at the type level, right? Because the type changes based on the input, based on the input, and it's dynamic at the type level. That's why this particular code runs. Fine. So it's a key understanding is that the conditional types are not runtime condition. Conditional types are not runtime conditions. This is not a JavaScript logic. This runs only at the compile time. Fine. This runs only at the compile time. So you don't do this, like you don't do like this way, like is string, what is happening, is string, just a second, you don't do it like this way, like is string and then the bracket and then you mention string. No, this is not a way, right? You always do it in this way, in this way. Fine. This is the main method, as I explained you here also. Fine. So the bonus insight is that conditional types are heavily used in the utility types, libraries, advanced TypeScript patterns. So mastering this unlocks a lot of power. Fine. So if you understood this, conditional types are no longer confusing. Just remember that they apply condition to types. They return different types based on that condition, and you use them with angle brackets. Fine. So this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we are going to learn about that how to use infer keyword in TypeScript. So if you ever worked with advanced TypeScript types, you might have seen the mysterious infer keyword, and it looked confusing at first, but once you understand it, it becomes one of the most powerful tool in TypeScript, right? So starting with that, why we need infer. So sometimes we want TypeScript to extract a type from another type automatically. For example, get the return type of a function, or to extract the type inside a promise, to pull out types from array, tuples, etc. Instead of manually writing types again, we let TypeScript infer them. That's exactly where we use infer keyword. So the basic idea is that infer is used inside conditional types to capture a type and store it in a variable. Got it? Now, let me first give you a basic syntax of it, that how we write it. So for that purpose, we write type, then example, like this, means this is the name of the type, right? And then I'm taking the type parameter as t equals to t extends, and then some type, right? Some type, basically it checks that t matches a pattern or not. So let's write here some type, like this, right? Inside of this I'm putting infer, and then I'm saying u. Fine. And after doing this, what I'm saying, I'm putting a question mark to make it a conditional type, and then u colon never, like this. Fine. This is just a syntax, right? This is not a real type that I'm creating, but this is just a syntax that how we use it. Now let me take you to the real example. But before that, look here. T extends some type infer u, this portion, right? It checks that if this T matches a pattern or not, and then infer u extract the part of the type, and then u becomes that extracted type, right? U becomes that extracted type. And in case if the match get failed, right, then it returns never. It returns never. Now let's take a good example. So let's create our own version of a return type, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write here. First of all, let me write it completely, right? After that, I'll explain you everything. So type my return type, like this. Inside of this, I'm taking the type parameter as t equals to t extends, and here what I'm going to do is to put the args, and I'm saying that any, right? And after that, I'm putting this arrow, and I'm saying infer r question mark r, and then never. Okay, after this, how to call it? Well, for calling it, I'll write here function greet, like this, and inside of this I'll return hello. Okay, and then type result equals to, here I'm going to call this particular type, so I'm saying my return type, and inside of this I'm going to take the return type of this particular greet function, right? Which is what? Which is a string basically, right? So I'm going to write here type of, and then the name of the function, that is greet, like this. Get it? So basically this type of greet will give the function type, right? It checks, and after that, if the function pattern matches, it returns the type as a string. Otherwise the type is never. Okay, now what does this complete line mean? So basically, this means that if t is a function, return or extract its return type, otherwise give it a never. If I do the step by step breakdown, then t extends this portion to this portion. What it is saying? It is saying that is t a is t a function type? It is asking a question. This particular line, that is t a function type. If yes, then capture it return type using infer r. Capture it return type using infer r. Fine. And after that means this particular line, this particular line. It means that any function whose return type I want to extract, right? It means any function whose return type I want to extract as this particular r. Fine. And if the condition is true, it will take the return type of that r. And if the condition is false, then it will return a never. Fine. It will return a never. So I hope you got the concept. This is a basic understanding of it. I know it's a little bit complex topic, but I'll prefer you to, after watching this particular video, go to the documentation of TypeScript or search it on a Google also. You need to read it on your own, try some practice examples with it, with more concept like promises also and some functions also, and then you will get to know that how we extract the return type. This is a basic syntax of it, right? To work with a function, but how to do it with the promises, that comes with some other more advanced level. There you need to put the documentation with you, because it will never be possible or become very difficult for you to actually remember that particular syntax. Fine. So that's why I'm prescribing you to refer the documentation also, but for the function, this is the complete syntax for it. So I hope you get the concept that how and where we use the infer keyword. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, we will learn about that how do we use modules in TypeScript. So, writing all your code in a single file works only for small projects. But as your application grows, it becomes messy and hard to manage. And that's where these modules in TypeScript comes in. So in this video, I will explain you that how we can use the module step by step and how they actually work in the real code. Fine. Now, let's start with the question that why do we need modules? Well, imagine that you have everything in one file, like function, classes, variables, everything. Then it will become very hard for you to maintain, to make the code reuse, or it will become very hard to make your project scale. So we need to find a way such that we can split the code into multiple files, reuse code across files, and keep the thing organized, right? So let's start. But before starting, let me tell you that modules are based on two main keywords. One is import and the other one is export. And as the name suggests, export is used to share something from a file, and import is used to take something from another file. That's it. Fine. Okay. So I'm going to take help of a very easy and a simple example so that the concept will be clear. And after that, when you will use it into your big projects, you can simply apply it. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use another file called math.ts, right? Like this. Let me remove this function from here. Right. Okay. So here, what I'll do, I'll create a file called math.ts, right? After that, I will write a module here. For module, I'm going to create a function basically. So like function, and let's name it add, right? Inside of this, I'm going to take two parameters. One is a, whose type is number, and the other one is b, whose type is also number. and our return type is also a number. Fine. And inside of it, I'm saying return a plus b, like this. Fine. So what is this? This is just a function where it is taking two parameters a and b, and after that it is returning the sum of those two numbers, right? To those, all those two parameters. Fine. Now what I want, that the function which is present in the mat.ts, I want to use it inside this index.ts file. And when I'll do it, it will become a module, because you have created a function at some other file and you are using it into other file. That means you can use this particular function in numerous numbers of files. You are allowed. Means you have created the function at one place and you are using it again and again into different files, and that becomes a module, right? So to share this particular function to index.ts, what I need to do? I am going to use a keyword named export. So what you need to do is just write export before this particular function, right? Export function. You just need to do this thing, right? After doing this, you can simply use it anywhere if you want. Now inside the index.ts, I want to use it. So before that, one important step is that you need to go to the terminal, and here you need to compile this mat.ts file. So for that purpose, we will write tsc, right? And we will search for our mat.ts. Yes. And when I'll press enter, it is done. Now, if you go and check into the math.js file, right, you will find here the function, right? You will find here this function. So always ensure that you do the compilation before working, right? Now, let's come to this index.ts, and here I'll say import add from math.js. So you have written the code in math.ts, but after compilation it went to math.js, right? So you are going to use it from the math.js like this. Fine. And now from here we have successfully imported the function. Now I can use it. Simply just write const result equals to add, and here I'm passing two parameter arguments, that is 2 comma 3, right? And then console.log, I'm saying result. That's it. Now when I save it and go to the terminal, and if I try to run it, then you can see I'm getting the result 5 here. I'm getting the result 5 here, right? How it is working? Because first I have created the function here, right? And I have imported it here, and when I'll call it, what is happening, that this particular function is coming from this portion, and successfully my values are getting passed and I got my result. Yes. So this is how we work with the modules. Now you can create a lot more functions, lot more module we say, and import it into other file, export it from another file, and use it in your large projects. This is just a general concept that is needed to make yourself aware of this, right? So thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hi everyone, welcome back to the channel. So, do you want to build React app with few bugs, better autocomplete and cleaner code? Well, in this video, I'll tell you that how to use TypeScript with React, from the absolute basic to the real examples. So let's start. So, TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. That means it looks like JavaScript, but it adds type, help catch errors before running your code. So instead of writing normal JavaScript code, TypeScript helps you to make your code safer and easier to understand, right? So let's start. So first of all, I'll go to the terminal, and here I'll write npm create white @latest and my app. So the download process of React will take time. So let's wait. So if you simply look here, When you start the download process, it will ask for OK to proceed. Press enter, and then it will ask you to select a framework. Then I have selected React, and then it will ask me to select a variant. Then I have selected TypeScript. Make sure that you select the TypeScript. It is very important. After that, just press enter, enter, and enter, and the download process or the installation process will get started. And here our React app is now successfully downloaded and get started. So it is available on localhost 5173. So let's check the files here. So since I told you to select the variant as TypeScript, you can find here that inside the source file, there are some files named app.tsx. Earlier, when we were working, we have seen that the file name was app.jsx, but this time it is app.tsx. That means it is TypeScript plus JSX. Means the JavaScript XML file is now TypeScript XML file. Okay. Now if you come inside, very little changes will be there, right? Everything will remain same. There's no problem with that. Just few things change with our working, right? Let's say I'll give you an example with the functional component. So what I'll do is that I will make the use of this app.tsx and main.tsx. Okay. So if you check here, this is the main file, and inside of this is our app file. So I'll simply remove everything from here. RAFCE. Fine. Now after this, what I will do is I'll create a folder name components. Right, inside of this I'll create a file name user.tsx. Okay. Now inside the user component, what I will do is that I will create a function. So let's create a function name const user equals to like this. Okay. Now the important thing is that earlier we normally just write RFCE and we get a boilerplate code, right? But this time you can also use the same, but I'm just writing it for your understanding. Let me just zoom it for you. Right here I'll do what? I'll write return and then a bracket like this. Now what I will do is that I'm going to take two different props. Props are properties, right? So these props are going to be name comma age. Fine. Okay. But what are their types? For the types, I'm going to create a own manual type, that is user props, and inside of this I'll say the name as a string. Right, this is a better way of doing. You can write name colon and then the data type also, but that is not preferred. Okay. And then number. Right, after doing this, now I'm going to say that the name and age as prop here, their properties, sorry, their data type is user props like this. So by this it will understand that for the name it is a string, for the age it is number. Now let's come inside this return, and here I'll write div and h2, and let's give the name here, right? And let's give h3, and let's give the age here like this. Okay, and now after that let's export it. So write export default user. Fine. So this is how we created a functional component. Now it's time to use it into the app.tsx. So for using it, what I'll do, I'll simply just come to this app.tsx file, right? And here I'll say import user from component slash Now it is saying that user is declared, but its value is never used. Fine, that is what it is saying, but we are going to use it, don't worry. Right, so inside of this I'll say h1 as functional component example, right? Example like this, and inside of this I'm going to make the use of that particular component which we created. So user like this, right? And inside of this, since you can see that I'm getting an error here, right? And error is saying what, that the type this is missing the following properties from type user props. User prop, we have created the user prop in user.tsx, but we are getting a warning inside the app.tsx that you are not using the props. So we need to mention that prop here. So let's give the prop as, let's give the name as Piyush, and let's give the age as, let's say, 21. Okay, so now you can see that it is perfectly fine. It is perfectly fine. We can remove this also. There's no use of it. It's fine. So this is how we create the functional component in TypeScript. Whatever we learned till now in the TypeScript, that how we create the types, how we work with the manual types, how we define the data types, how we work with the generics, everything will get implemented while working with the React.js. That's the simple rule of it, right? If I give you one more example, then let me show you with counter.tsx, counter.tsx like this, right? Inside of this, let's create a counter. So for that purpose, let's import the use state like this from React. Okay, and after that I'll say const counter like this. Okay, and inside of this I'm going to say const count comma set count equals to use state. Now it's an important thing that what use state is going to hold. You have to define that type. So use state is going to hold number type. So we have mentioned the number here, and after that put a parenthesis and put the initial value, that is 0. Okay, like this. Great. Then return, and inside of this whatever you want, like div and h2, I'll say count, and the count value is what? Count value is coming from this count on the top. Yes. And after that let's create a button, and I'll say the button value is increment. I'm not putting any CSS and other thing, just giving you an example that how it works. Right, on click, and let's take set count as count plus 1. Okay, this is what your counter is, right? And after that simply just export it. So for exporting, export default and counter like this. Yes. Now if you want to use it into your app.tsx, you can do the same like the previous way. Just write here import counter from, we can get the suggestion from here also. Yes, right. And after that let's give it a place here also, like counter. That's it. So you can see that it is very easy. It is very easy. Just one thing that you need to focus, that while working with the user state, you need to define this particular data type, right? This ensures that our state always remains a number, right? TypeScript prevents the accidental bug here, that anyone is inserting any array or a string or boolean, any other data type, it will restrict that, right? So I hope you get the concept. There's nothing much different between how we use with go with TypeScript, how we go with JavaScript. Everything remains same, but whatever the thing that you have learned into your TypeScript, right, try to apply those things here also, because TypeScript is only there to protect you from doing or coming from any bug or doing anything wrong, right? and that's what comes into the nature to use that. If you are not using that, and after that if you are breaking the rules of TypeScript will show you the error here only before running the app, right? So that will help you to actually debug your code. So I hope that you get the basic understanding that how we go with uh, TypeScript into the React.js and how we work with it. This is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye. Hey, hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. In this particular video, I'm going to explain you that how to use TypeScript with Node.js. So if you want to use TypeScript in your Node.js backend for better error handling and cleaner code, then in this video, I'm going to tell you from the absolute scratch and run your first server, right? So why TypeScript with Node.js? First of all, let's understand this. Well, TypeScript will help you to catch error before running code, write scalable backend application, get better auto completion, and maintain the large code base easily, right? Okay, so let's go to the terminal and let's add one. Fine. Now here, what I will do, I'll write here mkdir ts node app. I'll give the name of the folder which I want to create. So it is created now. Now let's get inside of it. So see the ts node app. Now we are inside the just now we are inside the particular folder, right? Okay. Now let's write here npm init -y. Press enter. After this, you will find a file name package.json inside this ts node app. It is taking a little bit of time. Let's try it again. Okay, so it is done now. As you can see, the file is created, that is package.json here. Okay, the name, version, description, everything is here, which is present inside of it also. You can check. Fine. Okay, great. Now let's clean it, clear the screen. Now, after this, a very important step, we will install the dependencies. So simply write npm install TypeScript ts node @types slash node dash dash save dev, right? Press enter. Now the installation process has started and all the 20 packages are now downloaded, right? Fine. So here this TypeScript is your compiler. Fine. This ts node is your to run the TypeScript directly, and this @types node, this is basically your Node.js type definitions. Okay, now let's initialize the TypeScript configuration. So for that purpose, right here npx tsc dash dash init. Press enter. Done. Now you will find a file named tsconfig.json here, right? As you can see, this is your file. Got it? Now you make sure that this particular these lines, right, these all are present. So simply just keep the root directory and out directory. For that purpose, you can see here it's the address of src and dist, right? So let's create a folder inside of it. Create a folder named src and create a folder inside the ts node app, that is dist. Fine. Okay, now after that, what we need to do, okay, let me just explain it to you. That out directory is basically the for the compiled js output, right? And root directory is where your ts code lives. You will keep your TypeScript code here, and after the compilation, the JavaScript output file will be inside your out directory. Fine. Okay, now let's check few more things, which is your let's see the strict also. Okay, the strict is true. Fine, strict is true. Let's check for the target. It's target here. No, target is not present. Fine, let's write the target also. Okay, so we will write here target like this, and inside of it, okay, target is already present, sorry, target is here, it is es next. Okay, and after that es module, we need to check es module, it is here or not. Okay, no worries, let's keep it there. Okay, fine, let's move forward. Now let's see the project structure here. So you can find the ts node app. Inside of this we are having the src file. Inside the src file, let's create, if you go in the package.json now, you will find here the index.js, right? But we want to create it index dot, like we want to work with the index.ts, but always make sure that you keep it index.js, because whenever we run the code into our terminal or with the help of node.js, what we do, what happens that your index.js files runs, means after creating the ts file, you will compile it. After compilation, it will go into the out directory in the form of index.js or the js file, and then it get runs, right? Okay, so basically the running file is always javascript. We create the only the TypeScript file to make it compile into the JavaScript. That's it. Now let's write index.ts here inside the src file like this. Okay, so now you have successfully created the src inside of this index.ts. Make sure that this particular folder structure is very important. Fine. Now inside of this, let's create our code, that is const message string equals to hello, how are you? Fine, hello, how are you? Now after that I will say console dot log, and inside, sorry, log inside of it I'll say print the message. Okay, after doing this, after creating your index.ts file, what we need to do is that come again to your particular terminal, right? Here write npx ts node and give the address of this index.ts file, that is src slash index.ts, and press enter, right? After this, what will happen, that it will compile it, right? You can see after compilation, okay, no file is present here. Let me check it again, what happened. Let's save it. After saving, let's run it again. Yes, you can see it has successfully run, right? And it is showing me that hello, how are you? Okay, so this is used to run your TypeScript file. Now after that, if you want to do the compilation and run your JavaScript file, which is normally we do, right? For that purpose, you simply need to write here npx tsc. After writing npx tsc, you will find the index.js file here, right? Index.js file stores the same thing but in the strict mode. You can check, right? The message is there, object.define property is there, right? Everything, it is use strict is mentioned on the top. Got it? Now to run this particular JavaScript file, what we need to do, just a second, let's keep this file here index.js inside of it, right? Okay, now after that, what I will do is node dist slash index.js, press enter, and you can see now the file inside my dist and index.js file, it has successfully run and it is giving me the same output, right? Great. Okay, now let's add some script also, it is very important. So if you come here inside the package.json, here you will find the scripts. Okay, now what I will do is I'll add some script, that is dev. For dev I will write here ts node, same thing which we entered into our what I say that inside our terminal, right? So ts node src slash index.ts, this is used to run your TypeScript file. Okay, great. And if you want to run your JavaScript file after compilation, right? For the compilation, we will add the watch TypeScript watch. So what whenever you do any changes, automatically the changes will be stored into your JavaScript file, right? So it's not always that you need to run this particular line npx.tsc. Don't worry, right? So here I'll write start, and inside of this, let's give it a comma here. So inside the start, I will say node dist slash index.js. Okay, like this. Fine. Now if you just simply save it and go again into your terminal and just write here npm run and this dev, right, this dev, and press enter, you can see it has first started the server with the TypeScript, right, and then it has given you the not server, but your it has loaded your TypeScript file and successfully run it, and here it is showing the result as hello how are you, right? Hello how are you? Got it? Got it? Now let's create an express server here. Let's create a express server. So for that purpose, I think we first need to install the express. So I'll write here npm install express. So inside our index.ts file, what I will do, I'll import express, comma, request, comma, response from express. Okay, fine. Now after that, const app equals to express, like this. Okay, why it is giving a error here? Okay, so could not find a declaration file from module express. Let's see in the end that what error we are getting. Const port equals to, so first of all define the number as your its type, right, and then the value as 3000, and app dot get, let's keep the route as simple home page, right, and then the request. For the request, it is request, right, the what we have imported, and for the response, it is response. This is how we work with it, right? And after that, after doing this, let's give an arrow, and inside of this, let's write here response dot send, and it will show you hello from TypeScript server. Okay, great. Now after this, make the app.listen. Let's give the port, right, the port number we have, that is 3000. App.listen on port, and in the end console.log server running at port 3000. Okay, now let's start the server. We have successfully written our code. I need to check that why it is giving an error here, but let's see whether it is working or not. Fine. So let's write here, let's first save it, and here I'll write npm run dev. When I write npm run dev, that's mean that it will run this particular line, ts node src slash index.ts. Okay, so let's run this, and we found some error. Let's check that what error that I'm getting. Okay, so a very important error that is coming, it is also important for you to know, right? So it is good that we are getting the error this time. Now the important thing that This particular error is saying that I don't know the type of express. TypeScript is saying that I don't know the type of express because your express is written in JavaScript, not TypeScript. So TypeScript needs the type definition separately, right? That's the problem why we are getting. Also, one important thing that don't keep the space here, right? Put the comma directly after the express. Okay, now let's resolve this particular problem. Let's try to resolve. So npm install dash dash save dev, and then at the rate type types slash express. Now let's press enter and see what we are going to get. Okay, it is done now. So I think it should work now, right? What's happening was that basically in TypeScript, many JavaScript files don't include the built-in types. Okay, so we install something called type definitions from definitely typed. That is, express is actually a library, and at the rate types express is a TypeScript types. Fine. And after this, I think it should work now, but it is again giving me a problem that if my script import and export cannot be written into the common JS file. Okay, so the file is in common JS. Let's change it to module. Let's try to change it to module. Let's see whether it works or not. Mm, fine, let's see. If it not work again, then we will find some other way. Let's save it, run it again. Okay, we got our error again. Let's see what's error this time. Okay, so the problem is coming from the ECMAScript, the import and export part, right? So we cannot use the import with the common JS more, right? So first of all, make sure that inside the package.json, the type is module here, right? After that, come to the tsconfig.json, and here make sure that your module is node next, and you need to add two more things. This module resolution as node next, and es module interop as true, right? Make sure that you have these two things here. Find inside your tsconfig.json, kindly import it, and after this there is a important change which is required. Let's cut it and import express from express, and after that import type request comma response from, and then express. Okay, after doing this, let's save it here and create a new terminal. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create an integrated terminal, and here let's write npm run dev, press enter, and yes, you can see our server has successfully started at the port number 3000, right, after so many years, which is very important to know, right? If we do not use that thing like the module here, the type as module, or did not make changes into the ts config also, at that time you have to write it in this way, that const express equals to require and then express, right, which is an older way of using or importing the modules. But this is was the very important step, that you do these two things, right? If you do not do these two things, and also one important step of, if in case you are installing any library, at that time install it from the at the rate type slash express, right? Because maximum libraries are written in JavaScript, and TypeScript do not take them, because there are no definition of the data types in that particular code of that particular module. Fine. So these are the steps that you need to do, and it was very important for you to know these things, be handy with that. I hope you get the concept that how we work with the Node.js in TypeScript. And this is all about today's video. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.